Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Tsunami fears remain across the Pacific after a Russian earthquake as waves hit the west coast of the United States. Netanyahu blasts the UK for planning to recognise a Palestinian state if Israel don't take steps to end the war in Gaza. And family and fans of Ozzy Osbourne line the streets of Birmingham as his coffin passes through the city centre for a final farewell. One of the most powerful earthquakes ever recorded struck Russia's far east earlier today, sending tsunami waves across the Pacific. Nearly 2 million people were urged to evacuate coastal parts of Japan, while people in Hawaii were told to get to high ground. Patrick Falk reports.
In Japan, waves crashed into the Hokkaido coastline following the magnitude 8.8 quake. The tremor that struck off Kamchatka in Russia's Far East is reportedly among the strongest 10 quakes ever recorded. It prompted a quick response from the Japanese government.
For citizens in the area included in the tsunami warning, please evacuate to a safe place immediately, such as designated evacuation buildings and hills. We are receiving reports and currently monitoring for any details of damage or casualties.
Here, people could be seen taking shelter on top of a fire department in Mikawa town in northern Japan. The developments today have triggered memories of the 2011 magnitude 9 quake which tore through the Fukushima nuclear power plant and caused a radioactive disaster.
My workplace is near the sea, so I received the alert here, and my co-workers told me to go home because my children are still small and waiting for me at home, so I headed over.
Elsewhere in Hawaii, the earthquake kept people on high alert. At a resort in Waikiki, hotel guests gathered on balconies, scanning the horizon as the sun set over the ocean. Waves of up to 1.7 meters impacted the islands before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center reduced its warning level, saying no major tsunami was expected.
Hey, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has downgraded the forecast from a tsunami warning to a tsunami advisory. The PTWC continues to monitor for more data to update its forecast and for an all clear that they may issue later on. A tsunami advisory means that the potential for strong currents or dangerous waves are expected or occurring for those in or near the water. There may be flooding of beach or harbor areas. Those who have evacuated may safely return home based on county assessments and directives.
The threat still isn't over. Authorities in French Polynesia are urging people to remain cautious. Waves are expected to hit some islands in the coming hours. Meanwhile, aftershocks at the quake epicenter are ongoing, and seismologists say their intensity could remain fairly high for now. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Let's get into this further with Professor James Jackson from the Department of Earth Scientists at the University of Cambridge. Professor Jackson, pleasure to have you on the show. What was it about this particular earthquake that prompted tsunami warnings?
An earthquake happens when rocks break and slide past each other on surfaces, which we call faults. And if those surfaces are underneath the sea, then it moves the seabed. And if you lift the seabed up a few meters, the water has to get out of the way. So it gets lifted up also, and then it collapses. And that's what makes a tsunami. So if the earthquake's on land, this won't happen. But this happens when the earthquake's offshore under the ocean, as it was in Japan in 2011, for example.
There are concerns that aftershocks can be as strong as the quake itself. Tsunami warnings have actually since been downgraded today. Is this putting millions of people in danger?
No, I don't think so. Not from the tsunami anyway. It's most unlikely that an aftershock would make a tsunami as big as the first one in this case. So aftershocks locally can be damaging because of the ground shaking. So if there are buildings which have been damaged but haven't quite collapsed, in the epicentral region, then aftershocks can do a lot of extra damage, yes, certainly. But they're not likely to make a big tsunami which crosses the ocean.
Professor, as earthquakes go, this was an absolute monster. But why did such a powerful earthquake actually pass so quietly? You know, we heard Patrick Fock there talking earlier about the 2011 tsunami that happened in Japan, but this one didn't seem to have that massive impact we've seen before.
Well, it was smaller. It was still a very big earthquake. But where it happened on Kamchatka is not very populated, and most of the buildings you see in the photographs are fairly lightly constructed. They're not sort of high-rise skyscrapers or anything. And if they're lightly constructed buildings, they should stay up. These days, engineers and architects know how to build buildings which will stay up if they're fairly lightly built. But the big danger from these things is when they hit places where the building quality is very, very bad.
So what happens next, and how can people be protected and stay safe?
Well, if you live nearby, the only thing you can do is to make sure your buildings are okay. So reinforce them or build good buildings in the first place. And as far as the tsunami is concerned, it's education which matters. Everybody in Japan, for example, knows that immediately you feel a big earthquake on the shoreline, you move inland and uphill. And that's the message which every school child knows in places like Japan, New Zealand, California, Chile. That's taught in schools. And you always have time. Even if you're really nearby, like in Japan or Kamchatka, you have about 20 minutes from when the earthquake happens before the tsunami will hit you. If you're further away, like in Hawaii, you had 8 hours warning. So there's plenty of time to get out of the way of the tsunami in those places.
And Professor, just a question that I wanted to put to you. Is new technology playing a key role when it comes to detecting natural disasters and foreseeing tsunamis and earthquakes? And is this helping to keep people safer?
Yes, certainly. What we can do now, when there is an earthquake, we can work out very quickly in a matter of seconds where it is, what sort of earthquake it was, how much the earth moved, where it moved. And from that, you can actually make a very good forecast of any tsunami that will happen afterwards. So from a tsunami point of view, yes, it's got much safer, I would say. What we cannot do is predict the time of the earthquake itself. We do know that where there have been earthquakes in the past, you will have them again. And indeed, there was a very big earthquake in Kamchatka in the 1950s, similar sort of size. So it's not a surprise that it happens there, but we can't predict precisely when it will happen.
Thank you so much for talking to me, Professor James Jackson from the Department of Earth Sciences at the University of Cambridge Bullard Laboratories. Fascinating to have your insights. Appreciate your time. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said the UK's plans to recognise a Palestinian state rewards Hamas. On Tuesday, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer said his country would take this step at the UN meeting in September if Israel failed to agree to a ceasefire. Around 140 countries have now been formally backed plans for a two-state solution, including France, who made a similar announcement this week. We can now speak to Dr. Saidam Sabri, Fatah's Deputy Secretary General. An absolute pleasure to have you on the show, Doctor. So the UK will recognise a Palestinian statehood in September unless Israel agrees to a Gaza ceasefire. Do you support the UK's decision to do this?
Well, it's good to be with you indeed. As a Palestinian, I certainly welcome this step. It's a huge step forward. It's a way of expressing also pity that the Palestinians have been over 100 years, over a century, awaiting such a move. Yet the conditionality that is associated with the promise of Starmer, this time not Balfour, is what worries me. Why would ever the Palestinian independence and self-integrity be associated with any condition whatsoever? So what happens if Israel allows the influx of sacks of flour into Gaza or stop the war, as it were, would that indicate that Britain can then withdraw such a promise? I find that quite worrying in a way, but that does not in any way undermine the fact that this is a huge step forward and it is commendable, but yet to be associated with the result when September comes.
So I just wanted to ask you exactly what you find worrying about Keir Starmer and the UK Labour Party actually recognising a Palestinian state. Do you think that they have thought ahead of how Gaza will be rebuilt? What's your concerns?
Well, obviously, as a Palestinian, my concern would be the immediate cessation of hostilities, saving Palestinian blood, opening the crossings for aid to come through, the reconstruction of Gaza, the contiguity of Palestinian geography connecting the West Bank and Gaza, and the withdrawal of the Israeli army, and also the resumption of the work of the Palestinian Authority on the geography of the Gaza Strip. These are the things that worry me. Yet, when Starmer made his promise and followed by his foreign secretary, certainly associated some conditions with such a promise, saying, if Israel does that, then we may not recognize Palestine. If you look at the wording of the promise, there were some sort of conditionality that was associated with it in a way that makes it a bit uncertain, unclear. And I fear most that by September, he will have other ideas. He is Starmer, having other ideas. Certainly, that step came along because of the pressure that he is enduring within his party, and also the pressure of the international community. And certainly, the pain and pictures coming out of Gaza are moving everyone. So quite worrying, as it were, and I hope that Britain will stand by its promise to recognize Palestine.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Britain's decision rewards Hamas. Is Keir Starmer strengthening the hands of the terrorists as the hostages are still under Hamas control?
Well, imagine if ever the Palestinian liberty will be associated with what Netanyahu says. Netanyahu is a murderer, he's a criminal, he should stand before international tribunal. He is not the one to issue any sort of ultimatums, nor is he the one to give any credits to any decision that's been taken. Britain, being a sovereign country, has the liberty to make such a promise. And if anything, he will certainly, being who he is, will work towards undermining such a promise by, saying that this is rewarding Hamas. If anything, this is rewarding the Palestinian people, the very people that have been suffering for endless years, 76 years of Israeli occupation. Hasn't this gone way too long, rather, for the Palestinians to preserve their integrity, their independence, and their self-determination? I think Netanyahu will continue to throw accusations here and there, so to undermine such a promise and maybe other promises to come our way.
Doctor, Hamas have said they will agree to a deal if Israeli forces are forced to leave the Gaza Strip. Is this a reasonable request from them? And would Fatah support this idea too?
Well, as you know, I don't speak for Hamas, but as a Palestinian and as a Fatah affiliate, I would say certainly any preservation of Palestinian blood, any stoppage to this madness that exists in Gaza is most welcome. People are starving. People are even deprived of basic water and needs, human needs that are needed desperately. So anything that helps my people is certainly welcome. Yet the conditions and the preconditions and the conditions that have been set are extremely unclear. Israel says one thing, Hamas says something else. But what we collectively say as Palestinians, yes to the NP4, yes to Israeli full withdrawal from the geography of Gaza, yes to the contiguity of the West Bank and Gaza, and Palestinian governance through the Palestinian Authority is certainly the way forward, besides opening the crossings and allowing aid, and most importantly, allowing the reconstruction of Gaza, which is so desperately needed since, satellite imaging is showing that there's nothing left whatsoever.
Fatah and the party's leader, Mahmoud Abbas, are calling for Palestinian unity. What does the future political landscape look like? Will Fatah work with Hamas to rebuild the country if a ceasefire deal is reached?
Well, Mahmoud Abbas is the head and the leader of Fatah, as you quite rightly put it. And he is the one who has been advocating this unity to be achieved. Yet I, for one, definitely believe that the Palestinian political landscape will not be saved unless Palestinian unity is restored. Yet Hamas has to recognize the fact that there have been laws that have been passed in several countries that ban Hamas being party to any Palestinian future political scene. So Hamas has to recycle itself. Hamas has to revisit its doctrine, and Hamas has to agree to the principles that have been long agreed with the PLO and Fatah by putting this, these principles on paper, signing the paper and sending it our way, so that we can show the international community that A, we are united, and B, we are serious about the way forward, which should be aligned with UN resolutions, with the international law, and certainly with the doctrine of the PLO as well.
Dr. Sidan Sabri, Fatah's Deputy Secretary General, a pleasure to have you back on the show. Thank you. I'm now joined in the studio by Faisal Abbas, the Chief Editor of Arab News. An absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for coming into the studio. So the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has really heavily criticised the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, for saying that they are willing to recognise a Palestinian state if a ceasefire deal isn't achieved in September. Do you agree with the notion of Benjamin Netanyahu that he is rewarding Hamas, the British Prime Minister?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be with you, Leigh Ann, and thank you for that very important question. And I take this opportunity to remind your viewers and everybody watching of a very important fact. It is very audacious of Benjamin Netanyahu to make such statements about the Right Honourable Keir Starmer, given that Hamas is a designated terrorist organization in Israel. It's a terrorist organization in many countries around the world, including many Arab countries. Many Arabs dislike Hamas and are completely opposed to it. And this is what the part that I wanted to refer to. Hamas's biggest enabler for the past 16 years has been Benjamin Netanyahu. And those are not my words. Those are the words of the senior political correspondent of the Times of Israel, Tal Schneider, who wrote an article on the 8th of October, a day after the atrocious terror attacks on Israel, saying for years Netanyahu propped up Hamas and now it has blown up in our face. And the argument here, if I may add, is that it was strategy deployed by the consecutive Israeli governments that Benjamin Netanyahu led to discredit the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, where Hamas does not exist, and empower Hamas in Gaza for several reasons, creating divisions between the Palestinians so that Israel can always say, we don't have a partner to negotiate with, Palestinians can get along, giving the Palestinian resistance an unacceptable face worldwide and empowering that face, and continuously annexing land and continuing with the violations that Israeli are clearly continuing to do till this day.
So obviously, I just want to give the side of what Israel would say back to you, and they would say back that they're protecting their sovereignty of their country. You know, they're on the border with Palestine, and Hamas are threatening Israel. And Lebanon, we have Hezbollah. Of course, we also have the Houthis in Yemen. So that would be the argument of Israel, that they're protecting themselves. And we do know that because I have spoken to the IDF. But really, you know, hostages are still in captivity and Hamas are still running Gaza. So my big question to you is, where does this all end? What happens next? And do you think that it's likely that we'll see a ceasefire deal now that the UK is putting pressure, and France, to say we're going to recognise a Palestinian state if these ceasefire agreements are not actually reached or agreed upon?
No, again, thank you for that question, but allow me to flip the argument there. It's not like Israel suddenly woke up and realized Hamas is a monster. They knew that from day one when they decided, when Benjamin Netanyahu's consecutive government over 16 years decided to go in bed with Hamas, to deliver money to them on monthly basis, to empower them, to make them look more credible in front of the Palestinians, to create divisions between them and the Palestinian authorities so that there is no unified Palestinian front. They knew that all along, and they knew exactly who they were getting into bed with. So I am surprised that they are surprised with the outcome that happened on 7th October. What were you expecting? We all know Hamas's agenda and Hamas's ideology. Now, having said that, what Israel is doing in the West Bank in terms of annexation and what it's doing in Gaza in terms of the genocide, in terms of using food and water and power as a weapon is a clear violation of international law, and it needs to stop. Now, whether or not the Israeli government responds to the thinly veiled threats by Keir Starmer and others, whether that impacts them, I don't know. But the fact is, this has dragged on for too long, and the world now needs to act unilaterally, because waiting for Israel to do the right thing, especially with this right-wing government, is next to impossible. So the only solution now is for the world to follow in the footsteps of France and do the right, honourable thing.
So we talk about this and we talk about pressure on Israel, and that's what we have to do now, and people to follow in the footsteps of France and the UK in recognising a Palestinian state if it gets to that situation in September. But a lot of people are saying it's the US that needs to pressure Israel. Is this the only country that can really make a difference? And is the West doing enough for the Palestinian people and the people in Gaza? Because we know people are starving to death, they're malnourished, there's not enough aid going in. The UN have said this, the World Food Programme. Where is the end to this? Is this down to Donald Trump in the US to have a serious conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu?
So allow me to unpack that. There's two questions regarding the West and regarding Trump and the United States. Regarding the West, I would say too little, too late, but at the same time, better late than never. I don't want to be negative about this. What has happened over the past few days is extremely important. France's position, Britain's position, although I would have liked them to go all in and recognize Palestine and correct.
That's just what the Fatah Secretary General was saying to me, saying they're disappointed they haven't gone all in, and he hopes they don't roll back when September comes around because of pressure from Israel.
No, absolutely. But given the internal pressure within the UK as well, and this is a golden opportunity for the United Kingdom to correct a historical wrong with the Balfour Declaration. I think they're on the they're taking the right steps on the right way, and for that they should be applauded. This is why I said, on one hand, better late than never, and on another hand, too little, too late. Of course, there are countries that have been at the forefront of this, such as Spain and Ireland, and we thank them for their honourable position with standing with what's right. At the end of the day, nobody wants blood on their hand, and nobody will accept a genocide. Nobody will accept displacement or people dying out of hunger in Gaza. Now, with regards to the United States, yes, the United States has incredible leverage over Israel. I don't think Biden could have pulled it, but if there is one man in the world today that has the leverage and the ability to convince anybody, by the way, he is a master salesperson. I'm talking
master
about
negotiator.
Master negotiating. Many might not agree, but I think he genuinely wants peace. He wants that legacy, and he doesn't want it happening on his watch. Now, what rabbits can he pull out of the hat? What tricks can he do? I don't know. However, what is definitely certain that if there is one man in the world that has the ability to convince Netanyahu to do the right thing. And the country that has leverage is the United States. We've seen, despite all the criticisms, and I'm very aware of them, but we've seen Trump negotiate between Pakistan and India successfully, recently between Cambodia and Thailand successfully, and he's putting a lot of his political weight and leverage in trying to resolve this conflict.
And I guess if we also think about it, it's Israel and Iran who also helped negotiate that ceasefire there. But thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate you and coming in. That was a fascinating insights. Thank you so much. Faisal Abbas, the chief editor of Arab News. Once again, have a great evening. Thank you. The Trump administration have asked two judges to release the testimonies of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell as pressure mounts on the US president. During his recent trip to Scotland, Trump continued to be questioned on his relationship with the late financier who died in jail back in 2019. The US president has faced scrutiny over making the federal investigation documents public. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, a pleasure to have you on the show. So the controversy surrounding the Epstein and Maxwell investigation just doesn't go away. It's continuing, and there have been some new developments overnight. What does the Justice Department's new filing actually change in all of this?
Yes, Leigh Ann, so you've had overnight this renewed push from the Trump administration for the federal courts to unseal this grand jury testimony from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's cases. Now, they filed the motion with two Manhattan judges, and they've argued that the abundant public interest in these cases, that is a justification, they feel, for these, which are usually secret transcripts, to be made public. Now, they had previously filed for this to be unsealed, for this testimony to be unsealed. One judge in Florida for previous cases had already rejected that bid. And you've had the courts come back to the Department of Justice in this instance. They had asked for a stronger legal justification. And now we've seen the Department of Justice put this justification forward. Will it be enough? That's a question that's being asked here. Leigh Ann, look, even if those transcripts were to be released, and it would be highly unusual, it's not clear that there would actually be any new information in that, and it certainly wouldn't be all the information that we know that the government currently does have in its hands. So still really big questions remaining here.
Yes, exactly. Will it be enough to please everyone? President Trump says he wants transparency. So why is this push to unseal grand jury transcripts actually so contentious over in the US?
Well, look, the thing with the grand jury testimony is that it is supposed to be secret, full stop. And the reasoning for that, those legal protections, are so that you have witnesses in these sensitive cases that are able to come forward, that you have victims who feel safe with coming forward with their testimony as well. So there is a lot for the courts to weigh in this instance, and it's not clear that the Department of Justice's argument about the public interest will be enough to convince the court of the reasoning to make those transcripts public. Look, there's also a lot of criticism here in Washington as well of the fact that it's seen as a bit of an exercise, if you like, in trying to rebuild public trust, right? We know the Department of Justice have a lot of information in their hands. They've tried to say that there is no relevant information with regards to a client list or the like, that we've seen those allegations that Jeffrey Epstein had that client list. Then you had that huge public backlash. And so this is really the Department of Justice, trying to find a way to get further information out to the public, to certainly be seen to be doing something. But the criticism is, well, you already have this, trove of information, of videos, of testimonies. Why isn't that being made public? And that is where all the controversy just keeps building. The story not going away, despite the White House's efforts to try and get that case closed.
Yes, absolutely. And Trump says Epstein stole young women from his spa. He made those comments on Air Force One. How are those remarks being received?
Well, there were a lot of raised eyebrows, Leigh Ann, here in Washington at those remarks. He made them on Air Force One, and it came on the back of the day before when he'd spoken about this anecdote of Jeffrey Epstein stealing people from his spa at Mar-a-Lago. He'd said that that was one of the reasons he put forward primarily for why President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein fell out. He said he'd warned Jeffrey Epstein about stealing people from the spa, and then it happened again, and he told him, get out. And apparently that was the cause of the major rift between the two. So you had him clarifying on board Air Force One when he was asked, was Virginia Giuffre, a very, very well-known victim of Jeffrey Epstein, was she one of the people who Jeffrey Epstein allegedly stole from the spa? And he said that he thought possibly that she was. Now, Virginia Giuffre was just 16 years old when she was recruited by Epstein. We know her story, and very sadly, she died by suicide earlier this year. A very, very high-profile case. And so, Leigh Ann, what this has done, it's two things. It's raised massive questions here about President Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and the timeline, right? The proximity that President Trump, then Donald Trump, of course, had to Jeffrey Epstein in this timeline when the abuse was taking place. And there's a further criticism too, and that is the use of this language that he used, the idea of Jeffrey Epstein stealing people from him. You've had trauma experts coming out and saying, look, this turns what is a very deeply disturbing, traumatic survivor narrative of abuse into something that's a possession metaphor. And so that language hasn't landed very well here in DC. A lot of people stunned, frankly, that President Trump would make these candid remarks because it's shone more of a spotlight on his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein at a time when President Trump and the White House are desperate for attention to be moved away from that relationship.
And there's been a lot of talk of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. Could Trump actually pardon her?
Legally, Leigh Ann, yes, he could. Politically, if you talk to people here in DC, it's certainly a very, very sensitive subject. Look, you have such outcry, not just from Democrats and from the wider American public, but from President Trump's own base as well. There was an Ipsos Reuters poll that said 69% of Americans and 62% of those Americans, Republicans, feel that the government is hiding something here when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein's client list. Now, we know that the House Oversight Committee, they have subpoenaed Ghislaine Maxwell. She's currently serving 20 years in prison for sex trafficking. They have subpoenaed her to appear before Congress to answer questions. Now, her lawyers have put forward a response to that. They say Maxwell originally wanted to plead the Fifth, but she's decided she might cooperate and answer questions only if, and she's given a list of conditions that have been leaked to the media, among them, only if she gets immunity. The idea, even the idea of Ghislaine Maxwell getting immunity, a convicted sex trafficking offender, has caused outrage, further outrage on top of the anger that's already prevalent amongst President Trump's own base. So yes, while it is legally possible, it is very unlikely, or it would be a very precarious situation for President Trump to tread into that territory. He's already come out and said, when asked about it, about this request from Ghislaine Maxwell, no one's approached him about it. That's not a no. So it does seem, as of right now, that everything is still on the table. The House Oversight Committee has already come back and said they're going to be responding to Maxwell's list of demands, but they will not, they say, consider immunity. So, Leigh Ann, as you said at the start of this, this controversy just really not dying down right now.
Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. Now, fans of Ozzy Osbourne have lined the streets of Birmingham today to pay respect to the rock and roll frontman and reality TV star who did die last week. The funeral took place in the singer's hometown, with his coffin travelling through the city centre before the service. Osbourne had played to crowds at Villa Park for the final Black Sabbath gig just 2 weeks before his death. Let's get the latest with a showbiz reporter at the Daily Mail, Stephanie Tetchy. Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us. So the funeral was really a final homecoming for Ozzy Osbourne in Birmingham following his concert with Black Sabbath at the beginning of the month. What were the scenes like today?
Leigh Ann, the scenes were quite heartbreaking. It's the first time we've seen the family. We've seen Sharon Osbourne, his children, Kelly, Jack and Amy, come out for the first time since Ozzy died last week. And Sharon Osbourne, usually she's very much this very jovial character, but we could clearly see how grief-stricken she has been left by Ozzy's death. They were married for over 40 years, and I think she found it quite overwhelming seeing the amount of love that there has been for Ozzy Osbourne in his hometown, as you said, in Birmingham, and also the children, Kelly, Jack and Amy. This is a family who have lived their life in front of the cameras when we think of back to their reality TV show, The Osbournes. So even in death, this has been captured worldwide for people to see how much they've been upset and had left bereft by Ozzy's death. This was clearly unexpected. He had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2019, but I interviewed Kelly Osbourne a few weeks ago, and they were very much looking forward to Ozzy winding down after that infamous Black Sabbath gig only a few weeks ago. So I think his death has not only shocked the family, but shocked the thousands of fans that we've seen today who have lined the streets of Birmingham.
Yes, indeed. And at that Black Sabbath gig, his voice was still absolutely amazing, I must say. But who were the celebrities that were in attendance today? We obviously know that Sharon was there along with the children, but who else came to say goodbye?
So they had this public procession, but afterwards there was going to be a private funeral for Ozzy where the likes of Sir Elton John, Metallica, some of the younger artists he's inspired, including Youngblood, was set to be in attendance. In Sir Elton John's tribute, he called Ozzy the pantheon, a pantheon of rock gods, and they had such a very close friendship over the past 40 years because they both rocketed to fame at around the same time. While they were from different music genres over the past few decades, they've been very close as friends. So I can imagine he definitely had a star-studded turnout because this is the man who has influenced so many music styles, both old and new.
But also, Stephanie, his personality just shone through, didn't it? We saw that on the reality TV programme, The Osbournes. Everyone loved it. He was such a great figure, so full of life. So what will Ozzy's legacy for both music and reality TV be? Because I don't ever think I missed one show, you know, when it came to The Osbournes. The world was hooked.
Well, what I loved about Ozzy Osbourne, and I think a lot of fans loved about him, is what you saw is what you got. I think there's a lot of stars these days where they're not as transparent with their families, or not with their families, but with their fans. They almost have a media persona. But anyone who watched Ozzy or met Ozzy in real life, they'll know this is a man who was a realist. This wasn't a man who shied away from controversy. He made lots of mistakes, but he also owned up to it. And I think, you know, the reason why Birmingham is devastated is because truly he was a son of Birmingham. He came from a very impoverished background to becoming one of the world's famous heavy metal superstars, and also he was one of the few who led the way for reality TV. So I do think he was a once-in-a-lifetime artist, but also once-in-a-lifetime man who could make us laugh and also be shocked in horror.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of shock horror when it came to the Osbournes, but he was such a wonderful character. Showbiz reporter Stephanie Tetchy, thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories. Tsunami fears remain across the Pacific after a Russian earthquake as waves hit the west coast of the United States. Netanyahu blasts the UK for planning to recognise a Palestinian state if Israel don't take steps to end the war in Gaza. And family and fans of Ozzy Osbourne line the streets of Birmingham as his coffin passes through the city centre for a final farewell. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X, Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. It's coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
Gender discrimination or a general disparity in skill? What's the real reason female professional athletes are so often paid much less than men? The WNBA has thrown the issue back into the spotlight as talks to negotiate a new pay deal break down. Up for debate on Counterpoints, why are sports women denied fair pay? Stay with us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Gender discrimination or a general disparity in skill? What's the real reason female professional athletes are often paid so much less than the men? The WNBA has thrown the issue back into the spotlight as pay deal negotiations break down. Up for debate, why are sportswomen denied fair pay? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. When some of the world's best female basketballers hit the court for the annual All-Stars game earlier this month, it was their warm-up attire that really captured the most global attention. Their T-shirts read, "Pay us what you owe us."
I think the statement spoke for itself. I think you heard the crowd at the end of the game. And it's no disrespect to the league ever. You just want to make sure, the statement is made clear about what we as players have grown to deserve.
The league is in crisis. Players have refused to sign the latest collective bargaining agreement and are demanding fair pay and better conditions. And you'll note the word fair pay. They're not calling for equal pay, but rather a fair proportion of the money they generate for the league. NBA players receive between 49 and 51% of their league's revenue. The NHL, they get about 50%. NFL players get about 48% of league revenue, while WNBA players are only paid 9.3% of the money they generate for their sport. That's despite record attendance, viewership and merchandise sales figures during the 2024 season. Now, some sports do boast pay parity. Grand Slam tennis has the same prize purse for men and women, and Indian cricketers receive the same match fees regardless of gender. But bonuses and sponsorship deals remain hugely unbalanced. So with all that in mind, we'll ask our panel, why aren't female athletes receiving a fair paycheck? Why does women's sport attract less attention on TV and in person? And how can those challenges to fair pay be overcome? Joining us on the panel to discuss the disparities in the treatment of male and female athletes is Catherine Bertrine, a cyclist, triathlete and CEO of the Home Stretch Foundation, which provides free housing to female professional athletes struggling with the gender pay gap. Howard Megdal is joining us, a sports writer, commentator and author of the upcoming book, Becoming Caitlin Clark, a biography of the record-breaking WNBA player. And rounding out our panel is Pearl Davis, an American YouTuber and a cultural and political commentator. Welcome to all of you to Counterpoints. Well, in 2024, the median salary for WNBA players was just 2% of their NBA counterparts. And you could argue that the men's game simply makes more money, a lot more money. But when you consider it in terms of percentages, NBA players are paid around 50% of the league's revenue, while the women get only a touch over 9% of the revenue. So, Catherine, let's start with you. Is that fair?
Oh, of course it's not fair. In this modern day and age, we need to pay the women equally. And, you know, I come from the world of professional cycling where we're struggling with the same gender pay gap. And no matter what sport across the globe, the fact that women's sports are, and not even sports, women across the world are being paid less than men. It's time that we really, truly change this, and not penny by penny or dollar by dollar, but as to the significant point of being equal.
Pearl, what do you think?
What is the difference between profit and revenue? You guys know it?
Okay, obviously you've got a point to make, so go ahead.
No, I'm asking the question because if you're going to make the claim that we need to have equal revenue, okay, what is the difference? Tell me. Does she know?
Well, the difference is visibility and the fact that women aren't seen on the visible platforms the way that the men
actually
are.
That's not correct. You don't know it?
No, I'm afraid you don't know it.
But Pearl, to go back to the question that we posed, is it fair that the women get a lesser percentage of the money that they make for the sport?
I don't know the answer to that question. That's amazing to me. Revenue is how much the league brings in. Profit is how much it brings in minus expenses. So I don't really care if you bring in $200 million, but you spend $300 million, then you're still losing money. So revenue doesn't matter.
I'm going to jump in here and point out a couple of things, and glad to be with all of you today. First of all is that obviously it's not nearly as simple as profit versus revenue, because you have, for instance, owners of WNBA teams who are having their assets grow exponentially. So whether the profit or loss comes in at X amount of money, that doesn't take into account the fact that teams that were worth $10 million 5 years ago are now worth $400 or $500 million as well. There's no shortage of investment that comes in. But there is a larger problem here, and that is centering men around these questions rather than... Oh, I let you speak. I'm going to go ahead and finish. Centering men around this instead of simply coming up with a basic answer to the question, what is an appropriate amount of the total revenue that players should receive from a league, whether it is a men's league, whether it is a women's league, and then figuring out profit versus revenue, what money goes into expenses, what money goes into investment in something that grows the league's bottom line for its owners. This is the gray area where things actually get determined. And so, no, the world is not nearly as black and white as profit versus revenue.
I mean, I think it's pretty black and white that if you're spending more than you're making, You can't really justify a pay increase. I think it's pretty simple.
If you are investing in something that's worth more over time, how is that not relevant to the overall revenue that's coming in? If you have purchased a house that continues to go up in value and you own the house, your ultimate bottom line, your assets are worth considerably more. How is that not a part of the equation?
Because
you're welcome to disagree, but pretty clearly a number of owners don't view it that way, which is why 3 different WNBA owners in expansion just paid $250 million a piece to do it. They didn't do that so they could go in and lose money.
I don't think you can really compare it when the NBA brings in $11 billion a year and we're losing $250 million. We're making less money. So
nobody actually said they're losing $250 million. That's a made-up number. But why are you comparing to the NBA at all? What I'm asking you is a different question. What is it about the WNBA that means that players shouldn't receive 50% of revenue if that's the percentage of revenue that NBA players and leagues across the world make?
Because they're unprofitable.
Okay, what do you say to that, Caitlin? Are they not profitable?
Catherine.
Sorry, Catherine. I apologize. I apologize, Catherine.
No, like, if I had an employee that wanted more money, I'd ask, "Are you making me more money?" And if you're losing $250 million a year, 50 million, 10 million, whatever number
Where is
you want to go
losing
with,
$250 million? That's a made-up number. Nobody has said that.
Yeah. The WNBA is not losing money. If anything, it's gaining more than it ever has. So that doesn't make sense.
Revenue has gone up considerably year after year after year. That's the open question, of course. We know that a majority, if we're going to stick into the reality-based part of this, we know the majority of WNBA teams earn money. We know the fact that the WNBA just signed a new media rights deal. For those at home who want to know how this really works, the media rights deals are the engine financially that drive profitability or loss with leagues for a long time. And through 2025, the WNBA media rights deal, which was signed 10 years ago, did not allow for that. But a new media rights deal that values the work that's being done on ESPN and other partners alone at $200 million rather than $33 million changes the numbers. When we look at attendance going up, the revenue changes significantly. And so you put all that together and ultimately, yes, the numbers are up considerably, but yes, it's a made-up number. I literally don't know where you got it from, but it has nothing to do with the moment. I think you may have confused profitability with expansion fees.
Okay, well,
yes,
we know that TV viewership.
The many ways that they are.
We know that TV viewership has gone up 30%. In the past year. Revenue for the WNBA has doubled since 2019. So Catherine, give us your interpretation of whether or not we are seeing a lack of interest in women's sport, or is it that it just doesn't seem that there's fairness in the profits?
I absolutely agree that while there's not yet fairness in the profit, we are absolutely seeing an uptick in the viewership of women's sports. And the most wonderful effect that Caitlin Clark has had is that it's not just been her presence in basketball. She has completely made people across the world pay attention to women in all sports. And so we're seeing, the wave of Caitlin in the most wonderful way. And people are finally tuning in and following that whatever sport they might be following, whether it's soccer or cycling or women's ice hockey, there is a Caitlin Clark in each sport that is making this incredible move forward for all of us. And we're thankful for what's happening within the WNBA. And one of the things that we've always done in women's sports, especially in the last 10 to 15 years, is to start speaking up about everything from equitable pay to equal opportunities, and that's one thing we can draw to light right now. As we know, the women's Tour de France, known as Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, is happening as we speak. And this is a race that has long been coming down the line for many of us who fought to bring it to to the airwaves and to the visibility, and not just that, but into existence. And the fact that that is now happening, and the cycling world is seeing a return of investment, not just in women's cycling, but in all cycling, because more people are tuning in, more people are able to finally say, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman who I'm watching race or participate in sports. All I want to do is see some great game being played, and that's finally what's happening. So when we talk about the return of investment and profits and losses, we have to look at a much bigger picture, and not just where this has come from, but where this is now and where it's going.
What do you make of that, Howard?
Yeah.
The idea that is it fair pay for the same amount of effort that they put in? Does this always need to be distilled down to profits, or are we talking just good old-fashioned gender exploitation? Howard, can you hear us? I think we may have an audio issue there with Howard, so let me put that to you, Pearl. What do you think?
Yeah,
Does it? What about the fair pay for the effort that they put in?
Women are very lucky in this society. We are so lucky to even have women's sports at all. I think we're incredibly lucky to be able to play sports even though we operate at a loss. And it's very frustrating when I hear women whining and crying about not getting paid enough. When I have family members that are in the military, I have family members that, do the hard jobs in society, and you guys are crying because you're not getting paid enough to dribble a basketball. Nobody watches women's sports. No one does. I played sports for 20 years.
That is totally insulting.
The reason people are tuning in for Caitlin Clark is because of the drama. So people kind of like to see the cat fights on the court. Nobody's tuning into the WNBA to watch a bunch of missed layups. And I played basketball for 20 years. Okay, I played overseas. But I have to be honest. All the people complaining about equal pay, they were never at my games ever. So they just like to complain and make money. You guys make money off of
possible there's some jealousy of where the league is now compared to where it was then, because people are not tuning in for the drama. They're tuning in for the ability to play basketball, which Caitlin demonstrates so beautifully that she is fully capable. She's a fantastic ball player. And so I'm
for a woman. Oh my gosh, I keep accidentally going out of this.
So to think that, she's pretty incredible. Yeah. Women are not whining. Fighting for equal pay is not whining, and the world is lucky that there gets to be professional sports league for men's or for women's. Either way, we're not. We're not just lucky. We create our own luck, and women's sports have developed.
There is a man.
Because of that.
There is a man in Alaska that dies so we can get crab meat. Every boat that goes out, it's like 3 months long. There's a guy that literally dies. Those are the work conditions they go in. And I never see them complain. I never see them whine. I have cousins that do hard manual labor construction where they're sacrificing their body to keep this society running. And you guys are crying because you're not getting paid enough to dribble a basketball? Screw you. That's how I feel.
Nobody's crying.
That's how I feel about it. You guys are lucky to have a league to begin with. You don't make money. So if you want to get paid more, increase the profits, not the revenue, which you guys didn't even know what the difference between the two was. And that's the challenge that I'm getting is you guys are crying and you have no idea how entitled and privileged you are.
Whether we're talking about revenue, whether we're talking about profits, we know that TV ratings are up for women's basketball 23% on last year. Attendance is up 13% in 2025. Ticket sales are up 26%. And league-wide merchandise is up 450%. So how can you say that no one's interested, Pearl?
Okay, it goes up, but the viewership is still way lower than the men's.
No one's saying it's not the same as the men, but why can't they get a percentage of their merchandise sales even? The women's basketball don't get a percentage of the sales of their merchandise the way that men do. Why should a basketball jersey be allowed to be sold with Caitlin Clark's name on it when she doesn't get any money from that?
I'll give you an example. I played volleyball. I played volleyball overseas. And to be honest, our gyms were pretty much empty. We had maybe like 10, 15. It was just the parents, maybe boyfriends that came. But we were pretty good. We made it to the Final Four. At those games, sure, we might have had our viewership go up 23%. But it's like, okay, you had 20 people at the games. That's the equivalent of the WNBA at a mass scale. Can you name 5 WNBA players?
But
5.
Just because people might not be turning up for some sports, if they're turning up and selling out stadiums for the WNBA, isn't that evidence that there is more? Really. It may be still a smaller amount, but more than there was in the past.
Well, how much does the stadium cost to rent? How much did the trainers cost? How much did the marketing cost? It doesn't matter if your cost exceeds how much you're making. And that's what's happening in the WNBA. Their costs are higher than the revenue they're bringing in. It doesn't matter if the revenue is going up if you're still losing money. And the challenge is, and we get this a lot with media people, is they've never been in charge of a lot of people. And I'm not saying you, but in general. So it's like, you have to get the money from somewhere to pay everybody that's working at these things. And what keeps happening is they keep saying, pay me more, pay me more. Well, make money. Make money like the men. You want equal pay? Make the same amount of money.
And yet we've got lots of... Go ahead, Catherine.
To say, yeah, I do have something to say about that, but I first think it's very important that we bring in the most recent statistic, which is... just recently, within the past 24 hours, Caitlin Clark's rookie card just sold for $660,000, which is 8.5 times her annual salary of $76,000. So this is the most money ever made at a public auction for a woman athlete. So despite the league pulling in, and not only that, but, the Women's League is pulling in more viewership than ever. And this is so very important to keep current with what's really happened. And what's really happening right now, because I know in the past the viewership wasn't there for so many women's sports, but we are changing that. That's what's going on right now. It's happening across the globe, especially with the different streaming visibility platforms we have.
Still no profit.
We have got Howard back. Welcome back, Howard. We had a technical glitch and we lost you there. Yes. It's good to have you back. We're going to move on to our next segment of the show. We've been talking about fair pay. Let's talk about media attention, because there is no doubt, while it may have been from a smaller number than the men, audience figures and audience numbers for women's sport is increasing. But yes, it still lags behind the numbers that the male leagues capture. For example, if we turn our attentions away maybe from basketball to women's football, an estimated 3.4 million people attended the men's FIFA World Cup in 2022, while the women's tournament in 2023 drew a crowd of a bit less than 2 million. So there is still a disparity in the number of people who are willing to pay money and turn up for women's games. So Howard, you're a sports commentator. Why do women's sporting events, sporting tournaments attract less attention, be that on television or be it in person?
Well, look, I reject the premise of the question. You can go back to a large number of examples where women's sports has received equal amount of investment and promotion and see that the opposite is true. Here in the United States, more than 26 million people watched the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup, which is the largest audience for a soccer game in this country, men's or women's. You can go to the 2024 National Championship games for college basketball, and the women's college basketball tournament with Caitlin Clark as a star drew 18.9 million. The men's drew 14.7 million. But a thing that so commonly happens here is there is a confusion of inputs and outcomes, and inputs are provided in an uneven way. It leads to outcomes that are uneven, which are used to justify the next input. And again, we see that happen in women's sports.
Pearl, do you disagree with that sentiment or agree? Is it not the same investment? Is it worthy of the same investment?
Women aren't as entertaining as men. So when women start getting as entertaining as men, you'll see the viewership be close to the same, and you'll see more investment.
Yeah, we already do, actually. In fact, we see them often exceed when there's even a rough equivalent of attention provided at the front end between men and women. But, I mean, your personal opinion, of course, has no bearing on the actual numbers as they exist.
Catherine, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with Howard on this 100%. And I think it's also important that we talk about the visibility aspect. And we are still in a time frame where when it comes to broadcasting women's sports on network TV, women are given the back seat. We are not always put in prime time.
Oh
Luckily,
my God,
that's changing a bit. But when excuse me, I'm still speaking. But when we have women...
Just let Catherine finish, Pearl, and then I'll come to you for a response.
Come on. Yeah.
When women are given an equal seat at the table of decision-making as to when and where we're seen, we will see a dynamic turn in visibility for the better. And most of that is happening because people are sticking to tradition. The men are getting prime spots, you know, frequently more often than women are when we talk about prime time. When that changes, you will see that dynamic shift, and it will change everything. It'll change profits. It'll change everything. But the good news is that is finally starting to happen. We're not just being 100%. Broadcast at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning like we were in the past. It's finally inching its way up the visibility, but we still need to make dramatic change happen there.
And the flip side about it, and something that's so encouraging, is as we see it happen more and more, those are driving further decisions. Quite frankly, that's what we saw with Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark happened to be a freshman the year that ESPN started broadcasting every single NCAA women's tournament game. The first time they finally decided to put a game on network television, ABC here in the United States of America, it drew 1.6 million people, helped drive decisions that led to more and more visibility, that led to more and more people seeing it. This is a very simple thing.
Yeah, people
cannot follow a sport
because of the drama associated. It's not because she's that
good. Really like interrupting everybody.
Yeah.
People,
Pearl, what do you make
more
of
an opportunity to be able to see these sports happen? When they're able to see these sports happen, able to follow these sports, able to get more media coverage for these sports, what we see again and again is people are buying in at a same, if not larger number than oftentimes on the men's equivalent. But bottom line is a huge growth we're seeing throughout women's sports where they get these opportunities to show what they can do.
And Pearl, you were saying that women just aren't as entertaining, but what do you make to Howard's point that a hugely greater number of people tuned in to watch the women's football team play their matches in the US women's football team than any US male football team?
I mean, it may happen for a game, but across the length of a season, the viewership's always higher for the men. Always.
What about the argument that if you don't value it, if it's not prioritized, people can't see it? So if it's not prioritized on the screen, people can't value it.
You guys are in show business. There will be small YouTube channels, tiny YouTube channels, where if they have an entertaining clip or an entertaining segment, their whole life will change overnight. If women's sports was that entertaining that people would want to watch it, the clips would go viral and people would find a way to watch it, but it's not entertaining. And so what happens is whenever women take it out, I can tell you how
often the clips go viral.
Whenever women,
but that's why we're seeing the numbers.
Whenever women take an L in life, the world has to tell them they're not taking an L. And so what happens in women's sports is we're not making money, we're not really having the viewership the men are having, and it's an L, right? We're just not as entertaining. Instead of the world being honest with us and saying, hey, you guys should be more entertaining and do a better job instead of blaming the men, what it does is it says it's not your fault because you don't have a seat at the table, gender pay gap, blah, blah, blah. When really the burden of performance is on us to be entertaining and get the viewership.
Okay, Howard, is it about being entertaining or is it about being professional?
I mean, this is a false choice. Again, we've just been able to provide you a tremendous amount of data on audience, on attendance, on revenue, again and again. And ultimately, it's going to be up to your audience to decide, right? Do you believe the massive increase in audience? Do you the attendance? Do you see the increase in revenue? Or do you just decide, well, Pearl said they're not entertaining, so I guess we got to listen to one random person? I'm going to go with the preponderance of the evidence
real
personally.
Life and actually come up with a conclusion. What happens is you guys are nerds, right? So a lot of nerds, what they want to do.
Okay, we don't need to resort to name calling, so let's keep the name calling out of it. But Catherine, let me ask you this, Catherine, to get a. Just a moment, Pearl. Just a moment. Thanks, Pearl, and we'll throw a question to Catherine.
Don't believe what's in your real life.
Okay, Catherine, I'm curious about your opinions on this. Pearl, Pearl,
know what the WNBA is.
Thanks, Pearl. Just a moment, thanks, and we'll come back to you for a response. Catherine, in 2024, we had a wide-reaching media study that found 15% of sports coverage highlighted women's sport. If it was profitable, if it was something that broadcasters were going to see a bottom line and a ratings boost from, wouldn't they increase that percentage and show more? Is that evidence that they're not investing in it either? Maybe because the bottom line isn't there for them.
I agree, you know, and I'm saying this as a very proud nerd because I do relate nerdism with people who are educated on the subject they're speaking about. So I will put my nerdism forth and say that absolutely, I totally
you want us to believe data over
Just a moment, Pearl. We'll let Catherine speak and then we'll bring it over to you.
And you know, I definitely think that when we talk about the visibility element, and if we're saying, well, women's sports are not as visible, they're only at 15%, this or that. It's really because we have to keep going back to the factor of when the women are seen, then the visibility and the audience will grow. It can't happen any other way. I can actually give a great example of this. And again, I'm going to go back to the cycling world, but it really transpires to a bigger picture here. But 11 years ago, we made a documentary film on women's cycling. And believe it or not, back then I was working for ESPN and they turned down this idea of making a film on women's cycling, citing, oh, but nobody watches women's cycling. And I said, well, they don't watch it because there's no way to see it. And then I stepped away and I made this documentary independently. And when we crowdsourced to make this film happen, it turned out that 16 different countries around the world were part of our donor pool. And it was an equal split between men and women who donated to make this film happen. And the donors were cycling fans. These were people that just wanted to know more and see more women's racing. So long story short, what happened from that was that Half the Road, the film that came out in 2014, that people thought, oh, no one is going to watch. It went on to be screened in 180 countries, and we won a whole bunch of film festivals, all because people wanted to see something that they had not yet had the opportunity to see. And that was women on the screen doing a sport that they loved. So if we take this logic and apply it to every women's sport, all we need is the visibility, and the fans will fully support those who already exist, and then it'll draw in the new fans who don't even know a sport exists yet, and then they become a lifelong fan, and then the entire sport, both men's and women's side, will rise. We've been able to see that happen in women's cycling, and that's, again, just one sport. We're seeing it happen in the WNBA, and I think we need to also bring it back to what Billie Jean King did for tennis. No one was watching women's tennis before Billie Jean King because nobody knew it existed. And she, a player within the realms of tennis at the time, made that change happen. And we in women's cycling stood up to make that change happen years ago. And now women in basketball who are playing currently are the change makers, just as women's soccer did a few years ago. And that's truly what it takes. It takes people within the organization to stand up and fight for what's right. And there is nothing but, you know, a happy story to be had when women are finally seen equally across all visibility platforms.
Okay, can I go now? Can I go?
Please.
So what happens is in media, I'm going to finish the nerd point, it's not really meant to be an insult. Sorry if it comes off that way. But my point is, what happens in media is a lot of people make money off of being victims, right? So she's going to make money off of her documentary film saying, boo-hoo, we're not getting enough. I'm held back because I'm a woman, blah, blah, blah. And I'm right. Here's my data. And what I'm telling the people is, don't believe me. Don't believe the people on the panel, because studies can be funded by anyone. They can manipulate numbers to not show you what's really going on. But go into your real life and ask people, do you watch the WNBA? Name 5 WNBA players. And what you're going to find, because I've played sports for 20 years, I played overseas, I played in college, is we just don't have the attendance that the men do. And it's very profitable. It's very profitable to be a victim. And so what they're going to do is say that it's so hard to be a woman's sports or play in women's sports. And really, there's men out there that do real hard jobs, right? They're the ones paving the roads. They're the ones doing manual labors, and they don't get any airtime. We get the airtime. That's how much of a privileged class we are as women, is we get the airtime for not making enough money for dribbling a basketball in an unprofitable league. But there are men that die to build the infrastructure that allows them to play basketball, right? Allows them to get the food that we get, and they don't get any airtime. The other thing that she said was
all right,
that,
just give us one moment on that point, Pearl. Let me put that over to Catherine and Howard for a response.
First of all, I don't know where to begin. The nonsense idea that as long as you ignore all the facts and all the data, because anything can be manipulated, we just need to focus on what one person, Pearl, seems to think is reality, somebody who has argued publicly that women shouldn't even have the right to vote. I mean, it just sort of blows my mind. Catherine, obviously you are to be credited for what you were able to do, which is to put forward a compelling story that ultimately found its audience and then some. And this goes back to the larger basic point here, which is that no one is arguing that there should be some sort of privileged class involved here. It should simply be that if we create a circumstance by which men's sports and women's sports have a parity of investment, then what happens after that is a true reflection of the marketplace. When we have a marketplace in which decisions are made based on retrograde ideas about women's sports that ignore the huge audiences we see for women's sports when they get equal opportunity, well, then, of course, by definition, the outcomes are going to be disproportionately geared toward the men. And so, yeah, I'm a little suspect, and happily would be taking on the nerd idea that we're going to accept data and basic understanding of the world as it operates over just a random retrograde person who seems to shout the loudest, angriest opinions. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the facts,
I don't tell
Catherine.
them to listen to me. I say listen to what you see in real life.
Okay,
so
well, then we have a rare point of agreement, because the huge audiences we are seeing for the WNBA, for instance, are reality, and your random statements about it, and no matter how many times you say it, it's not true, that people aren't watching, are not borne out by reality. But what do I have to go by other than the ratings that we see on TV and the fact that I keep covering games that are sold out time after time? I assume those people are made up in your addled.
Is it profitable? Yes or no?
Okay, Catherine, I'm going to give you a right of reply with regard to Pearl's comments about your documentary, and then we'll continue on to our final segment.
Right. Well, I got to start with a laugh on this. Nobody makes a documentary film to make money. We make it because we truly love the subject that we're making about. And the last thing it was boo-hoo, but actually very much a celebratory film. So if you want to check out Half the Road and you know, make a judgment for yourself, please do, either way. But honestly, I have to say, Pearl, I'm a little bit shocked by some of your thoughts, but I'm also thankful for this view that you're bringing to us, because it shows us how much harder we need to fight for equity. And I really think it's important that we have this view that not all of us are on the same page when it comes to progress. And sometimes that can hold development back. And, you know, while I'm always hopeful that all women are on the wavelength of lifting one another up and celebrating the movement of women's sports, I know that there are times where that is not always the case. I feel like that's where we might be right now. With our different views.
It's profitable. I'll celebrate it. There's equal results. When you're profitable, you get the same, better viewership than the men. When we bring in when women's basketball brings in billions of dollars like the men do.
Well, we may see that one day, actually.
We just want a handout.
We will see that. We will see the day when women's sports are bringing in billions of dollars. And the only reason we're not right now is because of equal viewership capabilities. The rest is going to fall into place because of those of us who are pushing for it.
Better start making
in the meantime,
and the growth, by the way, just to point out, the growth is undeniable. The thing that we do know definitively is that the numbers are going up both in terms of money and in terms of audience. And so we're continuing to see it going in that direction. And it's very weird that the men are somehow centered pearl in your mind no matter what, instead of, oh, look, women's sports in and of itself, instead of trying to find a way to denigrate it by comparing it to something that has had worlds of more investment and has been around for much longer, women's sports continues to grow. Why is that not a celebratory moment for you as we see investment come to go along with it?
Actually,
I'll tell you, great question. So it's because it really irritates me that women always want special treatment for everything. They want handouts, and
you're not answering the question, Pearl. Not about special treatment.
Okay, Pearl, if you just answer Howard's question directly, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, why don't you answer the actual question instead of making it about yourself?
Pearl operated at a loss for 50 years. And it wouldn't exist. But the women can.
But Howard's question was, why shouldn't their success be celebrated for what they've achieved now?
Because it's not real success, it's subsidized. If it was real success, it would be profitable. I wouldn't have, and the problem
Well, I guess success is subjective.
Yes.
But look, we've been talking about looking to the future. So let me move on to our final segment, because you've all raised kind of points about how this is possibly going to change as we move forward, hopefully for more success stories. But how do we get there? Because the simple fact is that women's sports, the WNBA pay fight, has generated so much attention, perhaps because it is a sign that times are changing. It's hit people's radars. It's being discussed. It's being commented on more widely. But how do you put those words into action? And how do you assess the difficulties women face to become professional athletes? And to Howard's point, how do you celebrate the successes they've achieved and be able to build on that? Catherine, let me ask you first, because you have a history working with women in this capacity. Women have entered the workforce in all fields on lower pay than men. In sports specifically, their leagues haven't been around as long as the men's leagues. What other kind of barriers are they facing? And is there the same energy put into helping them overcome those barriers as there has been energy in other forms of gender inequality in the past?
Yeah, it's a great question, because we've seen a lot of this happen throughout women's sports, where something like a low salary means that a woman is going to, a low salary in sport means a woman will also have to carry multiple part-time jobs just to make ends meet on top of her professional career in sport. We've definitely seen that happen in cycling. And so one of the things that is happening and also needs to keep happening is pushing for a base salary that is a livable wage, and that is on par with the salary that's happening on the men's side of the sport. And of course, as you can probably imagine, I'm going to equate that to cycling, where for many, many years, the women were not deemed to have deserved a base salary. That's straight from the mouth of the UCI president just 10 years ago. And what was happening was that women who made it to the world tour level, which is the highest level in cycling, were on a pittance of a stipend, that was not set to a decree of any sort of level. So some athletes were making less than $10,000 trying to race professionally and really having to carry jobs on top of that. So we did lobby for a women's base salary, which finally, not until 2020, went through. And the women at the world tour level now have a base salary of 35,000 euro. That's not a lot of money. We are trying very hard to push it up to 50 and then 100, et cetera, to take steps up. But the fact of the matter is that we still have to push so hard just to have equal footing for the same amount of work that the men are doing and the same amount of races that the men are doing. And I think that's very important that we understand no women in professional sports are asking for a handout. They are asking for equal wage compared to the equal hours and the equal races and or games that they are playing. And so these are the things that often have to be...
Just let Catherine finish, Pearl.
Yeah.
Pearl, let Catherine finish, please.
Thank you. These are often areas that have to be exposed where people who are listening to this think, oh, wait, they don't make this, they don't make that, or they don't understand. And then what happens is the women, really are just kind of, part of tradition where because it's always been this way that women were only paid that's how it continues until disruption occurs, benevolent disruption, like we are seeing in the WNBA right now with those wonderful shirts that say, pay us what you owe us. And now the media clings to this and has a story to write about it. But we didn't know that unless we heard from inside the sport what was really happening. So these are the things that will still have to happen in all of women's sports until we're at a platform where we can negotiate for equity. And so, yeah, that's a long answer to your question, and I think it's only half of the answer, but I'll pause there.
Pearl, the fact that we are seeing change, the fact that there is this agitation, as we've seen in all other areas where this agitation has happened in the past, is it not inevitably heading in the same direction? You might not think it's the right direction, but surely women's sport is just going to continue to grow.
I think it'll grow, but still losing money. So it'll just keep losing money every single year. I have no problem with equality when you have equal outcomes. But again, what women want is they don't want to do the work that men did. They don't want the outcomes that men have. They want to complain about, are you going to berate her for interrupting me, or is this just one-sided?
Well,
so
keep going.
My next question is, do you know how much loggers make in the United States? A logger makes $43,000 a year. So that you guys have the chair, like the wood in the background, the chairs that you're sitting on. We live this such a privileged life as women. Crab fishermen, again, somebody died.
But just to bring you back to the topic at hand, Pearl, just because we're focusing on sport, we're almost out of time. I just want to know.
So my point is, there's no airtime for that. It's all cry me a river, even though we're not profitable. Pay me more money.
I think I'm not sure what evidence you have that women don't want to put in the work. Where do you get that statement from?
She doesn't. And just to point out, this is a woman who has advocated publicly that women shouldn't have the right to vote.
I'm like 3-on-1 here.
Online. So just...
Okay, Howard, go ahead.
Just you can kind of take all of that with a grain of salt. This is a person who lives for clearly attention over actual facts. But again, I just want to reiterate and thank Catherine for what she's been able to do. And it goes back to that when you actually look at the proper investment input that goes into women's sports, just to your actual question and not a random thing about loggers, that we've seen that progress. The progress continues to grow. Pearl obviously has made a brand around pretending these things aren't happening, but I'm excited and encouraged by the fact that this movement is so enormous that she hasn't been able to really break through. And
okay,
I do feel very badly for her because I doubt she ever will.
We are out of time. I wish that we could continue for a little bit longer because it's obviously it's a hot button issue. Everyone has a lot to say about it, but we are out of time. So we are unfortunately going to have to leave it there. But I really do appreciate all of your contributions. Thank you so much to our panel joining us on Counterpoints to discuss this. We have Catherine Bertrine, the CEO of the Homestretch Foundation, which provides free housing for female professional athletes struggling with the gender pay gap. Howard Megdal joining us, a sports writer and author of the upcoming book, Becoming Caitlin Clark, on that record-breaking WNBA player. And rounding out our panel, Pearl Davis, thank you for being with us, an American YouTuber and cultural commentator. Thanks, everyone, for your contribution to Counterpoints. And thank you to everyone for joining us at home on this episode of Counterpoints. To watch all our latest debates and interviews, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. Thanks for your viewership.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Doha, the regional travel hub that connects cities all over Asia and Africa. Rich and extravagant, there are matchless things to do and experience here. For a cultural feat, there's a Museum of Islamic Art. Here you will find the world's finest collection of Persian rugs, Turkish mosaic, and Damascene wood carvings. Walk through the grand halls and courtyards and you'll appreciate the Cubism architect of the Muslim minaret. Doha is also the place where you can see an Arabian oryx, or mahas in Arabic. They have two long horns, and their profile is very much likened to unicorns. They are also Qatar's national symbol. Also visit one of the souks around the city. You can sip coffee and just relax. Usually, the outside cafes are the best. Order a Turkish coffee medium sweet and have some apple-scented tobacco. Who knows, you may chance buy a passing parade. The souk is also where you can buy jewelry. Amid the 1960s style buildings are merchants of gold, freshwater pearls, and more. You can also have your jewelry custom made here, if what's on display doesn't suit your taste. Of course, you can take advantage of the Indian tailors as well. Have a made-to-measure linen suit for a good price, or even an Egyptian cotton shirt. Come by the air-conditioned malls. In this city, temperatures may soar to humidity levels reaching about 85%, making it too hot even to swim in the water. The malls will come in handy. There will be many things to do anyway. Catch a movie, ride a roller coaster, race a go-kart, or even glide down a canal in a gondola. If time permits, it's a must that you drive out of town and visit the desert. You'll witness mountains and slabs of sand that you can drive through with a huge vehicle. Or you can simply hang around and have a picnic. Waiting to see Doha at night would truly be worth it. The bursting colors from the city lights are absolutely delightful to see. The people at night are still full of bustling energy. So if you can't sleep at night in Doha, it's not a problem because the city's full of life. Tired of the land and want a little sea breeze? Come down to the Doha Corniche. You can also come down to the beaches and let the waves tickle your feet. Want to ride a boat? You can find them in the Corniche. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Pasadena. Discover Pasadena and its unique charm. There's definitely something about the city in San Gabriel Valley that makes it attractive. The city has just got enough to offer, whether you want a packed schedule trying everything or just chill, relax, and enjoy the city. You can walk around the city and appreciate its traditional charm. Old Pasadena, also known as Old Town, is a classic downtown district popular in South California. You can go shopping along Colorado Boulevard. Shops, restaurants, and bars are lined in its turn-of-the-century brick buildings. Whether you're in for a drink or a heavy meal like pizza, you'll find a place to fit in. For a dose of the city's architectural history, there's the Pasadena City Hall. You'll be amazed at its overwhelmingly tall structure, with its series of arches and domes. It's great to view from a distance, but even better up close. Walk through the rose-filled courtyard and see the Renaissance-inspired details. Most popular are the John Bakewell and Arthur Brown's 1927 constructions. Now, get a glimpse into the city's culture and entertainment. The Pasadena Playhouse is definitely a tourist's favorite. It was built back in the 1920s, but revived in the 80s. It boasts of a 672-seat venue where new plays and musicals are staged. It also has a Spanish colonial courtyard dedicated to neighborhood events. Don't miss the action while in Pasadena. Its popular Rose Bowl Stadium has been the venue for many iconic entertainment events. For one, the stadium is home to the UCLA Bruins football team. Sports tournaments, auditions for reality TV shows, and concert tours of mainstream pop stars have been held here. For a nature trip, there's the Eaton Canyon Falls. It's one of the most popular spots as it is accessible and has easy-going trails. This is definitely for those looking for adventure. Or maybe you would prefer the more laid-back Brookside Park. It's got a scenic garden that locals love and attracts tourists too. The park is located with a stunning view of San Gabriel Mountains as backdrop. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
My first guest is former Congressman George Santos. He's just one day away from beginning an 87-month federal prison sentence for wire fraud and embezzlement. He joins us now to speak about how he's preparing for life behind bars and what might come next. So, George, thanks so much for your time. How I'd like to start this by asking, how are you prepared physically and mentally for your prison sentence?
How as good as one can prepare. I think that's the best way I can say this. The reality is one can never prepare for such an abrupt change in life. So definitely not the easiest task at hand.
And in terms of prison, have you any idea of what kind of prison you're going to? Is it going to be a low? Is it going to be a medium?
So the facility I'm going to has been redesignated as a camp, which is, I guess, the easiest you can go to. And I was made aware of that a week ago.
And are you glad by that fact?
I mean, I'm not glad to be going to prison, if I'm being completely honest, but it's a big upgrade from the medium designation that I had earlier received. So it's a step in a better direction, I guess, and of all the impossibly horrible things.
I seen you tweeted recently, "I'm not suicidal." What prompted you to make such a public statement like that?
Well, there's a very large track record of gay men only having a 40% survivability rate in federal custody due to the poor management of BOP keeping inmates safe. So I just wanted that to be very clear. And then there's also the political nature of that, which people that don't shut up, if for the lack of a better term, we tend to be silenced. So I wanted to draw a line for the American people and for the whole world, quite frankly, to know. And I'm glad that folks across the world are paying attention and they get to see this, because you just never know in the world we live in.
And how are your friends and family taking it at the moment? At your parents, at your siblings?
Oh, it's rough because I'm being incarcerated for something that no other member of Congress has been incarcerated for, which are FEC violations that were spun up and souped up by the Biden DOJ and Merrick Garland, designed to quite literally step on my neck. So it's frustrating. It's a mixture of angry, sad. It's just an entire disrupted family at this point. And I understand I put myself in this predicament, but I think there's no equal application of justice at the moment.
Are you remorseful?
That's an understatement, right? A lot of people keep saying, oh, he's not remorseful. Remorse, yes, I have tons of remorse. I'm remorseful I ever got involved in politics. I'm remorseful that I got involved and caught up with the wrong people. I'm remorseful for some of the insanely irresponsible decisions I made and actions I condoned. So yes, I'm terribly remorseful. Am I going to silence myself and not share my opinion? Absolutely not. So the two things can be true at the same time, but it seems that a remorseful person should essentially go away and be silent. And I disagree on that.
And say after the sentence, how do you view your life? I believe you're sentenced to 87 months. Of course, with good behavior, you should be out in 3.5 years or so. How do you see life after prison?
You know, that's a question I keep asking myself quite regularly. I'm having a hard time seeing past it. There's just a very dark sense that this is kind of the end of the road. But in a hypothetical here, and I'll indulge you, if there were to be, life after prison, I would say I look at it as an opportunity for growth. I want to engage, and I've already had tons of discussions around the subject. I want to engage in government transparency and really build a life and a legacy of exposing fraud, corruption, abuse inside of the federal government, specifically with elected officials, so the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life, if given the opportunity to do that, because I think it's become too partisan, the watchdog groups. I think it should be equally applied across the board, not in a partisan fashion.
In much the same way as in Catch Me If You Can, there was a con man that was very successful, was arrested and imprisoned, and afterwards actually worked for the FBI. So you're saying that you would like to have a similar career path once you're out?
I wouldn't. Believe it or not, I've never watched Catch Me If You Can. But that being said, I'm sure Leonardo DiCaprio did a great job there. But I will say that in a similar sense, I just want to focus on transparency. I believe the truth will set us free as a whole, as human beings. And I think that that's a great priority for me to make up for some of my poor choices in the past.
And are you going to write a book after prison? Is that something that you'd like to do?
If given the opportunity, I'd love to write a book. I have so many stories to tell. I have so many experiences to share. And I have really a guide and a manual mindset of do's and don'ts for aspiring young politicians. Hey, how not to go to prison but still run for Congress. How to make a difference while running for Congress and create a people-oriented campaign versus a generic establishment campaign that you see so many others engage in. So there's a lot of opportunities, trials and tribulations, personal life stories, experiences in Congresses, and how to run for office. I don't even know if I can just do it in one book.
Turning back to the prison sentence itself, how afraid are you of the potential consequences inside for your personal safety?
It's a great question, because it's something that I've taken very serious. We made a motion to the United States District Court Judge Joanna Seibert during sentencing that we would like protected custody, just for the fact that I'm a polarizing figure. I'm a former congressman who voted on hard-hitting bills, specifically bills who have landed some folks in the predicament of being my cellmates or, my fellow prison guard companions or whatever you call them. And that creates a severe, opportunity for reprisal. And it's something we've asked, but it's been denied. The system has been gung-ho on just really making it as difficult and uncomfortable for me. There's really no difference between the Merrick Garland DOJ and the Pamela Bondi DOJ at this point, to respects in my case. It's been rubber stamped from one DOJ to the other. Same prosecutor, same people, no difference.
Of course, I have to go back on you there, George, as well. Obviously, you did commit wire fraud. You did commit embezzlement. How about for the victims? What are your words for them?
You know, I've squared this away in my brain, and I've just put out there a sincere apology. I know there's a lot of sensational reporting around the amounts involved here from my campaign and the amounts of losses. I reckon, to say this, this entire prosecution stems from $55,000 of misuse of campaign funds, which is, I'm not saying common, but not atypical, specifically for first-time candidates. But then to add insult to injury, for 2 checks, too many, of $564 each of unemployment during the pandemic. So essentially, they built an entire case, forced me to give money back to the National Party. There's a victim, the National Republican Congressional Committee, who, to their own statement, says they were not victims of mine, that the money they spent on my campaign was essentially quite standard for a candidate who was polling like I was, $230-somewhat thousand. I'm forced to pay that back. So I know that the sensational nature of the entire case and the way it was reported in the media and the way the DOJ meticulously, presented it makes people believe that I fleeced people for hundreds of thousands of dollars, when in reality it was really campaign finance misuse. There's no instance of me taking a person's credit card and going shopping. That is also a falsehood that's been perpetrated as truth, and quite easily explained if the entirety of the case is to be read. But I do apologize for those supporters and those donors and everybody who I hurt, who I betrayed and felt betrayed by me. Not a day goes by that I do not regret my actions, regret my behavior, and that I sit at home and don't contemplate and ponder, what the hell have I done to me and to everyone else?
Yes, and you do admit, even though, as you said, it may have been at $56,000, or even if it was $500, it's still a crime. So you are remorseful.
Of course. Absolutely. Look, the best thing for a person to do is to self-reflect, look in the mirror, and understand you've done wrong. My entire issue, and I bring great issue, is the application of justice is just not equal. It's heavy-handed. Just easily look back in history, and you'll see that comparing what they alleged against me versus other people is similar statute and stature have not come close to a 7-year sentence.
Will you ask President Trump for a pardon?
I have already done that.
What was his response?
I don't think it made it to the president. Unfortunately, gatekeepers have blockaded for it ever getting to the president. And in large part because I did not spend time in D.C. making friends. Quite the contrary. I didn't care to make friends because I was there to serve the people. And it led to me rubbing a lot of people off the wrong way. And now they're, as they say, the chickens are coming home to roost. And they're taking advantage of my predicament to settle petty scores. And I never made it to the president. I got stonewalled by the gatekeepers.
And what did you write to him?
You know, I would be very, very inclined and keen to share with you guys the full pardon application so you guys are able to report on it. But it's essentially outlining the discrepancies in my case, the overly charged case, the overzealous political sentence, which in most cases would result in maybe a probationary sentence or, 18-month incarceratory sentence. But instead, they souped up and ignored Supreme Court rulings such as the Dubin decision to make a stretch on identity theft, which is quite laughable the way they go about it, and ignore precedent by the Supreme Court. But at the end, I just outlined the merits of the case. It doesn't come down to loyalty or politics. It really comes down to the merits of the case and the violations of the DOJ throughout the case.
So what day exactly are you going to prison?
That's Friday, tomorrow, Friday the 25th of July. I have to surrender by the 2 p.m. mark at the facility I've been designated to.
And I've heard you say online as well that 30% of your face is filler. Now, I know a lot of these aesthetic kind of medicine, if you will, it needs to be topped up. It needs to be kind of looked after and manicured. How do you think that's going to affect your face in 4 years when you come out of prison?
Let me put it this way. My aesthetics are the least of my worry. That's something so easily fixed within a day after being out. So I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about my mental health. We can fix the outside if it's broken. Modern medicine has afforded us that, but the inside, the spiritual, the mental, the psyche is what I'm most concerned about. I could care less about everything else.
George Santos, former congressman, thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The words spoken by the US president are among the most closely listened to in the world. One sentence or phrase can move international financial markets, force heads of state to rethink their policies, and certainly define what America is all about. So when President Donald Trump uses phrases such as the big beautiful bill, or says, in Japan they bow, I love it, the only thing I love about Japan, or quite famously describe nations in Africa as S-holes, the world is hearing a rather different rhetoric compared with speeches from past US presidents. My guest today was the speechwriter for Bill Clinton at the turn of the millennium, and can give me an inside track on what it takes to put the words into the president's mouth. But more importantly, as the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly, Paul Glastris has a very relevant perspective on how the Trump administration and its policies are having an impact domestically in the US and on the international stage. Paul, I'm really glad you could make some time for me. There's lots to talk about.
Delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, first, sir, I've got to ask you, the reputation, obviously, the name that you're given a lot of the time is the speechwriter for Bill Clinton, and we'll touch on that because that must have been a very interesting time. But so much is going on in the world right now, and as you're a Washington insider, I want to get your perspective on certain things. How do you regard the atmosphere right now in D.C. in terms of politics, the new administration, and so on?
we've never really seen anything like what's happening now. No president has wielded power over his party to the degree that Donald Trump does. You'd have to go back to maybe Lyndon Johnson, and even there. No president has broken the norms that President Trump has. No president has, it's pretty clear, broken the law in terms of the Constitution and been allowed to get away with it by his party in power and by the Supreme Court as Donald Trump. So it's really no precedent like it.
This is so funny because I really wanted to follow up on that particular thing. It seems to the outside world that Donald Trump has this kind of unbridled power. I mean, he's able to, he says it, he does it, or he says it and he doesn't do it. Either way, he seems to hold all the cards. I mean, is it really the case that he is that unchecked?
You know, he's not unchecked in the sense that the markets are bigger than the presidency, right? So when he tried to impose these tariffs a couple of months ago, the bond market disciplined him and he had to back off. He is not unchecked when it comes to international affairs. You know, the Prime Minister of Israel checked him by moving on Iran and more or less forcing his hand to do the bombing that he didn't want to do. Vladimir Putin certainly has checked his every move so far. So he's not without checks, just no check by his own party.
I'm going to get into some of those topics in a moment, but, you know, I want to get your perspective on what seems to be the Republican Party either being beaten into shape, perhaps beating themselves into shape. What is the reason? Is it simply because they're terrified of Donald Trump, or is it because they see him as the only person who can keep them on top?
I think it's a split, and it would depend on the Republican. There are in Washington, I'm not talking about the voters, there's a great base of fandom for Donald Trump out in the country. In Washington, much less so. They will mouth support, they will flatter him behind the scenes. They're terrified, they're fearful, they're ashamed, they're trying to figure out how to ride it out. There are those who are clinging to office in the vague hope that somehow they can keep the country off the worst future. Others actually agree with him on a number of items, even if they're horrified by others. So it's a mixed bag.
Do you think he has actually delivered for the Republican Party?
Well, if the party's number one goal was tax cuts for the wealthy, yes. And I think it's fair to say that was their number one goal, or at least extending the tax cuts that they had passed in his first term. I think he has delivered on long-held, hard right agenda items like eliminating U.S. aid to foreign countries. I don't think that's a huge Republican agenda item. And I think, again, Republicans here in Washington who know how the world works are secretly horrified, but it has been an item for them.
How do you regard what is often seen as his contradictory paths? He'll take one, then suddenly switch last minute with no warning to another one. It leaves everyone confused around him. The global tariffs, I guess, being one example.
So being capricious and being able to change one's mind on a dime and have the world react is part of the fun of power, right? It's the privilege of having so much power that whatever side of bed you get up in the morning, the world reacts. I think there's a certain intoxication with that. But also Donald Trump, though he has ideas that are fixed ideas that he's had for decades, is extraordinarily transactional. And I think everyone tries to psychoanalyze the guy, and I certainly have no better ability to do that than anybody. But I think he is primarily motivated by short-term victory, by hits that look good. You know, he'll ask aides all the time, how's it playing? And by that he means, how's it playing in the media? He wants to be seen as powerful, as successful, and so he jumps on things that look like they'll give him short-term hits.
But if it's ego-driven, as seems to be the case, as you're indicating, then it's not necessarily the best thing for the country.
No. I think it's terrible for the country. Again, though, he does have fixed ideas. He does have a North Star of sorts. His hatred of immigration goes back decades. His belief in the all-powerful, universal utility of tariffs goes back decades. These are things that he's not governing based on ego or his own transactional nature or putting money in his pocket. In many other ways, those things are key. But in issues like tariffs and immigration, that is Donald Trump's vision.
There's an irony, though. He's a property developer, which is so dependent on immigrants.
Yes. Look. I mean, none of it makes sense, right? None of it makes sense. He's attacking immigration, and red state farmers are totally dependent on immigrants. As are many other parts of our economy. Tariffs will, if he continues, undermine the economy, and is absolutely anathema to the big part of the base of his party. Certainly the old Republican Party. Gutting academic research spending might feel good in that it goes hardest against elite colleges and universities in blue states, but it's also hitting purple states. It's also hitting red states. It's terrible for the Republican Party. It's not good for his legacy. In many ways, he reacts and jumps on things that he's not really thought through.
It's interesting you said it wasn't about the money so much, because one of the comments that comes out a lot from analysts is, well, look, he's doubled his wealth, all these deals he's doing. He did a visit to the Gulf region, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, and to the UAE, and suddenly there are all developments going on there. His family's in tow. So it seems strange that you don't see what a lot of analysts seem to see as his motive.
Oh, I 100% think that on an array of issues, he is acting to pocket, to line his own pockets. I mean, there's no question about it. You mentioned, the flows of Saudi money and so forth. And you see it everywhere. You see it, the transactional nature of his antitrust policy, right? He threatens antitrust enforcement until someone provides him $25 million for his library, or, the whole crypto thing. He's made billions on crypto after saying, that he thought the whole industry was corrupt and crazy. So he's certainly in it for the money. All I'm saying is there are issues that he cares about and has cared about that aren't lining his pockets. They may be, bad for the country, but they come from a place of his conviction.
One thing that the Gulf has changed a lot. Saudi Arabia has progressed remarkably in the last few years under the Crown Prince. And it seems that they are easier partners for him now. Isn't that the case?
Yes. And, the administration, Donald Trump, has traditionally found sources of money outside the establishment, largely because the establishment would not do business with him. So he was unable for many years to fund any of his development deals from normal commercial banks in the United States. So he was able to get money from Russian sources. I think the Saudi sources in past years have been shunned by the establishment. That makes it more interesting to Donald Trump. And I think there has been a very profitable marriage there.
But also politically, because it looks like, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and so on, are doing peace with Israel, are making peace with Israel. And that, of course, is better stability for the region. And that also makes him look better.
No question, no question. And in his first term, his son-in-law orchestrated the Abraham Accords, which, you can debate how well they worked. And he is attempting some kind of peace settlement in Israel. Of course, he and Benjamin Netanyahu are discussing ethnically cleansing Gaza, which probably is not something the rest of the Arab world can get behind. But yes.
I'm curious, with Donald Trump saying he would end wars in a day, the main wars, of course, Russia, Ukraine, still at a complete impasse. Israel has pretty much flattened Gaza and has gone after Iran in a very aggressive way, and also now Syria, currently going on as well. What tolerance will the American people have for America, under this promise of looking after America, making America great again, still being embroiled in these conflicts outside? How much tolerance will people have, do you think?
His base has minimal tolerance for any of this. One of the reasons he's stuck with Ukraine in his policy is he sold himself as the person who's going to extricate the United States from that. But he can't, because despite his offers of a peace highly in Russia's favor, Vladimir Putin is continuing his aggression. The rest of the American public is not so restive about American power in the world. I don't think most Americans see us helping the Ukrainians defend themselves as deep embroilment. The question of Israel is a more complicated one, but Americans are, by and large, pro-Israel. So I think amongst his isolationist base, yes, the rest of the public, no.
Paul, how do you think the dynamic has changed between the USA and Israel, considering that there has been no ceasefire achieved? Israel continues its actions in Gaza and elsewhere, as I just mentioned, and is now being regarded more and more as a pariah by much of the international community. The word genocide keeps coming up. How do you think that has affected the dynamic between the USA and Israel?
Well, it's generational. If you're under 40 and not evangelical, your attitude in general, I'm speaking in general terms, toward Israel is much less warm than those of us of an older generation who knew an earlier Israel. I don't see any signs yet of a real breach between the United States and Israel. The current Israeli government is really testing that.
Is the U.S., as a result of its inactions in these instances, becoming more isolated, morally, if not economically, from the rest of the world?
Yes, 100%. And the rest of the world, which has never been as pro-Israel as the United States, made allowances for the United States policy on Israel at a time when the U.S. was supportive of its alliances. Now we are defying and degrading our alliances, so that accelerates the isolation.
Well, meanwhile, the domestic front is still quite interesting and confusing. If you were to describe in one word the big, beautiful bill, what would you say?
Well, it's a continuation of siphoning of money toward the very, very wealthy, not just the affluent, the very, very wealthy, at the expense of the working poor, with some bonus benefits thrown out there, like no taxes on tips, to make it palatable politically.
What would be the one word then?
Nonsense.
Okay, I'm just curious to see what you would say. Now, in terms of such descriptions, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and Donald Trump's sweeping rhetoric when it comes to the comments and speeches he makes, often analyzed, by the way, as outright lies by many international organizations. What do these say about the U.S. presidency's intellectual kind of status and position?
That's an interesting question. So if you look at presidential speeches over the decades, presidents have learned to speak in a more popular way. Complex syntax, large, fancy words have been wrung out of presidential rhetoric. Presidents have learned to speak in the vernacular. Donald Trump has taken that to an extreme of simplification and added to it a shameless level of open deception and lying. That's the big change. That was not typical of presidential rhetoric until Donald Trump.
I'm going to get more onto your career and influence as a speechwriter of US presidents in a moment. But it does make me wonder, if you had to put yourself in the shoes of the person who's responsible for making Donald Trump speeches, what would you imagine writing for him? I mean, assuming he even listens, because there's a feeling that it's all off the cuff and ad-libbed.
So if you watch his speeches, you can see pretty obviously the parts that are written for him and the parts he ad-libs. He'll often read a sentence and then stop and say, that is so true, right? Which is a tip-off that he hasn't read the speech until that moment. So he's commenting on the speech that his speechwriters have given him. And then, and this is not untypical of presidents, then he goes off on his own. And he could leave the speech for minutes, 10 minutes, an hour sometimes. One of the distinctive things that's with Trump is his speeches have become less and less like other presidents who had different speaking styles, if you will, for different occasions and different audiences. Right. With Donald Trump, it's become more and more every speech is a rally speech. So he speaks to European leaders or at the State of the Union with the same aggressive and freewheeling and dishonest rhetoric that he would do just, at a open air speech to his base.
And it seems that a lot of his comments are about himself. And
oh, yes.
Is that quite common with presidents?
No. Presidents are, of course, they have great egos, but most successful presidents learn to make speeches about the audience, not about themselves.
I was going to go back to the Trump administration's policies and the funding cuts in many areas, such as overseas aid, and now education is being targeted. It's lost thousands of jobs, American jobs, in those very important areas. How sustainable is that going to be? Not just the impact of the unemployment, but how the country will operate. When it comes down to that, on a global scale, for example, now with the planned funding cuts in overseas aid, HIV/AIDS would rise up, and of course would have an impact on the USA as well. Looks like that might be scaled back to continue the aid. But what sort of impact is it going to have on the way the world works when you have cuts that are having such a broad impact?
I think it's completely unpredictable. What I can say with some confidence is it is not going to end well, and that it will be at some point reversed. Here's the reason I say that. When you look at the history of presidencies, the recent history of presidencies, poor policy choices, poor budgeting choices, poor management, eventually in ways that nobody could have predicted, lead to disasters. Think George W. Bush and Katrina, right?
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Think Barack Obama and the website for Obamacare, which was a tiny blip of a problem, but, haunted the presidency, his presidency. We are going to see these kinds of, we're already seeing it. You're already seeing examples of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, unable to answer the phone when bad weather shows up. And the reporters are all over it, saying this is the result of budget cuts. Whether it is or not, in this case it was, we're going to see disaster after disaster, and the public will turn. The public doesn't like these budget cuts as it is. The question is, will it change elections in the future? And it all depends on the scale of the disaster.
Was DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, a good idea in the first place?
Terrible idea, horrible idea.
Why, though? Because people say the government is inefficient.
Well, the government is inefficient. Corporations are inefficient. The government is inefficient for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with firing your best senior employees. The government is inefficient in part because it over-relies on expensive contractors who have monopoly contracts and charge a lot more. There's a lot that can be improved by government. What Trump smartly did that the Democrats did not do is promise reform. Gallup polling has been consistent for decades. The average American thinks Washington wastes 50 cents on its dollar, on its tax dollar. And they're, that's an exaggeration, but it's not totally wrong. Trump played on that, and I'm sure won votes on it and got support on it. He utterly mismanaged the reforms themselves. He did more harm than good.
What impact do you think Elon Musk had in shaping this second Trump presidency, particularly in the eyes of young people? Then, of course, he fell out with him, so of course that has an impact too. How did you regard what was going on there?
Well, he handed a tech oligarch the keys to the federal government, all its data, and let him run rampant through it. And it was more or less a disaster from beginning to end, to the point that Trump had to distance himself and get rid of him. So in no way was it a positive. I'm sure like someday we'll look back and something that the Doge did under Elon Musk, somebody will build something good from, but it's pretty hard to see right now.
I did hear you say in interviews that one of your concerns was that basically Elon Musk was using young kids with no real experience,
right,
to judge everything.
So it's the reason generals send 18-year-olds to the front is because they're looking for adventure and they don't know their own self-interest, right? Anybody, with wisdom and a few years under their belt would know that the things that they were being asked to do were illegal and will haunt them the rest of their lives. So they sent interns. It was really quite horrible.
So what was the biggest problem with Doge? What's gone wrong the most? Is it simply that it's targeting the wrong areas?
Yes. The problem with the federal government is not that we have too many federal employees sitting around doing nothing. The problem with the federal government is we don't have enough federal employees with enough authority, and they're many of them, the best of them in the key sectors, overwhelmed. And they're reliant on outside contractors, outside forces. They don't have the tools they need. They're often burdened by procedures that they didn't create that get in their way, that are the accretion of reforms and legislation from years ago. There's very good ways to unknot the bureaucracy, strengthen the bureaucracy, bring in better and more talent, and have a more efficient government. That is not what they did.
Well, the fallout with Elon Musk was quite severe and very public, of course. When you saw Elon Musk tweeting and Xing, or whatever it's called now, about the need for a third party, and in his case, naming it the America Party, what went through your head?
Well, the Washington Monthly's chief political writer, Bill Scher, wrote a quite smart post about this. Musk could succeed. As unlikely as it is to build a sustainable third party, Musk is a little bit like Ross Perot. He's got the money, he could have the issues, and he could make life very difficult for both parties.
Isn't there a need for a third party?
I don't think so. I think there's a need for the Democratic Party to figure out how to win back the voters that it's lost and keep the voters that it has, and really govern in a sustainable way for a while.
I'll get back to that in a second, but isn't one of the biggest problems in most countries that if they're a two-party political system, that it becomes a kind of us against them, and it's usually just countering each other's policies, irrespective of whether they're good or not, or bad or not, and it's simply the public get left out as they fight amongst themselves.
And look, we don't have a parliamentary system in the United States. If you have a parliamentary system, multiple parties can work. It can be just as dysfunctional as a presidential two-party system too. There's good and bad in both, but I just don't think there's any example in U.S. history of viable third parties that don't lead to one party going out of business. We've just been a two-party nation since our founding.
After standing, apparently solidly behind President Trump, are you seeing signs of the Republican Party starting to push back? Is there a sense of unraveling going on there?
No, I don't think so. I think there is always going to be deep grumbling. As I said, the Washington, D.C. part of the party feels very, very constrained and humiliated by President Trump, but they fear breaking from him far more than anything else.
So, Paul, what do you think it would take for a major backlash by the Republicans against?
I think support for Donald Trump has to plummet among Republican voters, and I don't think that's going to happen. And support also among independent voters, and I don't think that's going to happen unless and until they feel it in their lives, and that is economically, that is from these federal mismanagement disasters, the kinds of things that have tanked previous, presidents like George W. Bush, who once was a god to the conservative base of the party and left in humiliation.
So what degree is that potential problem on the horizon with the midterm elections?
We'll see. There's all this debate about why we haven't seen in the inflation numbers and in the economy the effects of the tariffs. We could talk about why that is. Will any of that really take shape before the midterms? We don't know. But if it does, it should have an effect.
Is there any likelihood that President Trump might achieve what he sometimes states as his goal of staying on longer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, anything can happen. We might not have a democracy in 2028. I think that is still a gleam in the eye of many in the administration. But America has a lot of redundancies, a lot of resiliency. Donald Trump's polling numbers are pretty bad right now. They've been falling since his inauguration, and they don't show much signs of abating. They've leveled off here and there, then they fall some more. If this keeps happening, he's going to have a very bad midterm.
In spite of his first presidency, having its own quirks, people still voted him back in. How do you regard the difference between those two terms?
Well, his first term, he rode the coattails of the Obama-Biden boom, let's be honest, goosed it a bit with his tax cuts, then hit his first really stormy period, and that was COVID, mismanaged it horribly, and lost because of that. There's a great parlor game, what led the Democrats to lose in 2024. First, they didn't lose by much. It was very close. You can't underestimate the power of the voters not liking Joe Biden's age and the really severe pain that working class people felt with inflation. If you're working class, when you look at the numbers, even though median wages increased more than inflation for 2 of those 4 years, if you're in the lower end of that spectrum, the inflation hurt you much more than the wage gains helped you. And people were miserable. The working class has been suffering for decades in this country. They're barely making it. And unfortunately, the Democrats ran into high inflation and paid a price.
I'm always surprised how little is known about the poverty levels in the USA. Outside, everyone sees it as gold-paved as a country, but COVID didn't help either.
No, COVID was a miserable experience for the vast majority of the country. The more you couldn't work at home and didn't have savings, the tougher it was. There were a lot of programs that cushioned it. Once the programs that cushioned it began to fade, that's when people really suffered. And that also coincides with the 2024 elections.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. walk the city streets and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Milan. While Milan isn't much the first choice when visiting Italy, it is still worth the tour. A city of business and banking, shopping and fashion, you'll definitely fall in love with Milan. The commercial center of Italy, after all, is known for its stylish catwalk and famous shops. Plus, it's got a list of hidden wonders for you to discover. First, experience a breathtaking view of the city from the Duomo roof. The famous Duomo, after all, is the center of all tourist activity in Milan. Take the elevator up and walk around the cathedral's roof to see the magnificent city from above. While the city is usually smoggy, obscuring your view, it's still worth the experience. Of course, the interiors of Duomo is already impressive to begin with. Next is a visit to the Santa Maria delle Grazie Church. This is where you will find the famous Last Supper that many households have replicas of. You certainly shouldn't miss this chance to see a Da Vinci masterpiece up close. Getting tickets to view it may be difficult, but with good planning, it is still possible. Then, of course, there are the beautiful parks around the city. Milan is definitely a bustling city, but there are places to take a break from all of the busyness. There are a couple of good-sized parks around the city that'll be convenient for you to escape in for a while. Milan is also definitely a city for culinary treats. One of the popular must-tries are the panzerotto, or the Milanese fast food. It is a sweet and spongy piece of flatbread with mozzarella and tomato sauce. Of course, there are many other specialties to try aside from this. Next are the wondrous canals in the Navigli. Yes, there are canals in Milan, and one of them was designed by Da Vinci. The Navigli district has 2 canals, and you can take boat tours in it. It's also considered a haven for artists these days, and you may also come across small art galleries and charming restaurants nearby. It's also the place to be after dark, as the Navigli is known for its hip and happening nightlife. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise, then
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's the Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Barcelona. Oh, Barcelona, there's nothing like this city. This sun-drenched place in Spain is teeming with attractions and activity you will surely want to take part in. What to do? First, find the food. Along Las Ramblas, you'll see rows of bars and traditional Catalan restaurants. The famous Plaça Real also has the best nightclubs in the city. Live bands, indie rock music, and the like keep the scene alive. You can also chance upon hip-hop and dance classics if that's what you prefer. Walk further into Barcelona's older streets. Quirky little cafes, tapas bars, and boutique shops line the old windy streets. It's great for strolling around in the afternoon or early evening. El Gótico and El Born are some of the popular ones known for its rustic charm. You'll also be amazed at the graffiti art that decorate these streets. The beaches in Barcelona are amazing as well. There's a certain type of beach for everyone, depending on the kind of vibe you're looking for. Barceloneta is the most popular one. However, it is overcrowded, but the perfect place if you want to be part of all the action. Beach bars will blare loud reggae music, definitely enough to get you excited. Then there's a vermouth ritual, which you should definitely try. The tradition is simple. You just meet up with your friends and family before lunch and have a couple of vermouths and the little tapas. Of course, there are the famous tapas. Do as the locals and eat tapas by hopping from bar to bar. Sip on a drink as you sample the different tapas along the way. The goal is to visit as many as possible and try as much tapas as you can. Barcelona also boasts its craft beer scene. We all know how beer flows like water in Spain, but just imagine craft beer. Local Catalan brewers set up shop on a weekly basis, and there are just tons to try. After all the food and good times, don't forget the historical spots. There's the famous Gothic church called Gaudi's Sagrada Familia. Most notable are its dramatic spires, which will definitely inspire your creative side. The architecture is amazing, and it feels like a different universe. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Tsunami fears remain across the Pacific after a Russian earthquake as waves hit the west coast of the United States. The Trump administration asked two judges to release the testimonies of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell as pressure mounts on the US president. And family and fans of Ozzy Osbourne line the streets of Birmingham as his coffin passes through the city centre for a final farewell. Now, one of the most powerful earthquakes ever recorded struck Russia's Far East earlier today, sending tsunami waves across the Pacific. Nearly 2 million people were urged to evacuate coastal parts of Japan, while people in Hawaii were told to get to high ground. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and Michael Jabri Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Great to have you both on the show with me. So, Jono, let's start with you. This is one of the strongest earthquakes in modern history. Tell us more.
So huge, 8.8, which when we look back at some of the ones we've had historically, we had a 9.0 in 2011, and it's been 14 years since we've had something of this magnitude. So indeed, as you correctly said, one of the strongest in history. 2004 as well, the Indian quake that happened, that's at 9.1 to 9.3, and we've heard through the day today, this initially was an 8.5 that got upgraded to an 8.7 and finally an 8.8, but every time it goes up by 0.1 on the Richter scale, that in fact makes it 10 times more powerful than it would have been previously. So a full number is 10 times more powerful of a quake. So this is indeed a quake that was expected to cause carnage. And I certainly took a step back this morning and thought this could be huge when it first hit the headlines. And then to see the follow-up announcements that were made for Japan, for Hawaii, for these evacuations to take place across all the west coast, the east coast of the United States as well, I thought that this was going to be catastrophic. So I will say that I think there was a sigh of relief when we hit 10 a.m. in Hawaiian time this morning, and we discovered that although the waves had hit, everyone had got to higher ground, and I think everyone breathed a sigh of relief that we didn't see the catastrophe that we've seen from previous tsunamis, because this could have been a very, very different situation. And certainly the death toll currently, thankfully, no confirmed deaths. That's taken into account. There may be aftershocks that could cause some fatalities, but the worst seems to have passed for now, at least. It's refreshing that this has not been what it could have been.
Yeah, because as you say, a monster quake when, you know, we woke up, first heard about the news, as you say, 8.8 on the Richter scale. That's something really big. And obviously we saw pictures especially come out of the Kamchatka area in Russia. But as you say, luckily no devastation. Michael, really the affected areas, they seem to be evacuated very quickly, and the tsunami warnings the sirens were rang.
So one of the nice things about a tsunami, if there are any nice things, is that you can time the waves. So as long as that first one isn't too bad, you're going to have hours notice that you need to get out. What's really interesting about this is that it proves just how interconnected the world is. And I don't mean it from just a green point of view. But you have people sharing information across social media and news outlets as well. But you're talking about something off the east coast of Russia, and then that's affecting people in South America, which is affecting then people in Japan and China, and then the west coast of the States, Hawaii. And to Jono's point, you know, getting up in the morning and seeing 8.8, right? That is considered the 6th most powerful earthquake that's been recorded. But if you go back to 2004, December 26, the Indian Ocean one, that was 9.2, and that was the 2nd or 3rd most powerful. Now that one killed more than 250,000 people across 14 countries. And you recognize just how lucky I think the global community was dodging this one today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we must remember that the 2004 one was obviously a bigger earthquake. It was still quite shallow, similar to this one, but absolute devastation, as you did say, across Indonesia, across Thailand. It was something that we didn't foresee. And I did speak to somebody earlier, a professor, about this, and said, has technology really helped us now when it comes to these warnings that are in place, and when it comes to earthquake and how we're seeing the tectonic plates shifting? Do we just have more information? And he basically said, yes, in many respects, we now know what to expect because things have become so much more advanced.
And I think when Sumatra happened and the 2004 quake happened, we hadn't heard about tsunamis in such a long time. We were desensitized, but on a local effort as well. Any area that was affected by that, which is many of the islands in Thailand and many of the islands that surround the south coast of Thailand, have all got tsunami zones now, tsunami escape routes, which were not there in 2004. So the devastation that was caused was obviously far more significant. And even with Fukushima in 2011, when that happened, remember that was an earthquake that subsequently called a tsunami, that subsequently caused a nuclear disaster. Yes. And there were so many different facets of that meant that it was a huge disaster. So I do think the entire world this morning will have woken up and kind of had a panic attack. But the immediate message, and certainly from Hawaii's Governor Josh Green, is get to safety and we should be okay and we can ride it out. And as we can see from the videos now, the waves are 10 to 11 feet compared to, and I think you mentioned this, Michael, as well earlier on when we spoke about this, the earthquake of 2011 when we had far greater.
So in 2004, for sure, I know that the waves were up to 100 feet, 30 meters. And this one, it was almost like kiddie pool stuff compared to that.
So we were lucky, I think, for this one, lucky.
Absolutely. And earlier, I spoke to Professor James Jackson from the Department of Earth Scientists at the University of Cambridge Bullard Laboratories. I asked him why such a monster earthquake didn't cause more damage and what people can actually do to stay safe if there is another one. Here's what he had to say.
Well, it was smaller. It was still a very big earthquake. But where it happened on Kamchatka is not very populated, and most of the buildings you see in the photographs are fairly lightly constructed. They're not sort of high-rise skyscrapers or anything. And if they're lightly constructed buildings, they should stay up. These days, engineers and architects know how to build buildings which will stay up if they're fairly lightly built. But the big danger from these things is when they hit places where the building quality is very, very bad. If you live nearby, the only thing you can do is to make sure your buildings are okay, so reinforce them or build good buildings in the first place. And as far as the tsunami is concerned, it's education which matters. Everybody in Japan, for example, knows that immediately you feel a big earthquake on the shoreline, you move inland and uphill. And that's the message which every school child knows in places like Japan, New Zealand, California, Chile. That's taught in schools. And you always have time. Even if you're really nearby, like in Japan or Kamchatka, you have about 20 minutes from when the earthquake happens before the tsunami will hit you. If you're further away, like in Hawaii, you had 8 hours warning. So there's plenty of time to get out of the way of the tsunami in those places.
So there we go, talking about education, talking about time, all those things that contribute to the safety that we've seen when it came to this earthquake. But we also saw a quick picture there, and I think we'll bring the video back up again. Remarkable scenes of an operating table with a cancer patient in Russia, and they just carried on.
Amazing to see this, because I didn't know, were they trained for this or not? Nothing can prepare you for a situation like this, I'm sure. While they're doing the surgery, they pause for a second. They continue to hold on to the patient. All the equipment remains stable because obviously the brakes have been put on. And they seem so calm and collected about the whole thing. And I think I would be doing nothing but panicking in that exact moment. So really commendable to the healthcare workers for just holding their own during that really crucial moment.
So it looks incredibly dramatic because it's caught on camera, and it is. But living in Japan for many years, you get used to earthquakes. And the buildings, the way that they're designed, you just accept it and you go on about your business. My mother-in-law was visiting when our children were born, and she was caught in an earthquake in the building, and nothing happened, but it freaked her out because, of course, she wasn't used to it. Once you've been there for a while, so these are professionals. And although they probably don't train for it, they would have grown up with some of these, and I think they would have had the experience of just hang in there for 10, 15 seconds, it'll pass, and then we can continue on.
Yeah, because as the professor also said, it's all about education. And in Japan and in places like that where they are on tectonic plates, they taught these things in school. But aftershocks, a lot of people worried about that too, John.
Well, because there's been 7 on the Richter scale for the last couple of weeks in that area in Russia. Now you have to ask the question that, yes, we've seen an 8.8. That may be the big quake. There may be another one. And there may be, of course, there will be aftershocks that could go on for days or weeks after this as well. And they can also cause tsunamis, depending on how deep down they are. So it's a case of wait and see, because once the tectonic plates have started to shift, depending if they're convex or concave, will depend on how much friction is going on, and therefore at what level we're likely to see more tectonic activity. And you really can't tell that until it actually happens, in which case there has been an increase in seismic activity. If that continues, yes, there could be more follow-up quakes, but we hope, and I think for sure everyone in the region hopes, that the worst has passed on this one.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. A really interesting discussion. Let's move on to another story now. And the Trump administration have asked 2 judges to release the testimonies of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell as pressure mounts on the US president. During his recent trip to Scotland, Trump continued to be questioned on his relationship with the light financier who died in jail in 2019. The US president has faced scrutiny over making the federal investigation documents public. And Michael, I must say something. The controversy surrounding the Epstein and Maxwell investigation hasn't gone away. It's continued, almost supercharged, as much as the Republican Party do try to bat away any criticism. But there have been some new developments overnight. What does the Justice Department's new filing change, if anything?
So just a little bit of background first. So on July 18th, DOJ went to court asking if the transcripts from the grand juries could be released. On the 23rd of the month, that was denied. So they went back on the 29th, and they tried to make their case again with more information. We don't know yet what the verdict will be. I don't know that there will be a lot of hope that more information will be released, because there are real requirements that are needed for transcripts of grand juries to be released. And there are different reasons for that. Sometimes it can be because you don't want future grand jury participants to feel that whatever they say is going to eventually be released. In this particular case, we did find out, though, and this is a little bit of new information, is that for Jeffrey Epstein, for his grand jury, there was one FBI agent who testified. And for Ghislaine, there was that same FBI agent and a police officer. So there were no victims that were interviewed during that grand jury. So even if the information is released, I don't think it will help to quiet the crowd and the mega base and the people who are screaming for the Epstein files to be released.
Johnny, do you agree with that? Is that just the Republicans kicking the can down the road, a diversion tactic in many ways?
We will, inevitably there will be a cry of people who will say this is another diversion tactic, but if it is, it's a tricky one to execute as well, because like Michael said, the proceedings that are there, they're secret by design. That's the whole idea behind a grand jury. There are no witnesses that are mentioned in this, but it is there to protect witnesses, because going forward, you don't want to set precedents that now will just open them up all the time. The integrity of justice has to be maintained and protected. So what you're looking at now is something that is extremely rare, very unlikely for it to be done normally, because it can be seen as political interference. Now, what also will be said by people who are on the side of against Donald Trump is that this is another distraction ploy or technique, which it may be, but they will have to, in order to release these files, take precedence. So we've got a couple of cases that have existed previously which have allowed the grand jury files to be revealed. Those include Watergate, 1974, even the Capitol riots as recent as 2021, and also the Mueller case from 2019. These have all been grand jury files which have been released because it was felt merited. The question is, will there be any information in these files that we don't already know, that haven't already been brought to the fore? It's very, very unlikely. These are not the Epstein files. Let's be very clear about this. This is not a release of any sort of a list or any sort of information that we don't already know. It's likely already in the public domain.
And what I find interesting is when Donald Trump was running to become president for the second time, the Epstein list and the JFK files was something that were widely discussed and said would be released. And this is why there's so much controversy at the moment, because that's almost been rolled back on, and people are now having more questions than answers, Michael, and conspiracy is becoming a big part of the story.
Yeah, you can't feed into the conspiracy for years leading up to the election, and then once you're in a position to actually release documents and then say there's nothing to look at. And the people that are part of the administration, Kash Patel, who's the FBI director, the deputy FBI director as well, Dan Bongini, as well as the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, J.D. Vance during the campaign when he was the VP nominee. He spoke about the Epstein files. The MAGA base is obsessed with this story, and the right-wing media MAGA supporters are also wanting answers. And what Donald Trump is doing is he's drip-feeding pieces of information every time it seems he's in front of the camera. And this is where I think he's adding fuel to the fire. He's not speaking to, it seems, professional PR experts telling him, this is how you kill this story. For instance, when there's a fire, you don't feed it oxygen, right? You make sure that it has none. And when you take that same sort of example and you speak about a conspiracy theory or an issue that you want to go away, you don't keep talking about it or tweeting about it. Of course, if we look back to the breakdown of the relationship with Elon Musk, when he then tweeted out the reason it won't be released is because Donald Trump is in those files, that didn't help either. And the great thing and the awful thing about a conspiracy theory is that any piece of information can be read either way.
I think what we're going to see here as well, because we have to remember that this has done a lot of political damage for Trump overall. So even whenever this gets released, and Pam Bondi has said it's there, it's on the table, we need to get it out there.
But she rolled back on that because she said that on Fox News, and then she was interviewed again on it, and she said, no, I didn't say I had a list, I just said I had some documents.
But a rollback on what was said versus what is the truth seems to be the whole key of this administration. And taken into account, because, and you've rightly, I think we discussed this earlier on, where you said, at one stage, Donald Trump said, I barely know Jeffrey Epstein. It went from there to knowing him quite well. We've heard echoes of him being really deeply rooted connections between him and Jeffrey Epstein. Him saying something that was, I think, probably a misjudged quote from him, from his part, but to say he'd never had the pleasure of being invited onto the island when he was asked about this on Air Force One. But we now know that one of his former staff went to work for Jeffrey Epstein, and this is a whole other story, and her identity has been confirmed, and there's another facet to that as well. This story is getting legs, even more so and more so. Getting the files out, I think the quicker the better. If he's not on there, great. I think the MAGA supporters will be delighted. I think we'll see across the board a bit of a back off in this. But there's got to be other stories in there that we don't know about, because it's taking on so many different facets and so many different legs.
The other thing that I would say is that, you know, it used to be an issue that the MAGA base focused on. And the Democrats didn't really pay much attention to it. I mean, for heaven's sakes, Joe Biden was in power for 4 years. He had the files. He could have released stuff. And there wasn't a big call for it. But now what's happening is that Democrats, as well as all the left-wing media, are smelling blood in the water. And they're now using this as an opportunity during a quiet period in the summer when there's not too much other big news going on. They are hammering this all the time.
But a lot of analysts do say that the Democrats obviously had access to the Epstein list or the Epstein files and probably would have released that if Trump was named extensively in it, obviously to destroy the political campaign that he was on to become president again. So there's whole different theories behind this.
But again, the opposite side of that same theory is that it would have damaged Trump, but how many Democratic supporters were also on that list, and it would have damaged them as well. And I'm thinking, of course, there are many pictures of Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein as well. And there might have been very large Democratic donors who were also on that list. We know Bill Gates was affiliated in some way in that circle. So it's one of those issues where if the Republicans do it, they're going to maybe destroy Donald Trump and others. And if the Democrats do it, they may also be destroying some people on their side.
And we have to wait and see, because Ghislaine Maxwell, and we know that Todd Blanche went to meet with her and has had extensive chats. There's now a discussion that she may appear before a grand jury on the basis that she would be granted some level of clemency. So if we don't see anything from the transcripts that are released from the grand jury, and the Epstein files themselves turn out to be a bit of a red herring, then potentially Ghislaine Maxwell's conversation will land some people in it, and that's maybe the end story for this. But it really, every week there's something new that we think, just as you thought that this was the end, there's something else.
And Ghislaine Maxwell herself and her family have been speaking out, and she's really concerned for her safety. She's in prison. She got 20 years for this. She's the only person other than Epstein who did die who has been convicted for this. So we have no idea. She wants immunity if she does release names. So it becomes a really complicated, murky world.
We're also 11 days away from the 6th anniversary of Epstein's death.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I didn't realise it had been that long, actually.
August 10th.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how this unfolds, because it's definitely not going away. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. And Starbucks says it will phase out its mobile order and pick-up only outlets because they lack warmth and human connection. The coffee maker said the move will not affect the mobile ordering service, which accounts for almost a third of transactions. In April, Starbucks boss Brian Niccol announced that they will hire more human baristas and also scale back on automation. Well, Jono, it's quite nice to know that humans are going to be getting jobs. But what do you make of this? Good idea or bad idea?
So that new CEO who's previously headed up Chipotle, Brian Niccol, I think what he's been tasked with doing is bring Starbucks back from the brink, which has been a concern for quite a while now. We've seen a shift in the dynamic from Starbucks, and I think that was probably pandemic-inspired, whereby it became a very hands-off experience, and ordering coffee was something that was done online. You would rock up to a counter, grab your coffee and go. You would sit down for less time. And I think a lot of people, myself included, changed their coffee shop habits in around the pandemic, because it was no longer an option to go sit down and enjoy that time where you could relax.
I never thought of that.
So that, I believe, is what changed my habits. Now I am a grab-and-go type person, and the human interaction for me, I could think of nothing worse. So I'm totally fine without having that back and forth with a barista. For a lot of people, I can see that as being a very highly social activity, maybe a big part in the highlight of their day. For me, it is simply fuel to get through the rest of the day. And I do enjoy having a casual chat with the barista who know me by name if I go to a regular place. But I certainly don't need or crave that that human interaction, and I'm quite happy to get it from a machine just as well.
Everyone knows you by name, Jono. I just want to make sure it's not
not a
just the
good or bad
barista, it's the whole of Dubai. But, Michael, I find this such an interesting idea because I must admit, when it comes to coffee, I've never really sat down in a coffee shop. You know, I just grab and I walk and I go. But so many people I know love to have a coffee. They love to people watch. You know, they love to read books. And I wonder if Starbucks needs to go back to that when you had magazines, when it was in a bookstore. The original Starbucks, is that what we want now?
So I don't know what the original Starbucks in Seattle was like, but I do know that the original Starbucks in this part of the world, and the ones that I'm familiar with, were a real vibe. They were a place where you had comfortable seats, and they were known for comfortable seats because you couldn't go into other coffee shops and experience that same sort of environment where you were almost welcome and encouraged to sit and take your time drinking your coffee. I do think, though, that there's a bit of a PR spin with this lack of warmth, as Brian Niccol has talked about. I would say it's more lack of profit, because if it was profitable, they would definitely continue it. Now, Brian Niccol, I think, is the man with the plan, right? He has talked about this initiative. It's called Back to Starbucks. I think he wants that vibe that we've talked about. But you have to remember that, as Jono said, he was at Chipotle. When his announcement was made that he was joining Starbucks in August 2024, Starbucks sales jumped 24%. He hadn't even, in fact, he was 6 months away from joining. But that's how important it was for Starbucks because he had done so well at Chipotle.
But you talk about this, but 2004 he joined.
No, 2024.
2024. But they've had 6 consecutive quarters of bad earnings.
Yes.
It's not working out.
So far, it's not working out. But I think when you have 41,000 stores around the world, I think you're in a position where it's not just 1 or 2. It's not changing the barista's uniform. It's not maybe getting rid of the 90 stores that are lacking warmth / lacking profit. I think it's almost like changing a bit of a battleship, getting that battleship to turn. You're going to have to introduce several changes, and you also have to we understand this in this part of the world. The protests of Starbucks was a big deal when Israel and Hamas first went to war, and I think that spread around the globe, and it's an issue that I don't think Starbucks has properly addressed. And it's one of the challenges that they're facing for the lack of profits and for the 6 quarters of decline consecutively.
And especially when rivals like Peet's, which is a coffee brand, which is, by the way, one of the original founders of Starbucks, who has gone and founded his own coffee company and founded Peet's, places like Pret, places like Dunkin', they have that warmth and they've never let up on the human element and the eye contact interaction, which is what it's referred to within that industry. When they're still in the market and they're breathing down the neck of Starbucks, I think, like Michael said, it's going to take a lot of time to turn around public opinion on the brand and see it for what it was before.
But I also don't know if you agree with this, but I think over the years, you know, Starbucks was one of the originals and we all used to go there. I remember when, you know, I was at university, I was studying, many people sat there, used their laptops. It was the first kind of coffee culture that
Free
came
Wi-Fi.
in. Free Wi-Fi. But now I look around and people are way more into their coffee. You know, people like this coffee and that. Coffee's become more of a trend, but as an artisan trend, you know, you want your barista. I wonder if that's the problem. There's been a boom in all these coffee shops.
And I think anyone who is, and I sometimes describe myself as a coffee snob, but I still drink brown water. Like, if it gives me fuel and caffeine, I'm fine with it. I know a lot of Italians who would say that many of the chain stores, like Starbucks, like you take your pick, Costa, you name them, are basically just recycled water, and they're not a very good coffee, whereas the artisanal coffee shops are the places to be seen. They're hip, they're cool, they're serving your matchas, and they've got a menu of coffees that is quite substantial. And I think that's probably what Starbucks is losing out to grassroots companies.
I would agree with that, because I think, you know, people are way bigger coffee snobs than ever before. Starbucks, everyone wanted to walk around with the cup, didn't they? But people are over that now.
Also, the growth of Nespresso, as an example, you know, the home device that can be 1,000 dirhams, where we are, or, you know, a couple $100, or it could be a couple of $1,000, where people, to your point, making it themselves. They want the machine. They want to steam the coffee. They want to grind the coffee beans. They want to do everything themselves. And it can be, it's almost like a hobby for some people. And that, I think, also has taken away a little bit when I can make my own at home, and people might think that that's so much better than whatever the big brand coffee is.
I must admit, I have one of those coffee machines.
Me too, and I do what I'm saying.
Is that really bad?
It's on the lower end of the estimation. We're talking.
I know. I didn't want to admit it, but yeah, we're all there for it. But then again, they are actually thinking of changing the uniforms for the baristas to make it feel. And I wonder if they're actually thinking in that way. Gosh, you know, we've had all these really popular coffee shops open that do all this roasting and carrying on.
Yeah, but and again, I think you do pay. If I walk into a coffee shop, exactly, and there's a guy or a girl who's there who looks funky, cool, wearing the apron over their own clothes with several tattoos, I'm like, okay, this person's opinion on coffee, I will respect. That it's very difficult to replicate that when you walk into a Starbucks or a chain brand, whereby your options are: would you like this coffee or would you like decaf? Because you've got two options, take it or leave it. You're not getting V60s, Chemex coffees. You're not getting that in your local Starbucks. So I think they're going to find it difficult to compete with these artisanal coffee shops.
But
well, I was just going to say, look, I'm a creature of habit. And there's something reassuring and comforting about the familiarity and the predictability of the taste of my coffee in the morning. So I will... unfortunately for all my friends, go to Starbucks and I will sit in a cafe with my Kindle, not a book, a Kindle. And
at least it's moving on in some respects, yeah.
And I will drink my coffee because it's familiar, it's comforting.
And I understand that too. But just a quick thought before we go. You know, they always ask for your name, and they always spell mine wrong. But now apparently they're going to be putting inspirational quotes on your cup at Starbucks.
I hate the concept. It's happened already, and I normally am up quite early in the morning, so 5:30-ish I get my coffee, and nothing says "Have a great day" at 5:30 in the morning. It's too early for "Have a great day."
I also think it's contrived. If they really wanted to do something that was special, instead of Brian Nichol, who is a man probably close to my age, and I'm almost 60. Get a 22-year-old or a 16-year-old or a 24-year-old in and revamp their social media accounts and start trends that will go viral. And this is the best way for people to catch on and to say, oh, that is hot again. I need to experience that. I need to be a part of that trend. And that's when they can post it on social media.
Brian Nichol, if you're watching, he's
Le Boo Boo
contactable.
lattes.
Yeah, Le Boo Boo
mix two things together. The Boo Boo Dubai chocolate lattes.
Yeah, can you imagine? And Brian Nichol, you are on Instagram, aren't you? You can contact you for any advice there on how to market his Starbucks coffee. But thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And fans of Ozzy Osbourne have lined the streets of Birmingham today to pay respect to the rock and roll frontman and reality TV star who died last week. The funeral took place in the singer's hometown, with his coffin travelling through the city centre before the service. Osbourne had played to crowds at Villa Park for the final Black Sabbath gig just 2 weeks before his death. Jono, I feel like this was just an extremely sad day for many people. It was really sad news when everyone found out about Ozzy Osbourne dying. It was a bit of a surprise because he was just playing, as we said, 2 weeks ago in Birmingham. But what were the scenes like today?
So they're obviously upsetting. We're looking at a funeral for somebody who was viewed by many as a grandfather-type figure. And certainly I grew up with Ozzy Osbourne being the first reality TV star that I've been exposed to. And it was something that my family and I bonded over because we looked at a family that was dysfunctional, that made our family look very functional all of a sudden. And I think a lot of people warmed to his character, having not known Black Sabbath music, because it's not my genre and it's not music that I enjoy, to knowing who Ozzy Osbourne was as a person and then relishing the icon that he was. Now, he didn't want today to be a sad day. He had said previously in interviews, I want it to be a celebration. My goodbye needs to be a celebration, loud music. I want it to be a rock gig. But then later in life, he kind of softened his tone on that and said, well, actually, a funeral's for who's left behind. And he later said that he doesn't really care what they do. If people want to have a cry about it, no issue. If people want to play sad music, no issue, because the funeral is for the people who are left behind. So he changed his tone on that in later years in life. What we saw today was an outpouring of just, it's not so much grief, because I think at his age, given the lifestyle that he'd lived, it was expected. We'd known he'd been sick. We knew this was his last gig. It was on the cards at some stage. But what this was due to be was a celebration of his life, but it was a fitting accolade for a guy who really will, I don't think, be forgotten by this generation.
Well, I must admit something. I obviously didn't listen to Black Sabbath either, but The Osbournes was the first reality TV show on MTV. My sister and I were absolutely obsessed with it. And really, you got to see Ozzy's true character because, yes, he was bonkers. Yes, he was eccentric, but he was a real dad and he loved his family, you know, and he always wanted to please his fans. So, you know, his legacy, what do you think it's going to be?
I think he has one of those fascinating legacies that I personally would love to have, which is when I was doing a little bit of research, because you know a lot of some of the stuff on the surface, but how deep can you go? So originally it was, of course, 2 careers, you know, but I think he actually had 3. So you had 68 to 79 when he was Black Sabbath. And part of that is he's considered one of the people, if not the person, who invented a whole genre of music, right? And then he had, much to a lot of critics' surprise, he had a solo career that you could argue was more successful than his time with Black Sabbath. Then, of course, he had also, you know, the reality TV experience. So that's 3 careers. Now, you add on to that, he also had what was called Ozfest. Ozfest ran from 1996 to 2018. And this was a festival, an annual one, and it was an opportunity for heavy metal bands to ply their trade, to get a little bit of awareness. And there were some big acts, Slipknot being probably the biggest one, that came through that and has a lot of their early success due to Ozfest. So he has, you know, the obvious stuff and then some of the less obvious stuff. Obviously, he would have died, you know, a multimillionaire. And he just had, again, I think you want a professional career that sort of something that's when you're younger and something when you're middle-aged and then something when you're older, you know, that you're versatile and you can move around and you can represent the people at that time who are fans of yours. And I think Ozzy did a great job of that.
And I think he bridged generations as well. Like we mentioned briefly, you know, I watched it with my parents, but then, and seeing some of the people who were in attendance. And I know that Elton John was a very dear, close personal friend of his as well. His Black Sabbath bandmates were clearly there. Members of Metallica were on board. But the musician Youngblood was the most unlikely pairing that I saw. And then there's this wonderful, warm video of, I don't know if it's pre or post Black Sabbath gig, and Youngblood was the support act for that, where he gifted him, it's a return gift almost, but it's a cross that he gave him back and said that you gave me one of these years ago, I still wear it, you're my musical inspiration. So now we see Ozzy Osbourne influencing the newest generation of music with somebody like Youngblood, and I think seeing that is just really a testament to how much he bridged the gap between young and old. And speaking of bridge, we see a bridge in place in Birmingham for Black Sabbath, bridge and bench, which is there as well, which will continue for a lifetime to be a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne, which is beautiful, really, to see.
I agree, and I always look back at the Osbournes with absolute fondness. You know, that's something that also bridged the gap for us. If we wouldn't have listened to his genre of music, but we would have watched him on TV. So he really just spanned all sorts of different genres, different people, different ages. So he's a great guy.
I think he paved the way for reality TV, because up until that point, this fly-on-the-wall type documentary was not really something we'd seen. So you may say that he was the precursor for the Kardashians, for a Big Brother style or esque TV show to be such a success as well, where we got inside the lives of all these celebrities. And I think had it not been for Ozzy and Sharon and the kids who got involved, of course, because famously Amy never got involved in the TV show The Osbournes, but had it not been for them, we may not have been graced our screens with the Kardashians, which would have been such a shame for humanity.
I've never missed the Kardashians. But let's move on now. Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. What a great character. And finally, Michael and Jono, it's time to hear your stories of the day. And Michael, let's start with yours. And there's an update on Australia's social media ban on teenagers. What's the story here?
So politicians have denied Google's request. Google owns YouTube. They have denied Google's request for YouTube to not be considered social media. Now, I, for one, believe that it is social media. It may also be what YouTube and Google say, which is a video streaming platform, definitely. But it is very much social media, especially when you look at social media's, YouTube's shorts, which, much like all of them, you can comment, you can like, and this is very similar to social media. So what's happened today is when the ban comes into effect in December in Australia, if you are 16 and younger, you will not be able to be on social media. For YouTube, you will not. You will be able to watch some shows, some content, but you will not be able to register an account.
So, John, I don't know what you think of this, because the UK have done a similar thing when it comes to social media. They brought in all these laws and there needs to be age verification. But since that's happened in the UK, the downloads of VPNs have completely spiked. And people are saying, OK, great, we bring in these online safety laws, but how do we police it? How do we actually make it work and put it in practice?
Look, I think any kid these days can run circles around anyone in this room when it comes to technology. Anyone who's 13 or 14 years of age will find a workaround on something like this. Australia has got a really tough task set ahead of them because the government have put it back upon the tech companies saying, you figure out how you're going to police this. But here's the rules. No YouTube accounts for kids under the age of 16. Now, I can see the benefit in not having something like Snapchat or Instagram or even Facebook, because we've heard so much about social media addiction, and any addiction that exists out there has got a regulation in place, be it tobacco or alcohol, whatever it may be. There's an age limit and there's a gap and there's a regulation. There is nothing for social media. And as somebody who trawls social media quite a lot for the purpose of work and for my own entertainment, some of the things that I get pushed is so dark that I would be deeply disturbed if that was viewed by somebody who was under the age of 18, never mind say under the age of 16. So there is an argument there, but again, this is the government doing what a parent's job is.
And some people would often argue that it starts at home, and it could be an education syllabus in the schools. The parents should have more control, parental control. It shouldn't just be down to all the tech companies to make these massive decisions.
It reminds me, you guys might not be old enough, but I remember when the internet was coming on, and some of the conversations that were taking place about how is this going to be controlled. You know, it was the unknown, and technology was playing such a big part in our lives because of the internet and the way that people were talking. And there was also, I mean, you look at all the politicians, right? They're all going to be older just because you have to be older to sort of have that experience to get the support to run for office. I haven't heard from any of the 16, 18-year-olds, and I bet you they will have legitimately logical arguments as to why it shouldn't happen and what controls should be put in place. But I don't know that anybody's done that. Now, if a tech company, because if they don't comply, it's a $32 million fine. If the tech companies were smart, they've got a few months. Get together with some focus groups. Get together with 14, 15, 16, teenagers in early 20s and say, what can we do to help you so that when you are on social media after you turn 16, you are going to be responsible? What is it that you think we should... If they can have those conversations now and get some information, I bet you that would be one of the best ways for them not only to win the PR battle, but also to show the world, because there's talk that Norway is going to be introducing something similar. We know the UK is looking at it. If those are successful, Australia is kind of the guinea pig. If that's successful, other countries will be looking at this as an option. So if the tech companies can say, yes, we've done our research, we've spoken to teachers, we've spoken to parents, we've spoken to students, this is the way forward. Instead of trying to fight it, if they embraced it and said, okay, this is what we're going to do, I think it would be a great win for them from a PR point of view, and they'd probably come up with some wonderful ideas.
And Jono, we're just going to move on because we're going to talk about a marriage proposal that took a lot of attempts. Has this gone viral on social media? Where did you find this?
So Luke Wintrip is 36 years old. He's a tattoo artist. He's proposed to his partner, Sarah. Wonderful story. She's a marketing CEO. She's a mum of 3. However, the number of times he's proposed over the last 7 years is quite high. Quite is an understatement. 43 proposals, 7 years, and she's finally accepted. He's had very elaborate setups. You might think maybe it wasn't good enough. Maybe she said, you know what, I deserve better than this. He's been to a castle in Prague, a romantic beachfront in Jamaica, candlelit dinners, and she said no at every possible option. She rejected him multiple times and said, look, I'm not ready for marriage just yet. I'm deeply in love with you, but I'm not ready to put a ring in it. On the 42nd attempt, she said, next time you ask, I'm going to say yes. That's what she said. So he was hopeful. And then in Greenwich, London, he said, you're the centre of my world. Would you accept my marriage proposal? And eventually she said yes. They got married already. They're done and dusted with this. But she's joked that the persistence may actually be a Guinness World Record, which it may be. They're going to check into that. But I think what this lady was doing without saying it outwardly was she's now settled and decided, oh, okay, well, nobody else has asked me to marry, so after 43 attempts, I'll just say yes to this guy. I think that's what happened, and my mother always said, don't ever settle.
I agree with your mother. Don't ever settle, and that is a bad idea. But is this creepy or perseverance? What do you think?
It's creepy.
Yeah.
100%
I got
creepy.
the hint.
I was
37 in.
Yeah, it took 30, but I learned my lesson. I was doing the math in my head while you were talking. That works out to about 6 on average, at least a year. So you work that out. That's like every other month for
I think she was
7
enjoying
years.
the attention.
Maybe so.
You just, at one stage, you'd have to walk away because every one of these has cost money. You can see this. And we mentioned the castle in Prague, the candlelit dinners. None of these were free proposals. So this lady was getting it every 2 months, a large, elaborate date night out, a potential proposal to say no. And I think that's just selfish. That's not setting you up for a good marriage. That's not 50-50.
Well, all I have to say is they look very happy in their wedding photos. We wish them the best of luck. His perseverance did pay off. And good luck to them in their life.
We have to do the follow-up when the divorce happens.
Yeah.
Yes, we
70% chance of that, by the way, just FYI.
Not if you're over the age of 30, that goes down. But anyway, that's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to today's guest, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes, and Michael Jabri Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on XGNT with Michael Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English. I'm your host, Michal Prendergast, and today we're going to be covering the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza with Ebir Etifa, the Middle East senior spokeswoman for the UN World Food Programme, after which we're going to peer to the world of AI, where I'll be joined by Kieran Gilmurray, who joins us to cut through the hype and discuss the risks, explore the futures of artificial intelligence. Gaza is on the brink of a full-time famine, and that's the latest warning from the United Nations. According to the health ministry there, at least 154 people have died from starvation since the war began, and at least 87 of them were children. Thanks so much for your time, Abir. I'd like to start off with a very simple question. Why isn't aid reaching Gaza?
Well, aid is actually getting through into Gaza. Since Sunday and the announcement of this tactical ceasefire, the World Food Programme has been able to move supplies, but it's approximately half of the requested aid and assistance into Gaza. The trucks that left the border crossing points and went into Gaza were offloaded by desperate communities before reaching the destination, and there is an ongoing casualty incidents because of the live fire directed at the crowds awaiting these trucks. So aid is reaching Gaza, but it is chaotic. It is it's not in a way that we would like because of the difficult challenges that we're facing on the ground. There has been slight improvement in the number of trucks entering Gaza recently, but still it is a fraction of what's needed. And as long as we continue not to meet the food needs of all people in Gaza, we will continue to face huge problems in organizing distributions, in convincing people that they need to be patient until the food gets to them, and reassuring everyone that they will have, and especially hungry people, that they will have their hands on food supplies.
And before Israel's airdrops, obviously, they're the ones who are controlling aid into Gaza. How much aid is being given on a daily basis? As you said, it's 50% at the moment. You have millions of people there. What steps are being taken at the highest level to ensure a continuum of aid into Gaza to stop this humanitarian crisis?
Well, if we're talking here about airdrops, the World Food Programme is actually using convoys and trucks to get by land to get aid into Gaza. You know, airdrops, while they are well-intentioned, airdrops are not really the solution to the deepening hunger crisis in Gaza. It's very densely populated, so there's always risks and danger to the population. And there's active fighting, there's evacuation orders, and it will be impossible to deliver at scale if you're using airdrops. They are also 7 times more expensive than just the use of convoys. So we're still advocating that the best way to reach people in Gaza at scale is by utilizing border crossing points and by pushing aid on convoys and trucks overland. Now, we've managed to get supplies from the Egyptian border, but still, the issue is that we only have 2 border crossing points. That's basically Karam Abu Salim, Karam Shalom, as well as Zikim in the north. And this is not enough. And also, the biggest problem is once we get the food aid and the trucks and the convoys from the border crossing points to move inside Gaza, this is where the big challenges are, which is security, active shooting, crowd control, the use of single routes that we know will not work, and of course the bureaucratic impediments and security clearances and holding up, the humanitarian teams at checkpoints for long hours, which makes the risks higher for these convoys to get to their final destination, which are the warehouses.
It seems plainly evident that this is a man-made crisis. Israel are controlling the border. Is there any justifiable reason why Israel are allowing this to happen?
Well, it's a question that's difficult to answer. The conclusion that we have is that we are that close to a catastrophic food security situation in Gaza. We've already yesterday launched this report about the deepening hunger crisis in Gaza, which shows that 2 of the criteria for the declaration of famine has been actually met or has happened inside Gaza. Unfortunately, when you declare a famine, it means that people have died and children have died. And this is why, with the numbers, we declare that there is a state of famine in this certain location. We're already very, very close to this declaration. So it is incredibly difficult. And, unless we have a major shift on the ground, in terms of the delivery of aid, we're going to continue to see, more desperation and more hunger in Gaza.
I heard you mention as well Karim Shalom. That's one of the main crossing points. We've seen a lot of shootings there. Is that still going on right now?
Well, I think that in the last couple of days, there's slight improvement, but we just need more so that we're able to push supplies into Gaza. We've got, as I mentioned, the challenges that we have is that with the limited access, we only have 2 crossing points that are operation at the moment, and the roads, the usable roads that we can, put our convoys on are restricted. There are the bureaucratic impediments, clearance, approvals, the security concerns, which is basically the presence of the IDF near the humanitarian convoys and distribution points, along with, with the active shooting that happens. That all jeopardizes the safety of civilians as well as of aid workers. And finally, I think one of the other huge risks is the desperation, the intense fear of starvation, the hunger. All of this mean that trucks are frequently offloaded by the hungry crowds before reaching WFP distribution points. What we want to do is to get to these warehouses and organize distribution points where every child, woman, and man have the ability to get aid and to get food assistance with dignity and in an organized manner that does not put people's lives at risk.
And is Israel using starvation as a weapon of war?
It's a question for human rights and for lawyers. For us as humanitarians, what we know is that we're very close to a declaration of famine. It's extremely difficult. Children are suffering. There is no one in Gaza at the moment who's immune from basically hunger and starvation.
So in simple terms, are they using starvation as a weapon of war?
I think it's not up to me or up to the World Food Programme to declare that. There are agencies with human rights that can speak about that. But from our perspective, everyone in Gaza is hungry.
I'm sure you've seen in the news as well. Israel has put out a statement, a claim that the starvation images that we've all seen on social media are fake. They're AI images and they're being used for propaganda. How do you respond to that?
We have our teams on the ground. I mean, we have staff, international staff. We have the head of our operation in Palestine who's on the ground. So, I mean, this is something that we can verify with our own eyes. We don't need to have pictures or images or videos to show the hunger. It is there, and our own staff are also witnessing this with their families. So it is something that you can't miss if you are on the ground in Gaza.
And in terms of the food sources, obviously, with food being kind of so scarce, what is the average diet of a Palestinian made up of at the moment?
I think it's safe to say that there is no people skip meals for days. And if they find they put their hand on something, it will be a piece of bread. So, it's a question that's easy to answer. There's no diversity of food supplies in Gaza so that I can describe to you what people are eating. They are eating nothing for days and days. And if they succeed to get something, maybe a bag of wheat flour, it will be bread.
And this is going to have a lot of long-standing effects, especially on children and adolescents who need a balanced diet. They need vitamins and they need minerals. How is the UN going to kind of fix this in the future? Are they going to have a special program to make sure that these children are well nourished going forward? And is there any sort of issues that they can expect in their future?
We just need to get past this stage, which is very critical because people are dying. Starvation leads to irreversible consequences. We need a ceasefire. Once we have a ceasefire, we can look at the long term and how we can, deal with a population that has starved for more than 2 years.
And just finally, Abir, what impact would recognizing Palestinian statehood have on Gaza's crisis at the moment? We've seen in the news that the UK said if it doesn't improve situations there, it will recognize Palestine.
Well, that's a question for politicians. For us humanitarians, we have one task, which is to make sure that the most vulnerable, the hungriest, are fed. And anything that leads to an improved conditions on the ground, of course, we value that. But this is a political question, and I'm unable to provide a response to. We are on the ground right now, pushing hard to deliver food assistance to people who are hungry.
Abir Ettifa, the Middle East senior spokeswoman with the UN World Food Programme, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kieran Gilmurray, three-time author, multiple AI award winner and AI consultant. He'll help us cut through the hype, explore AI's risks. Is AI our biggest opportunity or our greatest challenge? So Kieran, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start out with AI is transforming everything. Should we embrace it or should we be cautious?
I think it's a mixture of both, to be absolutely honest. There's no running away from this because the amount of money that's going into it for work, for leisure, for military purposes and everything else, there's too much. It's too compelling, and the benefits that you get are extraordinary. And lots of companies are getting those already, as are lots of us, using it for fun or for home productivity, as it were. But we should be worried as well because we're racing ahead with this technology, and dare I say, we're maybe not putting the brakes on where they need to be put. And if we're not careful, we're going to end up in a place where we really don't want to be. So how do we run fast? How do we innovate, but do it without jumping off a cliff? That's the real questions for us, for businesses, and for governments today.
And is AI, is it going to take your job? Is it going to take my job? How sure we can be about the future of job security for the entirety of humanity?
Yeah, I sincerely hope it will take my job, and I say that with the best intention in the world. If I'm still doing what I'm doing in 5 years' time, there's something wrong. Now, this is the bit, lots of people shy away from this. I don't. AI will replace jobs, and it doesn't matter the type of job that you're actually in. I'm finding it very difficult today to find jobs that it won't impact. And therefore, we have to embrace it. But look, this is a history of jobs in general. If you think about it, there's a lot less software engineers, or saddlers, than software engineers. And in about 5 years' time, there'll be a lot less software engineers than there are today. Jobs have always been, impacted. I think when I look at it, we fear what we don't know. AI is one of those big unknowns, but it doesn't matter where it is, what we're doing, any particular job. And this is the worrying bit at the moment for most. The so-called, knowledge worker jobs, the bank workers, the estate agents, the educators, the website builders, the translators, the copywriters, or the consultants, all of those jobs, it's not a case of they will be under threat. They are already under threat. AI is embedding itself into all those roles at this moment in time. So it can, it will, and it's already impacting roles today. What we got to do is, like every other technology that came before us, is not fear it, embrace it, but understand the risks, make it part of what we do to allow us to be, you know, dare I say, more augmented, more innovative, more creative, more productive, to allow ourselves to be what I would describe as employable, not just in the short term, but in the long term as well.
And you just stated all of the jobs that, that potentially aren't safe. What jobs are safe?
Well, back in the day, they used to say, and I say back in the day because when you and I used to talk about this, it was 5 or 10 years ago. Now we mean about 2 years' time. The classic is the caregiver role, and I keep hearing this from people, but there's been robot helpers or robot caregivers in Japan for years. We're currently working with another research group out of Singapore at this moment in time to put, you know, hotel reception, hotel cleaning. If you turn up at Heathrow Airport, you're not noticing, you know, cleaners who are humans. They are normally, by the way, but it's robot cleaners. If you turn up in Belfast City Airport, then your burger's going to get delivered by a robot. So I would have said numbers a year ago, you know, there were certain roles that were not going to be impacted by AI, you know, building a house. But again, automation, AI, robotics are all going into place to allow these things to happen. You know, caregiver roles, I would have thought years ago, no, that's impossible. But now, you know, there's robotic caregivers and the dexterity of robots improving. I would have thought mental health workers would be uninterrupted. But last year, when you looked at the greatest use, and there's a HBR article in this saying, what were the top 100 uses for ChatGPT or similar tools? And it was work-related tasks. The top use this year in 2025 is mental health and relationship advice. So those are not, by the way, tools to be used for mental health advice. They're certainly not certified. There are tools out there that allow you to do it. So today, Michal, I'm really struggling to point to jobs that won't be impacted in some shape, form or other, which is either very troubling if you're going to be impacted by this and you're not ready, or very exciting if you embrace this technology to allow you to create more, do more, achieve more, and free yourself up to do the fun things in life.
And ChatGPT only started in 2022. It's hard to imagine now a world without it. Are you surprised at the rapid growth of this technology?
I am extraordinarily surprised. Now, I've been in business tech for about 30 years, and I've never seen anything move as quickly. The adoption of this by everyone, we're not just talking about government, we're not just talking about educators, we're not talking about workplaces, but it's everyone and anyone. I'm sitting delivering a training course in London to a group of educators yesterday, and I said, how many of you are using this? And they're still learning, which was great. But someone said, my brother's doing it. And I said, what's your brother doing? And they said, well, he's actually a landscape gardener. So he's using ChatGPT to demonstrate the before and after effects of what he's doing in a garden. You know, someone else said, well, I'm going to Japan in the next couple of weeks, and I've just used deep research to find my hotels, to book my trips, to tell me the cost of everything, to teach me a little bit of Japanese. You know, so this has made it into public consciousness before any other tool, or more rapidly than anything I've seen. And the exciting and the scary bit is that it's only accelerating. Now there's a flywheel working. It feels like a snowball running down a hill that we're all chasing after. But we're only on, and when you think about it, ChatGPT was November 2022. We're on version coming up to version 5. That's only in a very short period of time. And version 10 isn't going to be in 10 years' time. It's going to be far less, far quicker, far better than anything we've ever seen. So the horse has bolted. Now the choice is jump on board or turn away. I wouldn't recommend the second. I recommend learning, and learning quickly, to embrace this tech, because it is everywhere, not just the fact it is going to be everywhere.
And as you said, in terms of the dangers, it potentially in the wrong hands, it can be a very dangerous technology. Do we look at cryptocurrency? Do we look at hackers, for example? They're going to be able to use this to potentially hack into all of our data. How important is it to build in structures to make sure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands per se?
Yeah, that's the interesting bit, because it already has fallen into the wrong hands. So now people are using AI to attack cyber defenses, and AI can attack at a scale that humans just can't. You or I, not that we're hackers, might be able to, you know, type in 50, 20, 40 passwords maybe every 10 minutes. It's putting 10,000 password attempts at websites, now and every moment. So again, that's the scary part. But it's not just hackers, it's social engineers. So remember the old, I say the old, people are still doing it. They're sending text messages pretending to be, significant others saying they've lost their phone. Now with 3 seconds of your voice or a flat image of you or a little bit of video, and we're all sharing these things on Facebook and Instagram, I can use AI to recreate your voice. And at scale, I can start to send messages to your phone or your significant other, telling them that you've lost your phone. It sounds like you sound distressed, but I can put words in your mouth and I can now take money. There has been examples of companies, now naughty companies as it were, creating Zoom calls where they faked the board, brought in the CFO. They had what looked like, in every sense of the word, a real meeting. Obviously, it's a virtual meeting. They invited in the CFO and said, okay, we're buying the company, transfer $25 million. And that was the last they saw of that money. The tech itself, by the way, not just the fraudulent use of it, because we've seen that for decades. New tech, new uses of fraud, old ways of doing it. Not that I'm condoning it, I dislike it intensely. But now we're starting to see, extreme cases at volume because this is digital and very scalable. But the tech itself, you do have to be careful about because it does something called hallucinate. It's only a prediction engine, a powerful and wonderful engine, but it makes stuff up. And I've seen lawyers go to court arguing legal precedent, having used ChatGPT and other tools to seek advice and do the research. It's created what looks like plausible use cases or plausible legal precedent, but it's not. So we as people, never mind hackers, still have to check all of this technology and be extremely careful with what it's actually producing at this stage.
And in terms of regulation, for example, it could be regulated in America, but they won't have the same regulations in China. How does humanity try to make sense or to try and have a cohesive regulation body on AI?
Yeah, I think this is part of the problem. I think every country is starting to see this tool and every company as something that can generate, huge and tremendous competitive advantage or military advantage. So there's an old phrase, America innovates, China duplicates, and the rest of Europe regulates, and it's not a million miles away from the truth in some regards. There's about 193 bits of legislation that I seen when it came to AI the last time. None of them are the same. So I feel tremendously sorry for companies, and we're all global citizens these days and all global companies. Everybody's trying to put something together. Some are putting more regulation in place, like the EU, than others. For example, like the US, some are arguing that regulation is required before the genie gets out of the box. I would argue the genie's already escaped. Some are arguing that we need lightweight legislation to allow innovation to flourish. But what you're noticing is too many voices, too many mixes. What I would like to see is some common standards, because that's how the internet made itself so successful. Rather than everyone doing their own thing, there was a set of common standards that allowed it to flourish with protection in place. So if we could come up with legislation that protected the rights of companies to innovate, whilst cautiously protecting the rights of individuals like you and I, whilst combining that with governments, encouraging their citizens to learn more about this technology, not only to use it, but to learn more about the shortfalls and the risks and learn what hackers are doing and learn about hallucinations and where the technology can go wrong. I think if we did something and everything in that regard, I think we'd be in a much better place than we are today, because I'm seeing real risks and real harm happening and companies rushing forward, not knowing quite what they're doing or where they're putting their data. And that's going to lead us into a very scary and maybe not so nice space. We still have time, but we really need to rush to catch up with this technology.
And in terms of image generation, we've seen a lot of news, even today at the moment. The Israelis have accused people in Gaza of using AI images as a form of propaganda. Obviously, we don't believe that, but it's an interesting use case kind of going forward, as well as deep fakes for crimes. What are the methods going forward that governments, as well as free individuals, are going to be able to use to prove that they didn't attend a certain event or they didn't commit a crime? Is it something that has to be embedded into the video or into the technology itself?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because, you know, when we look at what was paper money, we embedded all sorts of security controls and people still managed to fake the notes. The naughty people are going to do or get around the fakeness, you know, that they'll not put any thread in place that will demonstrate that we're about to rip you off. Now, this is the oddity. It's new technology or reasonably new. Remember, AI, the term itself was invented in 1956. So technically AI is an 85-year-old overnight success story, Gen AI being the latest version. Governments have used propaganda for years. You know, go back to the World Wars when, you know, there was parts of government put up to mislead, you know, the enemy to convince the public to do something. Now you're starting to see this at scale. We're talking about governments using, you know, images, fakery, video. This has been happening for the last, you know, 10 years, 20 years and beyond. People themselves, you take a quick, you know, canter down Instagram, X or LinkedIn, and you will see fake content all the time. The scary bit, and this truly is the scary bit, is that you can't tell real from fake. You know, I've watched some recent videos where folks have demonstrated the power of the technology and you wouldn't be able to tell that it's not the real person, you know, and that has huge consequences. So, you know, there was a robocall, which is essentially automation technology that copied, you know, Joe Biden's voice, for example, in one of the recent US elections. And there was 20,000 phone calls made. Says, don't worry, Uncle, you know, Joe has got this. We don't need you to vote. And I've seen that repeated across the world, you know, Bangladesh, other countries. It sounds like the person. Now we're seeing video that looks like the person. 3D video, not flat file. Now the technology allows me to take a flat picture, turn that into a 3D image and get you to say anything. So this is something that's very hard to regulate. This is something that's very hard to prove. What would I recommend people do? Well, if I'm in business, rather than being invited into a meeting, been asked to transfer $25 million, I might put, you know, protocols in place that says 2 of the executive team need to be physically in a building. That's increasingly difficult when we work in a distributed digital world. But what about a code word? And for those parents who may be getting those phone calls or video files or audio files now to their mobile phone from the person, their significant other or related person, because again, if I'm on Instagram or Twitter, I can see who you're connected to and I can take their voice and their video and everything else. I might be recommended, you know, to come up with a code word of some sort that only they and their family know. But relying on technology, you know, to signal when there's something fake, I hope we see vendors like Google, Microsoft and all the others start to help us. But I suspect that is not primary. I suspect we're not going to see a lot of that. And I really suspect that those who are up to nefarious purposes are going to fake this better than probably the regulators can, or the regulators are going to be running to try and catch up, because to date they've proven to be behind, because those who seek profit by harming others are willing to invest huge sums of money in this technology, because what they're getting out of it, unfortunately, is huge sums of money from me, you, banks and everyone else. So there's work to be done, and I'm not sure we're going to see that filtering through anytime soon, which is really the scary part.
And just lastly, the difference between AI and AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, in your words, or I suppose in layman's terms, for someone like myself, what's your take on that?
Yeah, it's an interesting debate because we see AI in everything that we do. So, for example, if you buy something on Amazon, it's got a recommendation engine in the background that's looking for buying patterns or signals that you have given it. Thumbs up, thumbs down, the things that you have bought. And then what it's using is AI to crunch a lot of data to look at what other people have bought who have bought similar things to you. And then it recommends those to you. Netflix do the same thing for movies. AGI is the latest, what you might call trend, or the latest aim for the large tech companies. And AGI is a company's running to try and recreate every facet of humankind. And what they're trying to do is create AI that is not only as intelligent as humans, but actually more intelligent. And when we talk about intelligent, we're talking about looking, seeing, judging, working things out, been given an instruction and the AI goes off and does it itself. Now, it's theoretically possible. If you think of any of the experts in the world who are giving you the timelines to do this, and we have to be careful because we always overestimate AI's ability in the short run, or any tech in the short run. We always underestimate its ability in the long run. The latest figures are, well, maybe by 2030, we'll get AI that is more intelligent than us. That could, again, be very exciting. In other words, we can get AI to do some amazing things, you know, go and seek how to solve climate change, you know, be that digital twin that we've always wanted that can give us the relationship, the financial advice, go and do our job for us so that we can stay at home and do the things that we really want to do in life, unless you don't want to work or you enjoy it. But the scary part is, well, hold on a second here. If we have got technology that can do absolutely everything that we can do, then the question goes, well, what is humanity going to do, and are we needed any more? Now, those are two extremes, from not needing to work because AI is going to do it for us and we're all going to earn money regardless, to AI is going to take over and we won't need humanity anymore. I think there's a lot of debate needs to be had, and this goes back to your question earlier on about risks and governance and ethics and the responsible use of AI, and getting governments and society globally and business just to have these conversations now before we end up in a place where we might be frightened. Why don't we just sit down, look at what we're doing, understand, and this is difficult for even the AI researchers, what's coming ahead, but why don't we understand what's coming ahead? So at worst or at best, at least we've got a break that allows us to slow things down without killing innovation, but doesn't allow us to hurtle off the cliff before we hand over all our agency and everything else to an AI that we don't understand.
Kieran Gilmurray, three-time author and the multiple AI award winner, the CEO and founder of the Kieran Gilmurray and Company Limited. Thanks so much for your time.
My pleasure.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks so much for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, changing gears, we've talked quite a lot on this programme about the importance of tourism to Vision 2030. The airlines, the infrastructure, the hotels, the resorts that are all putting the kingdom firmly on the map. Well, one of the key players in this drive is Cruise Saudi. That is a public investment portfolio company which has a mission to build a thriving cruise ecosystem from the ground upwards. That means not just launching Saudi Arabia's first ever cruise line, but also developing port infrastructure, creating destinations as well, and carving out a whole new industry for the country. Well, launched in 2021, Cruise Saudi aims to position the kingdom as a premier global cruise destination, welcoming 1.3 million cruise passengers to Saudi Arabia by the year 2035. Well, Lars Claassen is the CEO of Cruise Saudi. He joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Cruise Saudi is talking about building a thriving cruise ecosystem. What does that actually involve?
Well, Cruise Saudi's mission is to establish Saudi as a leading international cruise destination. And we do that by operating two distinct different business units. One is what we call destination experience, and the other one is cruise and maritime experiences. And since the launch of Cruise Saudi in 2021, we have had numerous very successful seasons, and we received 26 cruise ships from 16 cruise lines, with 500,000 passengers from over 120 different nationalities. So, and this is what we're up to further develop in order to be part of Vision 2030 and achieving the goals of 150 million passengers by 2030.
Okay, so you've got a huge challenge ahead of you. As you say, you've got two distinct pillars. Let's talk about infrastructure, first of all. Have you had to start from scratch when it comes to building the infrastructure? I mean, the ports, the facilities, and so on that's required for these cruise liners?
Well, not always. For instance, in Jeddah, we currently operate in the commercial port and have a terminal there. And then the port infrastructure, so the marine side infrastructure, is done by Mawani. And we develop and operate the terminals. This is a collaboration between Mawani and ourselves. Currently, we have 4 gateways operational, one in Jeddah, Islamic Port, one in Yanbu, one in Dammam, and then also a private island exclusive beach location for cruise passengers, Sabah Beach in the southern Red Sea.
I wanted to ask you about that, Sabah Island that you just mentioned there. I mean, it's described as being the Red Sea's first private cruise island. I just want to know a bit more about that island. What happens there? What sort of feedback are you getting?
The island is a wonderful, beautiful island in the southern Red Sea with pristine beaches and wonderful waters. It's mainly beach activities exclusive to cruise passengers. We have capacity for 3,000 passengers with facilities, for instance, include 2,000 sunbeds. There are F&B venues on the island, VVIP beachfront villas, and snorkeling, excursion, kayaking. So a lot of water sport activities exclusive to cruise guests.
And what are people saying about it? Because it opened in December, I believe, didn't it?
We did a soft launch in December with the first cruise of Arabiya. And so it's open for all cruise lines, not just Arabiya, but currently Arabiya is the only ship calling there. And the guests are just wonderful. It's the most popular destination of all the Arabiya itineraries.
Okay, let's talk a bit more about Arabiya, because that is, of course, the cruise line company that's now up and running, launched in December as well. Tell us a bit about the customer experience. What makes it stand out?
Arabiya is a truly and remarkably Arabian cruise line, and it's targeted at the Arabian guest. So the offerings on board are tailor-made for our Arabian guests. The food offerings, the entertainment, the pool hours for the ladies. So it's all catered to the Arabian taste, and that is what really stands out. All the other cruise offerings out there from the international cruise lines, they are mainly targeted at European or North American guests, and this one is targeted at the Arabian guest from the Arabian Peninsula, not just the Saudi, but we also everyone is welcome, of course, but from all the offerings, it is targeted at the Arabian guest.
Okay, so what you're saying is that everyone is welcome on one of these cruises. So if a European or an American person, for example, wants to go on a cruise with Arabiya, they'd be able to do so. It would be a different experience, however, from perhaps a carnival cruise.
Yeah, sure. I mean, as I said, we have a number of restaurants, and some of them are purely tailored to the Arabian market, but then we also offer international cuisine, and the entertainment is more tailored to the Arabian taste, and the activities on board. We have a water park for the kids. We have the largest kids area. We have a huge shopping mall. So all this is more focused to the taste of the Arabian guest. But again, it's an international product, it's a modern product, and everyone is welcome and will feel most comfortable on board.
Okay, so I mean, Cruise Saudi is obviously a big part of Vision 2030 and what that wants to achieve. Just tell us where the company fits in to that jigsaw.
Well, we are developing cruise, the whole cruise industry, the ecosystem, by developing ports, operating the terminals, welcoming cruise lines and their guests from international cruise lines, as well, obviously, as Arabiya. We're curating and organizing shore excursions. We don't operate them ourselves, but and by doing so, in conjunction with cooperation with the destination management companies, we create employment in the ports, and so it is not just the employment which we create within Cruise Saudi ourselves, but we're creating the whole industry, the ecosystem, and by that a lot of jobs. And then also on the cruise line side, Arabiya is a huge modern cruise ship. We have 1,500 crew. We have a large number of employees within Cruise Saudi, and we're developing the tourism. And tourism is a major part of Vision 2030, and we are part of it.
Talk about infrastructure, that's one point. Another thing you talked about is job creation. Let's talk about infrastructure for just a moment longer, then we'll talk about job creation. There's a new port, isn't there, at Al Wajah, which is being built now, I gather. I just want to know what stage the construction's at and sort of what it looks like there. I mean, is it just for cruise traffic, or would there be some freight and cargo going through that port as well?
No. We are purely focused on cruise traffic. So when we, from the 4 destinations which we have in operation right now, go on and look into the future, we plan to have 10 gateways operational by 2030, and 2 of them are in the master planning stage. So that is a dedicated cruise hub in Jeddah, outside of the commercial port. It's always much nicer for the guests to be in a dedicated cruise port. And then in Al Wajh, it will also be a dedicated cruise terminal as a gateway to Al Ula. For instance, the Prince Mohammed bin Salman Royal Reserve and Wadi Disa, and all the wonderful things cruise guests can experience in that region. So it's a gateway mainly to Al Ula, which is strong and very, very high demand from other cruise companies.
Okay, I mean, I did say I was going to ask you a bit more about job creation, which you picked up on in your earlier answer. I mean, do you think, for example, Arabiya and other elements of this cruise ecosystem you've been talking about are going to involve local communities? And do you see that in turn translating into job creation? And what sort of numbers of jobs do you see being created?
So we plan to have in the ecosystem created 50,000 jobs by 2030. All in all, on the ships, but also ashore, for destination management companies and pre and post programs which we organize for the cruise guests. That is our goal, to have influence 50,000 jobs, not within Cruise Saudi, but in the whole ecosystem created by 2030.
Okay, so exciting job creation opportunities and 1.3 million cruise passengers by 2035. I mean, this is going to have a big economic impact, isn't it?
Yes, it does, and that is what leads to what I said, those 50,000 jobs in the whole ecosystem.
Okay, and in terms of moving forwards, any plans to link other cities on this sort of cruise ecosystem map? And the second part of my question is, would you consider doing partnerships with other cruise operators around the world?
Well, first of all, right now we're focusing on developing Saudi as a destination, and we have further things in our roadmap. Right now we're focusing on Al-Waj and Jeddah Cruise Hub, but we also have another island destination, a private beach destination in development, more focused also on ecotourism. Then we have several more things in the pipeline. For that, we are definitely open to create that in conjunction with in partnerships, definitely. On the cruise line side, we are building up Arabiya, and we also have a joint venture with Amman. Amman is an ultra-luxury hotel group, and we have one ship under construction, and the ship for that ultra-luxury segment will be delivered in first half of 2027.
Okay, so we've got some exciting partnerships there with established players in the industry. What about national level partnerships like Red Sea Project, Salula, NEOM? I mean, any sort of scope for partnerships at that level?
About partnerships, whenever they do their projects and have touch point to cruise ports, we will be involved, and we are involved, and we are in discussion with them. And it's a very important point for us to do that in partnership with other companies, be it from PRF or be it other projects in the kingdom.
And Mr. Claassen, obviously the cruise industry was severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. It seems to have bounced back, doesn't it? I mean, where do you see the industry heading to from here?
Well, the cruise market recovered from the effects of the pandemic very quickly and is thriving. It's a thriving industry, and it's expected to grow by 10% annually for the foreseeable future. And we want to be part of that, and we believe we can contribute to that. And there are 40 million cruise passengers annually worldwide, which is a huge part of worldwide tourism. And the cruise guests are getting younger and younger and looking for new destinations. And we would like to position Saudi as one of the most sought after destinations for cruise lines, for new as a new destination where all cruise lines would like to come to.
Okay, it's really interesting you say that the cruise line passengers are getting younger and younger. So for anyone out there who thinks cruises are for retirees and for, I don't know, their grandparents' generation, what do you have to say to them?
Well, look at Arabiya. I mean, Arabiya is a family product, and on Arabiya we have a wonderful, huge kids area. It's probably one of the largest kids area on any cruise ship, and then it's a multi-generational product, and many cruises are. So the time where cruises were really for the older generation are long past.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Lars Claassen, the CEO of Cruise Saudi. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Terrorists will just
fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome back to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. Where should we go to?
Well, I think we finished off talking about pre-seasons, and I think the crucial pre-season I remember it all changed for me was when Jose first come in. Yeah. So I come back early, being busy, because it was after our first season under Ranieri. I finished the season well because Duffer got injured, so I played like the last 10 games. And then I went to Euro 2004. We went to Euro 2004.
Yeah.
I didn't play, so I was like, and again I got itchy feet. And I was like, do you know what? I want to make this work. So I went back in. So you probably weren't there. Lamps, JT, all the boys who played. So and I remember going in, like what you said, Coley, like it was like a smaller group, but it was football and it was 1-on-1, and it was like, and I was just like, right, let me embrace this because you're not used to not running. And it was just like, it was quality. Like, it was just intensity. And like, but it was like you'd be doing 3 against 3 and then he'll be scoring a little goal and he'd be turning. And he was on me about transitions. Like, so like the whole, from that day one, it was almost like tactically, technically and mentally attached to the physically.
Yeah.
So I didn't even feel like I was working hard. But then I got to the start of the season and I felt as fit as I'd ever been. Yeah.
There's nothing better than having a pre-season, because if you get an injury, it's horrible.
Yeah.
You want a full pre-season to feel good.
Yeah.
But when you talk about that mental side of things, I think that gets you fit. For instance, if you lose the ball, you react straight away.
Yeah,
get off.
Yeah.
It's like if you're telling yourself that in your head, you're not thinking, I've got to go and get after the ball now. It's like, get after it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think
he was the first one who brought me into that. The transition from when you have the ball to when you don't have the ball is so crucial. I'd never even thought about that. In midfield, I was playing centre mid at West Ham, and I was just like, right, if it's there, I'll win it. If not, I'll get back into shape. But it was like committed to the transition, and I was like, this is like, you remember the buzz of it? Like, we're gonna be some team here.
Yeah.
And then we went away to this first season to America. Do you remember?
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
Well, that was a game changer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was like the Beverly Hills Hotel. This is when I knew
I weren't there that one. I went off to. I was at. No. I went to. No, that was under Ranieri.
Yeah.
I went to Charlton on loan, didn't I?
Coley, but we went.
You've gone from.
And then I done the Jersey one.
Yeah.
I've done the Jersey one with you guys.
Yeah.
Right.
You go to I was going from army barracks to just run in, and then all of a sudden you're in Beverly Hills Hotel. Like, it's unbelievable.
It was wild. Do you remember seeing Jennifer Aniston?
Yeah.
I was like, it was like all these it's like when they all go for a coffee.
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg was there.
Sherry Williams. That was the thing I was telling you earlier. It's like Marino did that thing where we'd have real good training, but maybe halfway through it he'd chuck a little night out in for the lads, and he'd organise the party. And it was I can't remember where it was.
What hotel? It was a famous hotel.
Famous hotel. And then we got Snoop Dogg in there.
Yeah.
Loads of people, mate.
It was mad. It was like...
it's mental.
Yeah, it was like... Yeah. But doing it in Beverly Hills was like... And I remember we used to train. It was hot. Remember, the first time I saw proper ice baths, none of the little ones...
Ice baths.
Yeah, mate, do you know what it is? It was... We were at the college.
A posh one.
Yeah, no. They were like in the bins.
These are like... In the bin, they're in the bin ones.
The ones next to the pitch.
Next to the pitch, I had them in the bins ready. But we were at the college... And it was the facilities they have. All the facilities are unbelievable. Like, I remember...
where was you going, Geez? I was getting into the bins afterwards.
No, they because when we ended college, I don't know if you ever see it, the water thing there, they had the underwater treadmill there.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. And Chelsea ended up getting all that. So, like, because they're very... I think Americans, in terms of their sport...
Advanced, mate.
Advanced in terms of sport science, recovery ice baths, like weights, everything they do, and I think Chelsea took a bit of that from there and put it in the training ground.
That's what's changed. Recovery.
Yeah.
So, like, where it used to be run every day, you got to beat your or they'll know a decline because you'll be tired.
Yeah.
Then they'll say, "Oh, maybe you have a day off." They only go on what you, how you're reacting.
Yeah, once they've pushed you to the limits.
I think with how the sport moved on, is recovery has become more pinnacle. So you got to do 2 or 3 days hard work. But then you'll have 1 day off. But it's at this right time.
Yeah.
Then you got to come back and then you go again. And what you eat as well is massive as well. So, like, I remember going to Charlton. I went to Charlton with Alan Kirbishley, and he basically said to me, he goes, "Carlton, here we do things a little bit different to what you would do at Chelsea." But that's when I first saw the ice bath.
Really?
Because we didn't do it at Chelsea.
Yeah.
I first got introduced to it, and I was like, "What's this? What are them bins out for?"
Yeah.
Like these bins, and there was like steps going up to them. I'm like, "What is this? What's all this malarkey?" Man, they said that's the ice bath. I was like, "Ice what?" So anyway, go there after Paolo Di Canio. He's in there. He's just living life in there.
Yeah.
So he's done this before, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, this is my first rodeo. So he goes, "Get into that one." I'm like, "All right." So I'm going there because everyone's waiting for my reaction.
Yeah.
I can picture it now.
So I'd like to see that.
I said, "How cold is it?" So I put my hand in. I'm going, oh my God. So I'm there. I'm mentally trying to figure this out, thinking, how am I going to get into that cold, like, ice?
Yeah.
Like, it's a bin. It's a bin on top of that.
Yeah,
like, the big
I know,
You pull your... I was like, is it clean? Yeah, first and foremost, is it clean? And where's this bin?
We're talking about the one at Chadwell Leaf.
Oh my God. Go on. So anyway, I'm in the bin now.
Yeah.
I'm shivering, man. I'm dying here. I'm dying, but I can't be looking like an idiot with my new teammates.
Did you go waist or chest?
The whole thing. The whole thing. You got to go in, and it's like, they expect that. So you're in there like curled up like that. I'm like, mate, this is brutal. And then I was in there, I swear down, when I come out, I felt so good. I was like, because it was hot.
Yeah. It's the best feeling ever.
And then you come out, you're thinking, oh, I'm in Barbados. Honestly, it was the best feeling.
And you're in Charlton.
But I was fighting demons in my head whilst I was in there. Like,
that's it though, isn't it? It's the worst thing ever, but afterwards you feel great.
Yeah.
It is good for your body.
It is. I would have paid to have seen that, by the way. I would have loved to see it. But no, you're right. And what was I going to say? Yeah, the one at Chadwell Leaf, mate. I love Chadwell Leaf. It was one of them but this place, let me tell you, this was ground zero for some kind of virus. Whoever cleaned, like, I've gone in there, I've come back after 10 years on my way doing my career, come back, and the ice, but remember, I was looking and thinking, how are these lads getting in it?
Oh, mate,
it was like there was like
mould.
Premier League club
missing tiles.
Mate, if it was in the local like leisure centre, they'll be taking people out.
We've had all the stars in there. Freddie Ljungberg, everyone, mate. We're just doing all sorts that weren't supposed to be done. It was hazardous. It was hazardous.
I love an ice bath now. After a sauna or a steam room.
Yeah. Have you seen Joe Rogan? He loves an ice bath.
Mate, he loves it, mate.
Every day.
Yes, every day. Because you fight the demons and you get out. And you're right. If you're doing it in a hot environment and you're in an ice bath and then the sun hits you, it's like heaven.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, you're coming back to life.
Yeah. I haven't done many ice baths. I've always tried.
Will we have an ice bath at Glastonbury?
To drop a shoulder.
Yeah, I always try to drop a shoulder.
You don't like an ice bath?
I don't.
Have we found a chink in Wayne Bridges' armour here?
I don't like them, but I can do them.
Deal with it.
I kind of deal with it. The benefits afterwards are great.
Did you? Sorry,
they are great.
Something's coming to my mind. When you done the SAS show, wasn't part of that getting into the? Didn't you have to get in some cold environment?
It was the last day, and it was they took us up in this helicopter at the top of the mountain. It's just all white. And we're like, oh, what's going on here? And you can see we didn't even know it was a lake.
Really?
You can see 4 holes. They got a chainsaw and cut 4 holes into it. You basically had to get into it and go from one to the other.
Way.
Yeah, but they had like a rope on you in case you got stuck under there. But you're going under. When people come up with cut heads because you were going under and smashing into big blocks of ice. It was that cold.
Serious?
That is the coldest I've ever been.
Really?
And I don't know how long you would have been in there. You know, you
That's
get in there for maybe a minute.
well.
Yeah.
You know, I know 5, 6 minutes maybe in there. God. Mate, got out, and I don't reckon I was in pain.
Really?
Yeah.
Like even 20 minutes later,
mate,
my hands were still in pain. Like hurting.
The fingertips.
And it was only that someone had done it before me. They were going, "Don't worry, like it stops." But I think it was like it took about 40 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, and then obviously someone had to do it after me, and then you're saying the same to them, going, "Yeah, painful, innit? But don't worry, in about 40 minutes you'll be alright." But you're sat there for like 40 minutes going, "Oh my God, when is this pain going to?" Like it was like real painful.
Was there any player, like obviously when we talk about ice baths and that, is there any player that struggled and like with pre-season in general? Like like this guy, he's not looking forward to this.
Neil Ruddock, mate. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it. Right, I've seen some antics from Razor. Right,
yeah.
He was brilliant with me as a young kid. He went on a bike ride. No, was it? He went on a bike ride, and then he just stopped at the pub. Just stopped at a pub in Essex and just having a few pints.
Sounds like him, yeah.
Mate, and I'm just like, everyone's coming in and he's just like, he took his time, had a couple of pints of Guinness and then just rolled back in, like, just done a 2K when he's supposed to do like a 30K.
Times have changed, mate. Imagine some player doing that now.
It's mad, isn't it? Like, imagine that.
They'd say mental health.
Yeah.
This guy's not right. That's what they would. They would say that. It's not serious.
It's not serious. I remember, I think Don Hutchison's when he was coming, pre-season was coming back from injury. Don. We love Don. We work with him at TNT now, and the fitness coach was looking for him, but he's had enough, right? And then at Travel Leaf, there was nowhere to hide, right? Like it was quite a small training ground, and he'd be looking. John would be looking for you, and everyone would be like, and they knew he was there because his car was still in the car park, right? But what he used to do for a respite is to get the papers, and in the sauna you could unscrew the wooden bit and go under the seats, and you could have a little bit of respite and just read these papers.
Really? That's what you said?
So he'd be reading his paper, like, just because he didn't want to breathe and running away from the fitness coach.
Oh, Lord.
So Don, who else would struggle? Do you remember anyone at Chelsea struggling?
No, I don't know. Who was a machine?
I'm really struggling.
Yeah.
Who was a machine? Like, that you can't... Obviously, Bridgie, we know
Lamps
Bridgie.
Run all day.
Do you know what? You just reminded me of something. When Scolari come in, he tried to bring it back to old school. Do you remember?
We did.
He did, yeah.
Scolari, I remember, because we had signed Boswinger as well.
Yeah.
And he was rapid, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And I remember I was at a stage where I was like, you had to run in a certain time. And it was like 1 lap, wasn't it? Then 2 laps or 4
It was like
laps.
a 1K run, wasn't it?
And then in the end, he was just having it, wasn't it? It got to the last run, I went, I'm going to show him here.
Yeah.
And it was like 1,000 metres, mate. I just like sprinted the whole way round.
It's like Chariots of Fire.
Going, I just thought you were going to stop at one point. You just kept going.
You won it, right?
Yeah, I won it. I just kept going.
I remember.
Mate.
That's what
I was just... Do you know what it was? And it's probably stupid on my part, to be honest. He was just annoying me because he was making us all look really slow. So I just thought, I'm going to show him here and just have it. But do you know what? I think that's... In pre-season, I think if someone wants to do it, and if you do need it, do it. Like, do you know, the fitness thing, you've got to have it.
Yeah,
you've got to have it. You shouldn't be made to feel bad.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But for me, when he did bring that back, it was weird because we've had so many years of doing it with football.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can beat the football fitness because... It's the short, sharp bit. It's the turning, twisting, turning. Just running in a straight line is very different from playing football.
I think everyone's got different outlooks on pre-season. Like nowadays, most of these boys, they're doing pre-season.
Yeah, they've all got personal trainers.
Training off. You see them now, don't you?
My son's using Jamie Lawrence now, actually.
Yeah, good out, mate. Good out. That set him up well. That will set him up well, you know.
Well, I spoke to Jamie. I obviously... Talking to you about it, and he goes, he just wanted to know his character. What type of character is he? He's in trouble.
For those that don't know, though, Jamie Lawrence is an ex-footballer. Played for Bradford, Sunderland. He's got a great story because he went to prison, didn't he? And then he came out and basically become a footballer. But
Premier League.
He's one of them. He's a machine. Trains really hard, works hard, great work ethic. Great mentality.
Yeah. There is go on, Bridget. There is a place for that kind of driving players.
Yeah,
and probably
which I think will be great for his son.
In the off-season, so he knows what hard work is. So when he
Yeah.
comes back into pre-season training, he can just
my son,
manage slowly.
That's what I thought. So my son, as I was said, the importance of pre-season. So my son, obviously, he's starting out. He's he had a pre-season last season. They flew him out to Turkey with the first team.
Okay.
Throughout Hull City, and that was a great experience for him. His first time he's been away.
Really,
like, away from us.
Yeah, that's quality.
And for him, that's like, oh, Dad, you never guess what he's telling me all these stories. But I was like, okay, son, so how did you find the pre-season? Because he can run. He's quite good at running. He's like top middle.
Yeah.
If he's gonna do the running tests or whatever like that, and fitness-wise. So, but I still think he's a little bit weak mentally, you know.
Right.
So I thought, do you know what? Who's the best person for this job? And try and, because I could do it, I can help him, but it's just
Needs
you
to
know,
come.
like when there's respect there, but he's like gonna be on me. He's gonna be like trying to play with my emotions, like when I'm trying to run him. And that's what. But I said I know with Jamie.
You ain't playing with Jamie, mate.
Mate, I know with Jamie, and then like obviously my missus has taken him there, and then Jamie's always obviously gone and greeted my missus. Says, "Oh, hi, Caden, come in." You know what I mean? Welcome. And then my missus asked him, so when I'm just gonna hang about, how long do I need to come? When can I come back? He said, and live quite about 45 minutes away from the training ground. He's like, don't come back, go home. And then my missus phones me and goes, yeah, James just told me to go home.
Wow.
And what's that mean? Like, is it a couple hours and 4 hours? I said, go and ask him. So she's gone back to her and says, what is it, 2 hours? Like, he goes, sometimes I have them to here 4 hours.
Wow.
And I'm like, wow, 4 hours. So my missus phoned me. He said about 4 hours, maybe. I was like, whoa. Okay, all right, so just go home, babe. I want to see the condition that Caden comes back in those doors tonight, because I know he's going to be...
He's sleep well.
But you know what I'm saying about pre-season? Now it's pre-season.
Yeah.
And if you don't invest in yourself, like, you're leaving yourself short because everyone else is doing it.
Yeah. That's what times have changed so much, you've got to stay on it a little bit just to make sure you're ticking over and you're coming back firing.
What? So we said, interesting what you said there, Coley, about him being your son and you need him needing to be driven, like, and it's hard when it comes from the dad. Actually, in boxing, there's a thing now, you know, like, it's like when you get the father sons, there's a lot of them, father sons.
We're seeing it now.
Yeah, but like it's a difficult dynamic because when it's your own son, like your emotions are clouded. Like if you wanted to train the boys at West Ham, you would do it in a certain way and the emotions out of it. But it's difficult training you like coaching your own kids.
That's probably one of the reasons why I stopped coaching under 16s, because my son was coming up at West Ham and he's coming to my age group. Now I don't know if I'd be naturally hard on him or I would treat him like the others. And he's my son. Why would I treat him like the others? Like, so there's an emotional dynamic in coaching your own son. And everyone's like, yeah, well, you got the best coach there. Your dad's is an ex-footballer. It doesn't actually work like that.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be a really balanced person to be able to coach your own son.
Yeah.
Like at the start, you can show the basics and everything. But when it comes to the nitty gritty and
the life lessons
and
football life lessons,
then you've got to try and separate from being a dad and then being a professional. And it's hard work, and that is so that's why I chose Jamie, because I know Jamie would give him a stern hand and say, listen, this is not good enough, you need to push yourself. And I know that he needs to get his professional contract before Christmas. So it's the right time for him to go to Jamie. And I told Jamie all of this, and you know he's logging it. Yeah. He's going to treat him like his son. Yeah. And that's why I know certain characters can get the best out of you. And I know Jamie's one of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I've done the Jamie pre-season.
Have you done one?
Oh, mate, I lasted 2 days. I didn't go back. Because what Jamie does, he makes you question whether you want to be a footballer anymore.
Yeah.
So
he'd take you to a dark place.
He took me to a dark... And it's brutal, you know. And
go on, give me an example.
Just before I was going to Celtic.
Right.
Yeah, and I needed to get fit.
Right.
And I'd gone to train with him, and mate, it was so hard. I was like, wow. am I that far off from being to what I used to be?
What age are you though?
I was late. It was like 31,
yeah,
32.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I needed to...
It's hard though, because I remember like my Brighton pre-season. Obviously I had a couple of injuries. But I was like, man, I knew then, I can't run like I used to run.
Really?
Yeah. As an age, and I think I knew then. Your
mind's there, but your body's not.
My mind's there, I think, no, it won't.
Do you know what? That's interesting, because mine wasn't a pre-season thing. Mine was an in-game thing when you realise, like, I couldn't get to where I needed to go. I didn't find straight. I can still run now. Like if I wanted to. I don't like it. I'd never run, but I could still run. Obviously not to the level, but you found it in pre-season. It was the indicator.
I found the running, yeah, and then obviously probably the change in a direction and everything.
Yeah, I adjusted as I was getting older. I had to adjust the way I played.
Yeah.
But fullback, I suppose at fullback
still run. Yeah. Definitely wasn't as quick.
Yeah, he's with you at fullback. He's very. I think he's very much like. It's like there's not many options. You get past your man, you cross it. You have to be there. You have to defend 1-on-1. With midfield, I could pick up different positions. Yeah. Which
emerge.
Which okay, right. I know I'm not going to bother getting the ball there because I can't do what I used to be able to do. So if I can come here and get it, I can still. Do you know what I mean? So you can sort of
still get the same outcome.
Yes, the same outcome, but like a different outcome.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. Any players who are animals, apart from Bridgie, Frank was a beast, and we have to give Frank. Any time I talk about pre-season, I'll talk about Frank because and the dynamics with his dad.
Yeah, Frank reminded me a little bit of me in some ways. Like, I didn't mind a night out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a night out, but I'd work hard as well.
Yeah.
And I think Frank was a bit like Frank. You couldn't go out all the time when you were at Chelsea, thinking, but when you did, Frank would want to work hard and work that night off.
Yeah, the next day.
Yeah.
Amount of times you see him doing box to boxes after training,
and come in and do some running and stuff.
Yeah, and the thing is,
hard training. Yeah, isn't it? Hard training.
Yeah. And the thing is, and like with Frank, with his dad, talking about the other side of it, like Frank's dad was a top player, played for West Ham, hundreds of games, and was a good player. wasn't as good as young Frank, but he was in the coaching staff when I was there. And everyone knows young Frank's journey was like was fraught. A lot of people doubted him. You know, as a player, from what I saw, from the moment I saw him, I was like, he's got real quality. Like he was always 3 years older than me, so he was always like where I was trying to hit. So he was a brilliant example for me. I remember him getting the spikes. Remember the spikes, Bridgie?
Yeah.
So he used to get out, put the spikes on after training and just go out and just be doing little sprints with his dad, back. Then he'd do a bit of finishing. Then he'd be in the gym. It would be like press-ups and sit-ups. Like,
he was way ahead of his time.
He was way ahead of his time. And yet his dad, and then when his dad would be... His dad was funny because Big Frank would be like... I always felt he was...
hard on him.
It was very hard on him. Frank said it himself, but he was very much like on the bench. You could see he was his dad because he'd be like, "Go on, Frank, go on, Frank." You know, which is now you're all parents, you understand. It's like, but he didn't try and hide it. Yeah. So I think the senior players in the club, I didn't know no difference because I'm just coming out. It's all new to me. Looking back now, I see it. The senior players, I think, probably resented that a little bit. And
it's like special treatment.
But it wasn't. That good anyway. He was that good anyway, you know. And then he's gone on to have become one of the best players we've produced. But I think with going back to what you're saying about Frank had such he was so tough and so fit, and his dad his dad was probably a bit like Jamie Lawrence because his dad was. Do you know what I mean in that sense? And the way I admire him so much. Like the same way as like with this man, like how they can push themselves. Because I tried to push myself, and I got to I remember you get to the point in pre-season where the stars were coming. I didn't make myself sick, but the stars were coming. I was like, wow. I look at them and then you see these guys like that, and I'll be like, how are they doing that?
How are they just doing it?
You get to a stage you end up enjoying doing it.
Yeah,
you end up enjoying pushing yourself. Like,
I
reckon I got to a stage like my workouts at home. I haven't pushed myself as much, and and now I'm thinking, right, I need to get fit again.
Right.
And then I started, and when I was doing it, I had that mentality, I'm going to have a right go here. I probably went too long.
Right.
I should have, I need to get back into it slowly, but it's one of them things that I think once you've got it, you've got that work ethic, you really enjoy pushing yourself. And staying there.
I've never enjoyed it.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're in a different world.
What are you talking to?
What are you talking? You're talking to the wrong person.
Come and train
You're
me for a couple
You're high
of weeks.
performance.
You're on the wrong podcast. I love playing football.
I'm just saying about me that I enjoy it.
Do you know who was one guy that I have to admit that he blew me away? Like Christian Daly.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Christian Daly, absolute machine.
Yeah.
Like upper bodies.
Yeah.
He used to just be in the gym just doing pull-ups.
Yeah. I know.
I get to 3 pull-ups. I'm like struggling to get my head over the bar. He's just like that, bang. But I'm like, what is this?
There's a few machines like Mako was a bit of a machine. He could run all day.
Yeah.
He was chiselled out of wood.
Yeah.
As well.
I never see him in the gym though.
No, never. Mika Rich was another one. Like he was an absolute tank, and he never lifted a weight.
Yeah.
There's some of them just unbelievable, and they
just
don't
born
do a
to
lot of
be
extra
an
work.
athlete.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Like, because when I look at it, I was thinking, what I could have done way more if I took pre-season season, because pre-season sets you up to have a good season.
You have
If
a base,
get a good pre-season,
a good base.
As you were saying, no injuries or nothing like that. Great base to just.
Well, I think when you're in it, you don't.
You want time off in it.
You have to be really grown or really mature to kind of
know what you're getting out of it.
I can admit it was like we were at that stage where it was the culture's very different in football than what it is now.
Yeah,
isn't it? But if I look back at it, I wish I could have done that a bit different. I could have lived that a bit more healthy. I could have done this and not done that a little bit. But I had a good time.
Well, listen, I wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't change it for the world.
Work hard, play hard.
Yeah, that was probably my mentality.
do you remember that night out in America when we snuck at Beverly Hills?
Was I there that one?
You might not have been there. It might have been. Did you miss it one year?
I had a hip. I had to go off to Colorado during one of them pre-seasons for a hip thing, and I missed one of the big parties that there was.
We ended up like it was like
messy.
Yeah, it was like, but you didn't want to go out with the whole team because you knew you were being naughty. So the English boys crept out.
Yeah.
And we thinking we're being all sneaky. We're not telling anyone. We got to the club and there were the French boys were already there. And the Spanish and the Portuguese.
But that's so sly, man.
I know, oh man, they're all Chinese whispers.
Yeah. Who was there? Did you have
everyone?
Macca?
The whole squad was there.
The whole squad together.
All the Portuguese lot.
We just basically wasted money on Vianos.
I can imagine it. I missed that. I went to Colorado. I missed it.
Yeah, I remember. It got to the point the next season we had a couple of nights out, and I was always like, I couldn't handle. I quickly worked out I wasn't built like you, Frank, where you like a good time and I like a party, but you have to be really structured with it. So the one pre-season, Carly was come over, and so I swerved a couple of nights out. Because I knew how hard it was the next day.
There'd only be 1 or 2 that you see in pre-season, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
you couldn't do it.
But even that, Bridgie, like you've seen me I'm the worst geezer on a hangover ever. He's just laughing at me. That's why I'm looking at Glastonbury. Like, do you know what I mean? How big is Glastonbury? How far away can I get from him at any one time?
It's like massive, isn't it?
You'll be my right hand man.
Do you know what we're going to do? Right, we're going to get them little tags so we don't lose each other. But I'm actually going to use it to like in the daytime. Right, he's there. Get me over there. I don't care what music's playing. I need a breather for him.
I need a breather. Yeah. I remember. So pre-season away tour.
I think we can talk about post-seasons. Oh, good. You got a pre-season tour?
I've got one pre-season.
Go on. Give me a pre-season.
We went to. We've done a few actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done the one with West Ham. We went China. Went to Beijing. That was amazing.
Beijing, West Ham in Beijing.
Yeah, West Ham in Beijing.
That's a story in itself.
Yeah. I've still got friends from a night. I've still got friends I talk to now from Beijing. Yeah. Nicola is one of my good friends.
Good in a way.
Yeah.
I know you want to go on holiday. Good in a way because you know.
But the post trips are not good for me.
The post trips.
Nah, I'm not having
No,
Did you come to
you'd
Korea?
rather go on holiday with your mates, wouldn't you? Or like you'd rather go and do your own thing rather than I've got to go and do this. But you have a laugh still because.
Well, it depends what type of season you've had.
Yeah.
Do you remember Korea?
Yeah.
Did you come to Korea?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we won the league, didn't we?
Yeah.
We won the league, and
See, that type of season.
No, I didn't
perfect.
you didn't come.
No, I didn't go.
First season. Oh,
no, I didn't
so we've
go.
gone to mate. So we've gone.
It was another one. No,
We've gone to
go.
Korea, and just thrown in. I don't know how they've managed to organise this. Like we didn't even know about it, and about 10 days before the end of the season, we're going to play the Samsung Blue Wings. We're sponsored by Samsung. Right? It's a quick money grab.
Money grab.
So like you're like, oh no, right, okay. So we've gone there, and then Jose's gone. You can have a night out, and he's like, we got it's gone out. The whole team's gone out. It was good. It was a good night out, right? But then I'm expecting, right, we're not going to really take this seriously. And this is when I knew Jose was like on a different level. We're going on for the team meeting. I'm thinking we'll turn up, useful. And he's like a proper like, this is how we're going to play.
Oh, you're thinking?
I'm thinking, drop me out.
This is like
I come here to get a new flat screen TV. We got loaded up at the Samsung factory for going. That was our treat. So there's a few flat screen TVs, phones, few things were sent back. We played and we got there, and we'd had a night out before, so we was like I was feeling ropey as. And like, I'm glad he was because they were on it. You know, the last thing you do, like 60,000 people in the stadium.
Yeah, all come see
baking, So we've gone, and we won the game. I think we won the game 1-0. But like, I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, it was tight. It was tight.
Squeaky bum tight.
But yeah, it was like. I was like, no, I wasn't a fan, to be honest with you. I'm with you. Although the screens fit lovely in the front room.
Manchester United. Have you seen Manchester United?
Oh.
Mate, oh my gosh. They went to...
What, the open top bus?
Yeah, where was it? They went Indonesia? No, Malaysia? Where was it?
God, yeah.
Malaysia, yeah. Kuala Lumpur. They went Kuala Lumpur and then, mate,
that's
I heard they lost one game. Did they lose? They lost 1-0, I think.
You heard stories about them trying to get the mopeds out or the little scooters out, and the fans had to pay for them because they couldn't have, so basically everything that could go. Imagine having the season Man United have had, then doing an open top bus tour of Kuala Lumpur. Mate, that is brutal, isn't it?
Didn't someone have a fight? Someone was like, it was a little bit of a tear up.
Was there?
Yeah,
mate, listen, someone at the clubs just needs to go, right, we need to just can this.
Yeah,
go away.
Like, open top bus, or you just lost in the FA Cup final. In the Europa League Cup final.
Yeah.
Like, come on, that's just it's out of order.
I think it's out of order on the players.
But open top bus, at least get one that's got a roof on.
Every one of them players is going, what are we doing?
Everyone, Oh yeah, definitely be like,
this is why you do things like this, because like, listen, we understand the people of Kuala Lumpur want to see the players, and the players have to have a responsibility, but we have to say the truth. The players will be feeling terrible because they haven't hit their goals. They've let, there's some, and they'll just be thinking, oh, do you know what I mean? Is this the right thing to do? Is this done in the right spirit? Why don't we cancel this, put it next year when hopefully we have a better season? Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
You got to time your run.
You have to time your run sometimes.
They were well offside.
Yeah. But just in summary, what we said, pre-seasons used to be hard, then they got really fun. And now they're just like, is there any need for them? Because they just don't stop playing, is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, so pre-seasons, this might be the last pre-season podcast ever done.
They're a healthy bunch, these
They're always in pre-season.
Exactly.
No, they're always in season.
Yeah.
In season, that's the one.
Do you see us out?
I think that's all we've got time for, boys.
Yeah.
Thanks to the dressing room with our Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Hello, hello.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Hope all is well.
Yeah, good.
Congratulations on the film. How much juice did you feel the story had from the very first one?
Well,
more story you wanted to tell after the first one.
the petrol, if that's the juice, was the audience's enthusiasm for the first film was undiminished. You know, most films you make, they kind of fade away. They take their place in the pantheon of whatever it is. But this one's just seemed to be still alive, and had been replicated, or it had inspired so many other different TV shows and other movies and things like that. But there is a connective line, a lineage through directly from the first film, which you haven't, and it's obviously it's in the figure of Cillian Murphy eventually, who you'll meet in the second film, and then eventually hugely in the third film. So yeah, there's lots of juice, lots of reasons to go back to it, which led us to get very excited about doing it, and now to let people see it in the cinemas.
Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war.
How exciting is it for the both of you to build those characters as if it's a little bit in a painting, each one of them so specifically different that they kind of match the whole picture?
Not to be kind of difficult, it's just it's not how I would see it. It's not so much how much does one enjoy it, and it's not really about like it's good if the Clockwork Toy happens to enjoy it sometimes or not enjoy it, but really it's just there's a task. That's it. It's something like that. It is. Yeah, but and obviously this kind of relationship with you now is different. You reach for reasons to justify things. You paint things with perspective, really. You know. But an element, I think, what you're talking about is that Alex writes these characters, and then we hire actors who bring an identity. They give them an identity. They obey generally what they're asked to do by the script, but the identity that's created is uniquely them, and always it will be them. Really, whatever was in your mind, if indeed a person was in your mind, a particular person was in your mind for the character. So it's a stickleback thing, of course, as well, as it goes on.
The final question is the obvious fascination of audiences with post-apocalyptic type of stories. What do you think it stems from psychologically?
What I find is that people always project themselves into the story quite intensely. And if it's a rom-com, I don't think they do. I don't think they think, yes, I'll be like Jennifer Lawrence. You know, I don't think that's what happens exactly. I'm going to be taken to this Italian island and charmed by this person or whatever it is. I think with a zombie apocalypse or any kind of apocalypse story, nuclear, whatever it happens to be, aliens, they think, what would I do in that circumstance? Who would I go and find? Who would I get in a car or a bike? Or they sort of project into the stories in a different way. And I think it's because those thoughts are just in them anyway. They're turning them over in their minds, something like that.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. They're wrapping me up already, but congrats on the film. Cheers.
Thank you.
Judgment. My children! There's no discharge.
A lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement. I think over the years I've been one of those canned red carpet stalkers, you know, waiting for all of the looks to arrive, and you know, especially with Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who has walked the red carpet for over 20 years now. You know, she's really truly paved the way for all of us to be here at this sort of global stage. So to actually be here, it is pretty cool. Just from when I started 12 years ago, there was not as much focus on creating the same amount of opportunities for women than there is now. I think there's always been a strong female gaze and a strong female voice. It's always existed, and it's cut boundaries many times, very, very, very often. I'm just saying, coming from where I am, from India, from my mother India, went to the global stage back then, and I'm talking, you know, over 2 decades ago. So I think for me, the light is being shone upon maybe now on the last couple of years, but the intent was always there. It always existed. It was my first co-production to go into a cinema, which is a different ballgame altogether. The first time I produced a movie that I also starred in, you know, came directly onto streaming, onto Netflix, and it did really well. You know, I was very grateful for that opportunity. You know, it's a partnership that we all thoroughly enjoyed. This one was completely different because you have the pressure of box office numbers, you have the pressure of bringing people to the cinema. And while I do have some learnings from that experience, I think for me, my drive somehow has always been about the process. The process of bringing people together and working on a collective vision and being a part of that vision from the very beginning, which is not just as an actor. I think that's something that I enjoy the most. But the learning of what the public and what the audience wants to see, along with the vision and the story that you want to put out, is something that I'll take a couple of years to understand. This is my first action film. It's my first film with Yash Raj Productions. It's my first spy universe film, and they have, you know, really mastered that space over the last couple of years. Shiv is a, you know, wonderful guy. This is his first feature film as well. He's done a show before this, which again did exceptionally well. Really had a blast working on this film because it's been extremely challenging. Physically, after giving birth, having a baby, getting into an action film is not the simplest thing to do for your body. But I'm really glad I did it because I think it challenged me physically in ways that I have not experienced before. I've also got to share screen space with Sharvari, who is my co-actor in the film. I won't speak too much about it, but you know, she's also wonderful, and I think we've struck a very special bond. And you know, since we're here talking about worth, and we're talking about L'Oréal Paris, that is known for promoting the feeling of sisterhood, it's something that I keep very close to my heart, because I think in gossip circles, you always like to pit women against each other. I think that's something done very casually. Whereas actually, if you actually put us together in a room, and there is a mutual love and admiration and respect for each other's being, personality and craft, it's actually really powerful, you know. And I think that's what scares people sometimes, because if you come together, the power is sort of infinite. So this film is really about that power. I'm really curious to see how people take to it.
You must be new. That is Bruce Wayne.
Pleasure to talk to you guys. Nice to see you again. First of all, you know, we see those iconic characters in very different moral, physical ways. How much was it an enjoyment to tackle them in a fresh start?
It was, I loved it. I mean, you know, I came on board and they had already been, you know, a ship that it was already running. They had already done a whole movie, and so I was catching up a little bit, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, And it was fun to kind of come into a movie where everybody did already, the ship had already, was running full steam, and so everyone was in, good running order, and I loved it. I had a great time, and the cast was great, and these guys were all just fun to work with, and it made it very easy for me to do what could have been a very difficult thing.
Oh, you did it very well. So.
Thank you.
Most of the world doesn't share your opinion, Mr. Wayne.
Maybe it's Gotham City and me. We just have a bad history with freaks dressed like clowns.
He's quite morally conflicted in this one.
Mm-hmm. He is. With this one, what makes it interesting, what made it a fresh approach on Superman particularly, was that we're seeing the evolution of Superman. We're seeing the development, we're seeing him in a nascent state, and it's not the finished product. And within that story come mistakes and hopefully lessons.
Oh, you don't realize...
Oh, you don't understand?
Do you get excited about turning up on those sets because they can be so enormous? I know a lot of them is making your imagination work as well. How much do you enjoy the experience itself of those sets?
It was nice because it wasn't all green screen. When it's all just green screen and all special effects, it's like, it's very frustrating because nothing seemed real. But Zach did a lot of in-camera stuff and built a lot of sets, so you actually could see the inside of the Kryptonian mothership, or all these real builds, and the real Batcave. That really makes it land like, wow, this is a big movie.
I never got to visit the Batcave, unfortunately. I'll have to
next time
try and revisit that opportunity when I can. Again, same answer as Ben. It's having that world exist was a lot of fun. With the CGI stuff and the green rooms, that they can become exhausting after a time. And because especially there's no depth of perception in that green, and so you can start to go a little loopy. But it is also nice to exist within your own imagination during the shooting of those scenes.
Absolutely, this is where it all started after all in comic books. Do you get as excited as the fans, to put them all together even on the same screen?
Yeah, it definitely hits you when you see the other people in their characters, and then seeing even some of the other new characters, being tested out and coming and going, and get the feeling that it's mounting an even bigger and bigger world of heroes and preparing for Justice League. That was like even cooler, feeling like the potential that this was really going to expand into something bigger was definitely a kind of high geek ecstasy moment.
Absolutely, I wouldn't describe it better. It's great.
Civil liberties are being trampled on in your city. Good people living in fear.
Don't believe everything you hear, son.
And that's the cool aspect. There's also all the themes there, the moral compass, the journalism, father figures, religious figures. There's so much there. It's quite a rich content, isn't it?
And absolutely. And one of the wonderful things about this movie, I think, is it mirrors the genius of comic books, in the sense that everyone can take a little bit of something from it depending upon their own personal perspective. And that's the idea. And if the movie does well, then people will.
It does resonate very well.
I think so, yeah, because I think it's it's a story that emerges from our time and our reality, and so it feels very current. It doesn't want to take you away to some imaginary land. It brings these heroes to our world and says, well, what would it be like if there really was a Superman here today, now among us?
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some might.
It's a lot of fire.
It's a lot. Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions.
My actions? I stopped a war.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you. What an exciting adventure this one has been, because how easy or difficult is it to jog your creativity for a story that's been known for audiences for such a long time?
Well, I was daunted by it at the beginning. So people know I was offered Superman like in 2018, and I said no. But the idea stuck in my head. How would I attack Superman if I was to make that story? It was this problem in my head that I was trying to figure out. And I think eventually, I started to see what I could do with it. And so when they came back to me and asked me to do it again, I said yes.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you're gonna be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman. Did you consult with the president?
I love that it was quite emotional, this one. It's not Man of Steel in any way, because he is very fragile. How much did you enjoy that aspect?
Well, I think it's fun to get to know a character in a real way. And I don't think he's especially fragile, but I think we are getting him at a time in his life that is very, very difficult, both on an emotional and personal level, in his relationship with Lois and his relationship to himself, and what's going on with him and the rest of the world, and finally facing an adversary in Lex Luthor, who is his equal and maybe more than his equal. And so we're meeting Clark, Superman, at a very important time. But I love getting to know these characters in a way that we get to see what their personalities are, what his flaws are, what his strengths are, and really getting to know him in a way that maybe we haven't been able to do in other movies.
You seemingly acting as a representative of the United States.
I wasn't representing anybody except for me and doing good.
I suppose the challenge was when you cast, not only to find David, but to find the matching actors where they would all work together.
Totally.
Yes, it was not only finding one person, it was finding the energy of all of them.
And in fact, David was one of the easier people to find, as was Rachel. The hardest people to cast were Mr. Terrific, who was Eddie Gathegi, and Eve Teschmacher, who's Sarah Sampaio. Those roles we looked at, so many people for, because I couldn't find somebody that was speaking in the voice that I heard in my head. Whereas other people, like Skyler, was at the top of my list for Jimmy, so he was pretty quick.
Hey, buddy, eyes up here.
How much does the technology help the storytelling in any of these stories?
Well, the technology helps in terms of you couldn't tell this story in the 80s because you couldn't do it in a moral way, at least ethical way, because you couldn't get a dog to fly. And if you did, I don't think it would be very kind to the dog. So being able to create crypto based on a real dog, based on my dog, based on all of the videos of my dog, but he's made by computers. That's something that you just couldn't do when I was younger. So being able to do that, and then having so many people come in here and say, hey, how much of the dog was an actor? And I'm like, none of the dog was an actor. It was all computer.
Your choices.
What are you most hoping for audiences to find in this one? Obviously, as we said, this is a story that's been around for decades. This is a new flair to it.
Yeah, I think that hopefully, younger audience will come to love Superman as I did when I was young and saw Superman the movie. And also, I think that Superman exemplifies a sort of kindness or earnestness that can be considered old-fashioned in some ways, but I think is really the most rebellious thing you can do in a world that is so overcrowded with meanness and irony, that being pure and simple and true is really the coolest thing you can do.
Your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
That's about working with Nicholas and the other flair that he brings to Lex Luthor.
I love it. Nick is just such a great guy. People know he auditioned for Superman first. And I think it's only fitting, like Lex, that he became Lex. And I think that Nick brings a depth to Lex Luthor and really is the truest version of this character ever in film. So eaten up with envy that he's taken it upon himself as almost a spiritual quest to take down Superman, and really has rationalized that he's doing something good for the world because of it.
Yeah, he does believe it.
He's not a man. He's an it. He's somehow become the focal point of the entire world's conversation.
The final question is about, the balance between pleasing an audience and pleasing your vision. How do you manage that?
First of all, I'm the first audience member, so I'm lucky and I'm kind of basic. Like, I like things that most people like. So when I sit and watch a movie, I'm the first person that's watching it. And if I enjoy something and am proud of something, I usually find out that audiences like it as well. I am very conscious that I'm making a movie that is for as many people as possible. And I'm making when you're making a movie, you're making a machine to give people an excellent time, not only, in terms of the thrill ride of it all, but in the emotions of it. the story, how it moves you. And so I do show the movie to many, many people, kind of seeing what works and what doesn't with other people. But I always have to balance that against what my core belief is.
Thanks ever so much.
Thank
It's
you.
lovely to
Thank
see
you
you
very much.
again.
You too.
Toilet, so I was praying that somebody didn't flush one behind me, and then I was very intimidated, but also really excited to get started. I think it's perhaps necessary now more than ever to keep asking questions about what the truth is, how we find it, and how we share it, who gets to say it. I think it's vital as it's always been, and maybe with renewed urgency.
I think that Superman at the end of the day is somebody who wants to be human. I think that we all want to be him. We want to fly and have beams come out of our eyes and do all of that stuff. But what he wants is what we have, being one of us, being able to connect with each other, to love and be loved. That's what Superman wants at the end of the day. Rachel is a lot like Lois Lane, so I really love her as an actor. She's a very controlled, dynamic actor who is able to be assertive in the same way that Lois is. She questions everything in the same way that Lois does, and she really puts herself completely into the role, and she's amazing as Lois Lane.
He has a certain indefatigable nature, an ability to just keep putting on his boots and going to work. It's not easy to take a day off when you're Superman because you know how much a difference you could be making. And I love a day off when I can get one.
وهلا للبيج اكسكلوسيف انترفيو مع كل فريق عمل الفيلم بنشوف سوا. First of all, it must be so much fun to be touring for this. I saw all of you guys' Instagram posts and stuff like that. How much are you making it entertaining for you?
It was kind of scary to begin with because I don't think any of us really knew what we were doing with those videos or anything. But luckily, we have a fantastic marketing team and a lovely social team who has, who are tapped into the trends and whatnot.
Who's taught us a lot about TikTok.
Yeah. So and then once we gave over to them, it was a lot of fun to make all these crazy, ridiculous videos.
And you know how to vanish from your seat.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you very much. It's mostly just been nice to get the band back together again.
Yeah.
I'm on my way to London. London? She's on her way to London. London!
We've had a great time.
Yeah, and then there's Nick.
And then there's Nick, who's blonde now, apparently.
Yes, have you seen him?
Yes,
it's working.
Yes. It's working. It works even for Lex Luthor. I just asked James, it's not only a question of, you being a Superman and you being Lois Lane. It was a question of the whole group having this cohesion and chemistry together. Is it the right impression?
Yeah, James does ensembles very well, and although this isn't an ensemble film in the same way that Guardians of the Galaxy is, he knows how to populate a world with characters who feel full and vibrant and where you sort of do feel like I'd go watch a whole movie, with just Guy Gardner or just Hawkgirl or Jimmy Olsen's spin-off series, and that it's bittersweet because on the one hand, it's amazing to have so many great actors come and give such love to these parts, and on the other hand, you feel like you don't get enough of all of them because the movie does have its central focus and its central relationships, but then you feel like you want more of all of it.
being a child, I loved the purity of Superman. It was a time when I was starting to understand what movies were.
How did you feel the Lois and Clark chemistry needed to be?
We talked about this a lot. You know, because we're dropping into the middle of their relationship and we're not meeting them when they meet each other or when she discovers that he's Superman, as we've seen in the past, we felt like we needed to give them history and wanted to make sure that you felt the intricacies of their relationship, the intimacy of their relationship as soon as you come into the movie with them. And so we spent some time together, we spent some time with James figuring out what that would look like at this point, 3 months into their relationship, where they're wondering if this was a fun fling or a forever thing.
It felt quite emotional to me anyway. This is a version of Superman that feels much more emotional and introspective. Were you guys aware of that, and did you enjoy this aspect?
Yeah, well, it's always great as an actor being presented with a character, especially a character with such a rich, storied history, to see that your writer and director wants to explore all the interesting things about them. And James has said he was led by the question of what if it were real? And it really did feel like, as you were reading these scenes, yeah, what would this fantastical character in this fantastical world really feel and really think and really be worried about, really be affected by? And that's all you do as an actor is just try to figure out what this person would do.
Yeah, we get asked a lot what it felt like to take on these iconic roles. And of course, we knew, you know, that we were stepping into big shoes, but at the same time, because it felt so real, in a way it felt like the work was exactly the same. We just had to find our way into these characters, and James laid such a fantastic roadmap for us and was a real guiding force for us throughout the process.
And finally, what do you feel makes the audiences endure with their love of those characters after decades?
Well, who doesn't want to watch passionate people go to the ends of the earth for the things that they believe in, whether that's love for each other, love for humanity? I think this movie in particular is filled with people who are not always graceful in their pursuit of that, but who will band forces and do it together. You know, when don't we need a Superman in our very complicated history as a global community?
I think, you know, we have so many great heroes who have this sort of have greatness thrust upon them, great superheroes and iconic, you know, characters who have a bitterness or a chip on their shoulder, and they're cool and they're edgy, and, you know, they're really good at what they do, but maybe they wish they could do something else, or there's a sort of a cool darkness to them. And I think Superman is just the other side of the spectrum, which is the enjoyment of watching somebody go to work and really love what they do. You know, somebody who has all of this power and has these responsibilities, but also has this great joy and playfulness in taking them on and in fulfilling them. It's not to say that he doesn't have his struggles, but ultimately he loves what he does.
You've talked a lot about that hope being contagious. You know, that kind of feeling of stepping in and helping and doing the right thing. When one person does it, and especially someone as aspirational as Superman, it inspires other people to do the same.
Yeah.
And he can lift the girl up. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Effortlessly.
Thank you so much.
Superman is a character who's good.
Who is filled with hope. He saves people because it's the right thing to do. We could use a little bit more of that.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Naples. Naples, or New City. It is the capital of Campania, an Italian region and also the third largest municipality in Italy. The city has a population of about 4 million or more, one of the largest metropolises on the Mediterranean Sea. It's the 9th most populous urban area in the European Union. Naples is also one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Now, what's there to do and see in Naples? First up is to try its great pizzas. It's a must in Naples. The city, after all, is the birthplace of pizza, and the locals take their signature dish very seriously, crafting every pie with love and care and expertise. Make sure you go to a pizzeria that's serving pizza vera napoletana, true Neapolitan pizza, to make your trip to the city worthwhile. After stuffing yourself with pizza, it's time to wander around the city. The historic center is a great way to see the city. Go about it without a plan. The Storico Antico is most recommended, as it is both ancient and modern. It's got a mix of old hills and buildings, and shops and apartments that have been there for centuries. Next up is Italy's 2 most popular sites for tourists, the ruins of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Take the time to look into ancient Roman life. Of the two, Pompeii is the more famous archaeological site, while Herculaneum can appear to be the more interesting one due to its smaller size and because it houses more artifacts. After touring, it's time to eat again. Aside from pizza, there's sfogliatelle. Naples' signature sweet pastry is to die for as well. It is layers of flaky pastry dough on the outside, and when you bite into it, you'll taste the dense filling of sweetened ricotta cheese, heavy and indulgent. You may come across 2 varieties called Briccia and Froglia. The former has a flaky exterior and is more difficult to make. The latter has a smooth outer crust and just as great tasting. These are often eaten by the locals for breakfast, but to some, it might be as good as a dessert. Petra. Feast your eyes on amazing sights in Petra, Jordan. The city offers breathtaking views and scenery that you wouldn't have ever imagined. See the city through horseback riding. You can take a shortcut from the entrance to the Seek. It is considered the canyon entrance to the city. Petra is known by many names, like Nabateans as Rakhmu, named by the Arab Nabateans who founded the city capital from way back in 312 BC. Petra is also known as the Rose City because of the light reddish hue of the rocks upon which the city is built on. The city itself can be considered as an archaeological city. Just look at its marvelous rock carving architecture and its elaborate water conduit system. If Petra seems straight out of a movie set, then you have probably seen it before, as there have been a number of feature films shot on location in this unique gem of a city. Think of any movie featuring ancient temples set in a desert landscape, and they probably shot that in Petra. There's amazing treasury to be viewed in Petra. There's just so much history to experience here. For instance, the small bumps and outcrops in the rock in the Sikh are suddenly transformed into carvings of camels and the remains of elaborate archways. There's also the Petra Archaeological Park that's worth touring. You can also meet the Bedouin men on camels, horses, or donkeys that may take you on a tour around the city. They can bring you to places where the women will be selling souvenirs for your take-home. There are handicrafts and jewelry, as well as postcards and stones. The residents at Petra are also good in the English language, so it'll be easier for you to shop and bargain. You can also visit a spring monastery. The Petra Monastery has over 800 steps. You can climb it yourself or ride a donkey going up. The trip is worth it. You'll see how grand and big the monastery is. The large cave, the colors of the stones, all breathtakingly incredible. At night, the city is amazing too. Go to Petra after sunset and walk through the Seek lined with candles. It gives the entire canyon an eerie but attractive glow. It's also where you can sit and listen to traditional Bedouin music and stories of Bedouin legend. Denver, a megacity with urban landscapes surrounded by the great Come to Denver. Denver is capital city of the state of Colorado. It is also considered as its most populous city. Denver is known as a mile-high city because its elevation is exactly a mile high from the sea level. It is located in the plains near the foot of the American Rocky Mountains. Because of this, you can expect good weather in Denver all year round. There's a popular saying that Denver receives 300 days of sunshine every year. But don't be fooled. The high altitude of Denver makes sure that the temperatures remain at a cool range, but at the same time, the air is quite thinner when you are way up there. This means cleaner, fresher air, but at the same time, lower humidity, so always keep yourself hydrated when in Denver. Denver has also some of the most culturally and ethnically diverse populations in the US. So, you can expect to meet people from many different backgrounds when you visit. What to do in Denver? Go to downtown Denver to experience its hip and historic district. This is where you'll find a huge independent bookstore, Western wear clothing stores, and dozens of brew pubs and dining options. Then, if you want to see the best in Denver's art scene, take a trip to the Denver Art Museum. Or visit the Denver Santa Fe Art District, featuring Denver's finest artists, and a monthly art walk featuring rotating art pieces from local artists. Visit the Uptown, one of Denver's hippest hoods, where you'll find the City Park, the Denver Zoo, as well as the Museum of Nature and Science. Tourists may opt for a tourist pass, which lets you visit most of Denver's museums and tourist spots, all with a single pass at a very affordable price. For food options, look no further. The city has countless food rows in every corner, from homey local diners to chic 5-star restaurants. Denver's diverse culinary palette boasts of a fusion between American, Italian, Mexican, and even Asian cuisines. So if you're looking for a destination in the United States, make sure to stop by in Denver. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's the Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines,